Good morning and welcome to the Mental Health Subcommittee for the Advisory Commission for Special Education. We've been in school for the last couple of months, and as I was discussing with Michelle before this meeting, it's very tough. As we thought COVID was challenging, I think now we're back in school and things are just exploding even more. As many of you may have heard, it's about like long COVID, right? Just what's happening and just some of the, effects of it. And we're seeing it in the schools for sure. I know I am. And I think there's so much going on that nobody, at least on our end, we don't have time to stop, think, the process to be able to plan. Because things are just coming at us on a daily basis and we're trying to balance it as much as we can. And we're so happy to hear there's so much money that is being given to schools and mental health. However, I would like to just open it up by saying that, I don't know how it's being spent, because we really need people in the schools at this point in time. And I know today I will be focusing more on the fact of where is this, how are we doing it? Because I appreciate the fact that we are planning and the state is planning, but what does that look like? Because we need it now. And what are we going to do with it? So I welcome you to just share, if you would like, of how things are in your schools or your school districts and anything that you've heard or what it looks like. Maybe Michelle, you could talk to us about what charter, how that's looking at this point.
Yeah, I think it looks like all the schools. I have friends in multiple districts throughout Southern California. I don't have as many contacts in Northern California, but I think part of the issue isn't that the money's not there to hire people. I think the issue is that there's no people to hire. So we're just challenged. We lost some teachers with the vaccine mandate. We have some teachers who just retired, and I think they were just done. And filling them with qualified teachers has proven challenging. And part of that is the time of the year. This is not a good time to hire. But the other side of it is I think we're just feeling the impact of the teacher shortage, in particular in special education or those high needs content areas like math, science, that kind of thing. The other thing is we cannot hire just like clerks and paraprofessionals. It's just challenging. We've floated jobs that we haven't even gotten any applications for. So I think it's just across the board.
I hear you. I mean, because I think the vaccine mandates have put another strain where a lot of classified and certificated have been displayed, have caused a lot of disruption. And disruption and I could tell you that, disruption to kids who are already adjusting, coming back to schools, and our special needs kids, especially in special day programs where teachers have to, they're displaced or whatever they have to do. It just become very interesting, but it's one day at a time.
I just want to be clear. I don't want to lay too much at the feet of the vaccine mandate. I think some of it just goes to what's happening in the United States in general. There's just a lot of people who are like, I don't want your low paying job. And if you're going to give me $15 an hour in Los Angeles, where the average one bedroom apartment is $2,500 a month, I can't take that. So I think that's just the other reality we're dealing with. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. So with that being said, so I think that's it. But I'm just coming out with just saying there are many challenges that we're dealing with, I think, as educators within the schools. And as soon as I feel like we're going to be able to start to move forward, I feel like we go 10 steps back. So, and that's what it feels like, at least for me in my school district. And I know when I'm supporting the psychologist in my district, it just always, and we're on the ground, right? We're servicing our students, our parents, our communities, and we're trying to do the best that we can. And working with a lot of the community-based agencies to provide these services at this point in time. But I think, again, coming back, and Elizabeth will be logging on soon, we were just discussing about also about the money and how we need to have shared goals with our community partners, because I think that's what is one of the biggest issues, at least we see, because a lot of students who have been out of state for MPS RTCs have been returned back, and without any supports, without any services in so many ways, and social services is just washing their hands and saying, well, now education system, go ahead and handle this. Well, I think it has to be more of a common goal of where we end up having shared goals and start working together. And it's not about the education system, it's not about social services, but it's how do we integrate all those together to provide the continuum of services for students. And there's a lot of money, and we want to make sure that the infrastructure is in such a way that the implementation will be carried out soon and effectively. And I think that that's one of the biggest things. I mean, I just want to share that in my school district, I know we're dealing with a lot of the MPS RTCs where the students are back and we're trying to work with the social service again, but they keep saying it's an education, it's an educational thing, but they don't understand that we can't do this by ourselves. And as much as school districts are trying to reach out and trying to work with the community partners, it's not happening. And I'm upset about it, because I don't know how much more we can do as an educational institution to help our kids with special needs if the community-based partners are not willing to step in and help us out either. I don't know.
I think that's perfectly said. I do. I can add to it. Perfectly said.
I'm just challenged. And I mean, I'm coming today with frustration and I just don't know what else to do, because the kids are losing out. And I'm wondering, how we could all work together again as a commission to move this charge forward, in the sense that, advocating for the students with special needs, especially with the RTCs, and how we can do those and provide the supports for the parents as well, right? Because now, I mean, parents are like, well, who am I going to go to? And I think I brought this up last time. I'll slow down, Jenny, sorry. And I brought this up last time where we were, I think the parents get so confused at that point that they just say, you know what, then I don't want anything, because everybody's just washing their hands and not trying to help. So then they get all confused. So Elizabeth, you want to help us?
Yeah, no, Janine and I were talking, and I was saying that we now have, things have changed a lot, right? This all is how my advocacy work started, was the sort of the multiple entitlements that children hold in California across the different agencies, and the fact that the agencies are kicking the can to one another, and the children and families are falling, under the bus and in the chasm between them. And things have changed a lot, which is fantastic. We have a lot of momentum tied to uniting agencies, and also additional allocations of dollars for the whole child, not just the academics. And that particularly, is the community schools monies and the youth behavioral health monies it amounts to $7 billion. But the reality is those allocations are not going to mean anything sustainable for the children and families of California unless we get concrete about these agencies uniting in collective care and braiding and blending their dollars, and understanding what their shared responsibilities are for these children, particularly the children who are high need, who are the ones who are suffering the most already, and then the system and the way it operates is traumatizing them even more. And we've been advocating for shared goals across the agencies with some shared accountability structures that do not allow for this sort of behavior. But, and I still believe that needs to happen, because you can put $7 billion, $10 trillion into the system the way it's working now, and it won't mean that children and families get the services that they need when they need them. Because if education is calling for help and they're saying, well, now our metric for success is a reduction of children in social services care, and we're going to go to Sacramento and be like, yay, we're doing great, then we have a problem, because there's actually an incentive baked into the system to reduce that care. and we don't hold in education all of the responsibilities. And to put a finer point on it, so the Department of Welfare returned all of their out-of-state RTC children this year in like kind of this one-time flurry of bringing them back. They did do it with their interagency 2083 team, and they did do it with some education planning, with relation to where these children were going to go when they brought them back. There were like 120 of them, I think. And education is now struggling in some of these cases with how to serve these children who've been brought back. And we don't have the resources to serve them. And in some of the situations, social services does not have the resources either, and is not sort of coming to the table. In fact, in some of the situations, they're saying, well, education can still place out of state on an IEP. So, hey guys, why don't you do that? But we just brought them back. And so we cannot treat children and families this way across our agencies. It's not okay. And the other last thing I would say is, I asked at the last commission meeting, and I know it's not on the agenda today, but I suggest that we re-ask. I am not clear on how the community schools allocations and the behavioral health allocations have incorporated consideration of students with disabilities, how to keep them like out of the system, but then also how to more robustly serve them across agencies, including as a concrete metric, potentially LRE for the 600 education students that we have out of state in RTCs. If out of state RTC doesn't work for social services children, what are we doing, saying that it does work for education children? I don't get it.
You're so correct. I mean, that's what I was just mentioning, is that we are, it's a struggle. It's a struggle. And I think the system, we have to shift as we've been, shifting everything. We have to pivot, right? We have to change the way we were looking at things, and we have to figure out how we could all work together with the shared goals. And that's very, very important. But I mean, I'm open to any suggestions of how we could do this, because it's important and it's happening now in our schools, and educators are trying to help students, and mental health school-based providers are trying to help students, but we need something more at this point in time.
Michelle.
I know.
It's hard to hear all that. And I couldn't agree more. I'm just so concerned. And I also share Janine's frustration being, I'm in 400 plus IEPs a year. I have students who are educationally placed in RTCs. I see the challenge when they return, and we've got a lot more resources than kids who don't necessarily have an IEP. I am just continually upset about the fact that the IEP becomes the default mental health vehicle for the state of California. And it's really challenging, because at a certain point, I just can't help it. All I care about is the kid in front of me. And if qualifying you gets you what you need, and this is the only way to do it, then okay. But it shouldn't be that way. That shouldn't be our only option in considering what these students need. And so you and Janine have, I think, deeper understanding and experience with the bureaucracy of all of this and how it all comes together. But Janine is exactly right. In the trickle down real world, it's not pretty, and it's really challenging, and people are always trying to pick the least worst option.
Well, and I would say that like I said, I don't know how much students with disabilities have been considered in, but what has happened in the system is that children with IEPs, because they have an IEP entitlement, the rest of the system, including actually in some cases, the general education part of our system, will default to special education to catch these children and serve them. And they'll say, well, they have an IDEA entitlement, so go there for placement, go there for services. But the reality is they shouldn't be failing into special ed. So you have this prevention need that we've got to build out. But also, other agencies should not be able to say, like, oh, well, go to education. they'll provide an IEP and give you the services that you need. Their EPSDT entitlement is housed in, they hold an EPSDT entitlement on top of their IDEA entitlement. And those entitlements, they have to receive both. They also hold social services entitlements for services and supports, assuming they qualify under Welfare and Institutions Code 300, which many of them do, independent of IDEA's obligations to them in an educational context. And what's happening is everyone's going, well, just go there, do it there. Well, we aren't holding all of their entitlements and responsibilities, nor are we holding all of the resources to discharge those entitlements. And so they get.
How do you? So what I'm hearing you say is there's this other kind of basket of resources that kids with IEPs under IDEA are not necessarily getting their full due with, because they get both, right? So how do you release that other basket of resources? Like, how does that happen?
That's interesting. Yes.
So it used to be, if you look at the mental health context, it used to be under 3632 that before AB 114, that we probably all remember this, that county mental health became a part of the IEP team for children who required earned services and sat at the table and held an equal obligation to develop supports and implement the IEP. And some people will say, well, then, that's what we need to go back to. But I lived that system, and I'm living the AB 114 system. And neither one is the solution, I don't think. I don't know what your all experience was, but my experience during 3632 was that, yes, county mental health got involved, but there was not genuine cooperation and coordination between the agencies regarding the children's needs or the progress that they were making, nor was there like a joint ownership of the outcomes for students. And so to release that basket, all those baskets, I think that we have to hold all of the agencies accountable together to discharge those entitlements for children, so that if education makes a mandated report on a child that we believe needs social services support, that if that doesn't happen and that family doesn't get that resource, then education and social services are called to answer for why that is the case. Because right now, the way it's working, if that happens, and I ask my education clients, what happened? Janine is sitting here. She can talk about it firsthand. They say, well, they're not going to do anything. And that's the end of the story. There is an AB 2083 ADR process that I helped develop. And it basically allows education or any agency to file a request for alternative dispute resolution to the state to sort of mediate these disputes between the agencies. And I have done that in a number of occasions. It just started last year in July. And it has helped because the team has gotten involved and said, wait a second, like we aren't going to allow this family to just fall between the cracks. We're going to determine how each agency is going to jump in and help. And that's what's happened in all of those cases that I've been involved in. So I think that that's helpful. But do we really have to go to ADR between our agencies to solve this? It's broken if that's the case. So at the local level, I think we need utilizing this $7 billion allocation, or $8 billion, I think in building out the technical assistance in ADR and probably policy on this, we need to clearly define the roles of these agencies, the overlap between the agencies, the shared goals for the agencies, and some shared accountability structures. That's my thought.
And so when you think about that, it's very interesting. What do you envision as a vehicle that makes that possible, right? To remove this whole dispute resolution as our last option, so that we're doing something different here.
I'm going to share and say,
Janine, people may not.
And I think this is just thinking out of the box, because I appreciate what the community-based agencies can do, and I appreciate what social services can do, but I think having some of those services be part of the SELPA in that sense, and being part of like where we could end up having collaborating would be in a perfect world, like, what we can possibly do. As I was asking Elizabeth before, I said, why don't we have wraparound services in the schools? Because we really need them. Where is wraparound? When we call the parent partners or we call the wraparound, it's not, I'm not trying to, say one system is failing than the other, but it's just how do we work together? Because when we're reaching out and the limited time that we have with all the crisis that's hitting right now, it makes it very difficult when we're coming to the table and we're trying to work with people. So we're trying to find common solutions of how do we do this. So my thought was maybe giving some of that funding would be piloting a program in such a way that we would have all of those at a SELPA level, right? And then being able to triage from there and working together. Because when you're under one umbrella of working for a district, you're accountable to one person, right? At the end. So I think you're not going to different entities and then bringing in community-based partners, and of course the education level of educating all staff and everyone of how we all work together in a harmonious way, not in silos, as Elizabeth would say. That's my thought.
Yeah, I personally, it's super complicated, but I personally think that we need a shared state dashboard for children. I think the fact that our agencies are in different dashboards being measured against different metrics is really a challenge. I think this requires like some very complex, careful consideration, I believe, but I do think that we need a shared dashboard with some shared accountability. I think in the mental health space, fascinating enough, if you read the little Hoover Commission's report regarding behavioral health that just came out in like September, they go through a litany of like how it's broken, how the agencies aren't coordinated, how children aren't getting APSCT, how the penetration rate is so low, how they're killing themselves at a higher rate than ever before. I mean, it's tragic. All of it is just tragic. But they ultimately recommend that there be shared accountability and shared goals, which is, I had no idea that report was going to come to that conclusion, or even frankly, that it was being written. But there is something there, and I think it needs to exist at the state level, and I think it needs implementation at the local level. And I know that in some counties, like in the AB 2083 system of care work, that is beginning to happen, but we have a long way to go. So I think, Michelle, we need to answer the question: what are our shared goals? And how do we braid and blend our resources at the local level to offer the services, the multiple entitlements that children and families own? And what's happened thus far is we haven't gotten to the conversation about what about the child who's duly entitled to EPSCT and IDEA entitlements? What about the child that is falling apart and would be very challenging for social services to serve? And the behavior that kicks the can to education. How do we as a state, how do we as a local community decide that we are no longer going to behave that way? And that the county board has the authority to say, you're not going to kick the can. You're not. Education makes a man do it lightly at all. They don't. Clients don't even want to call on a man to report. I think the family going to figure out who made the referral. And so, those are severe situations. And when we don't have agencies jumping in, I'm concerned, because I do think that tickler trigger our response. So complicated. But to begin, for today, I think that we should ask how the community behavioral health task force dollars, the Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, are considering students with disabilities.
You froze on us, just so you know, Elizabeth.
Am I back?
You're back.
Sorry, our virtual world. I think we should ask for a presentation on how the new allocations are being utilized to serve children with disabilities, both to keep them out of special ed, but then also to more robustly serve them within special ed. If you wanted a concrete target to measure, you could look at LRE and return of out-of-state RTC children. I'm remain very confused as to why we wouldn't send them out of state in one agency, but we would in another.
Right. Yeah. All right. Is that something that, Janine, you might request of Havanya to be able to put on an agenda in the future? That would be an interesting conversation to begin.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Michelle, sorry. We did. Last time we did ask for it, and I think we're going to ask for it again this time around. So we're hoping that this will be very important, that we'll address it again today. Right, Elizabeth? Yes, yeah. Michelle.
Janine, I asked last time, so you should ask, and then I will second your motion.
No problem. No problem. We'll do it because I think this is, and I think Dr. Lee and his team are also presenting today at 3:30.
I have a quick question that Elizabeth might be able to respond to. So, and I don't know if you have a deep enough understanding of this, but there's this new funding recommendation that's going to be proposed today from WestEd. How do you see the potential of that impacting mental health services and really the coordination and cooperation between different agencies? How would that impact it at all? Do you see pros, cons, anything to consider there when we're discussing that later today?
Yeah, I'd be curious Janine's thoughts on that too. But you're talking about the self-funded, the special ed funding. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We need regional infrastructure for ensuring that children with disabilities get the continuum of services that they are entitled to under the IDEA offered to them. So, and that's any county in the state, any region of the state, whether you break it up by county or you cross county lines to do that. So I'm always for improving the system and always for ensuring that we are maximizing utilization of our public dollars and resources. So I'm okay with reforming the system and consolidating service delivery systems. But what I am not okay with is deconstructing the system without a plan for reconstructing the system in a more effective way for children, and then leaving them in the lurch while we build, the iPhone 10. We're not building iPhones. We are in charge of children and families' lives. And so my thought is that we need time, this plan, and I think that is the recommendation, but it certainly needs time to be implemented. If we are going to move to a different regional structure, then we need time to implement that and study that and ensure that every LEA has a continuum available to children and families that they should. So that would be there are LEAs that I know that really want a different structure, and there are LEAs that I know that don't want a different structure. And I think that the recommendation allows those that want a very similar structure to have that. And I think that it allows those that want something different to build that. So I'm okay with the conversation. I am not okay with just pulling the rug out from under the system that we currently have without really understanding where we're headed.
Okay.
What do you think?
Me? I read everything that was sent to me. I just got the full funding report this morning. I think everybody else also just got it this morning, so I was skimming it as fast as I could. I agree. I'm all for efficiency, and I'm all for being smart with money. I've shared that before. People say there's no time for something or there's no money. Yes, there is. There is. But you just have to think about it differently. But I am super concerned just because I'm concerned that dollars follow disability. So I'm concerned that the eligibility categories will then become this pressure point for IEP teams. And then as it relates to mental health, right? So maybe other health impaired will be the category they choose, but that's a low funded category. So people are going to push for the eligibility of emotional disturbance. And that's, there's a whole nother bag of problems with that one. I think the reason why you see so many OHI for charters because they try to avoid that. I'm just going to be honest about that one. ED has a lot of ramifications. And when you're choosing that at the 11th hour, they're beginning of their senior year because they're having a mental health crisis and you need to be able to do something for them. But the only way to get funding is through an ED label. I mean, that's a heavy burden because I'm not going to have a lot of time to replace that. I'm always looking to remove that if it's appropriate. So, so I just have a lot of concerns about that. And then I shared that SELP is not perfect. Of course it's not, but I want to have some type of infrastructure for those small districts because opting out, one small district opts out and then what's happening there? And then you're going to have a lot of your dispute resolution meetings between districts who are not agreeing on how to share services because they can't provide it all. So anyway, I see lots of issues and I think that you're right. It's always good to open the conversation, but you don't have to move before you have a real clear understanding of the ramifications of your choices. So.
And I agree with Michelle, 110%. And I think there needs to be accountability. I think there needs to be a piece that, what does that look like? And there's a lot going on, and I agree with you. But I think we're out of time. So again, thank you for joining us. We look forward to having you again next time. And we will, of course, share our suggestions with our commission later today. Until then, be safe. Thank you.
Take care, Jean. We'll see you in a minute.
Thanks. We stay here, right?
I think you can turn off your camera for a brief rest and then you can come on back.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. The time is now 9:31 and we are going to begin our O&P meeting, Operations and Planning Committee meeting. Today we have 3 quick agenda items that we're going to be addressing. Those agenda items are as follows. Item number 1, welcoming our new O&P member. Item number 2, Assembly Bill 361. And item number 3, Commissioner Autobiography Updates. So moving right on into item number 1, we have a new addition to our O&P committee. Michelle Andrus has requested to step down from the role as chair of the Goal Award Committee. And Christine Oyakawa has agreed to serve as the new chair of the Goal Award Committee. Please join me in welcoming Commissioner Oyakawa to our O&P committee. Hi, Christine.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Michelle, for all your work that you've done for the committee.
Oh, you're Christine. They're lucky to get you. You're fantastic. You're
you make it look so easy. So, of course, I say yes. I guess I did want to mention, Michelle and I were wondering if there's anything that can be sent to me either by the other Michelle or by Vanya to help me get prepared. I know it's still very early, thankfully, but just for going forward on things that we want to get started on as far as timelines. And I know when we last spoke about the Goal Award, we talked about fundraising kind of issues, and that's the scariest part, I think, for me stepping into this. But I think it would be important. So whatever tips and guidelines, everyone, please send them my way. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Oyakawa. And yes, I will individually connect with you and Commissioner Andrus, and hopefully we could share some tricks and some suggestions, because Commissioner Andrus has been supporting us for a couple years on this committee. So I'm sure she would share some transition ideas for you to be successful for your term. Commissioner Andrews, would you like to comment?
Absolutely, we'll do that. And then we can maybe talk with going forward, maybe in February, provide Christine a timeline. So she kind of has just a general outline of when submissions, the deadline for submissions is, when you're expecting the team to review, what the deadline for that review is, so she can just make sure her team has everything they need to be able to be super thorough. Last year, we had many wonderful ones, and I know it took me a lot longer than normal to go through them because I went through them like 3 times. So we want to make sure everybody has enough time. Okay.
And Commissioner Andrus, I was wondering, would you still like to participate in the committee, or are you going to step down totally?
Be happy to participate. Now, if there's somebody new who'd like the experience, I'll step aside so they can have that experience. But if you need another person on the committee, I'm happy to do that too.
Thank you. Thank you.
No worries.
So we will thank Commissioner Andres for her service and update the other commissioners during our item 7 commissioner updates. All right, we're going to move right on into item number 2. On September 16th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed AB 361, which allows state bodies that fall under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to continue meeting virtually until January 31st, 2022. With that said, I believe we can predict our February 9th meeting will be virtual. And from February on, we're not sure just yet. So plan for our February 9th meeting to be held virtually. Any questions on that? Okay, seeing none. And our last agenda item, number 3, I would like to thank you, commissioners, for submitting all your autobiographies. We were able to account for all of the autobiographies last week, and CDE will be working on posting the content to our website with the IT department. So I'm sure our website will be updated before our February meeting. So are there any questions on that particular item? All right, seeing none. The last thing that I would like to remind you guys, we have a schedule, an agenda update. We have item 1 that has been canceled. So all of the presentations were moved up at least 30 minutes. So Vice Chair Adler will be reminding everyone frequently throughout our presentations today that our agenda has been moved up 30 minutes. And that is it for O&P. Any other comments, questions? All right, that was super duper quick. I guess everyone can stay here and turn off their cameras and be ready for a hard start at 10 o'clock. So I suggest everyone to be back here by 9:46. I conclude our O&P meeting and we will return at 9:46. Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the October 27th, 2021 California Department of Education Advisory Commission on Special Education meeting. Michelle, please facilitate a roll call to establish a quorum.
My pleasure. Vice Chair Adler?
Here.
Commissioner Andres?
Here.
Commissioner Estes?
Here.
Commissioner Gill?
Present.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Present.
Chair Hayes White?
Here.
Commissioner Lopez?
Present.
Commissioner Notch?
Here.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Here.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Here.
Commissioner Salomonson? Commissioner Topalian?
Here.
Oh,
Sorry.
Here. Okay.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Topalian?
Here.
Commissioner Tostin?
Here.
And Commissioner Winlock. All right, and we do have a quorum.
Thank you, Michelle. I hereby call the October 27, 2021 meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education to order at 10:01 a.m. Commissioner Solomonson, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
My pleasure. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Solomonson. And now for housekeeping and announcements. On March 17th, 2020, Governor Newsom issued Executive Order N-2920 related to the COVID-19 pandemic. This executive order allows state bodies covered by the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act to hold public meetings covered by the Act via web and/or audio teleconferencing. Assembly Bill 361 was signed by Governor Newsom on September 16th, 2021, which allows state bodies to continue meeting virtually until January 31st, 2022. Therefore, the following pandemic-related changes to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act will remain in effect until January 31st, 2022. State bodies may continue to hold meetings via teleconferencing and allow members of the public to observe and address the meeting by telephone or on the internet. State bodies are not required to notice each teleconference location from which a member will be participating in a public meeting. Teleconference locations are not required to be accessible to the public at this time. And now for the review of the agenda. Vice Chair Adler, will you please review the agenda and the guidelines for providing public comment?
Of course, thank you very much. So we do have a slight change to our agenda as our liaison reports were canceled today. So we'll be starting at 10:15 with the State Performance Plan of New Targets Review by CDE. Following that, we will have a report from our Special Ed Director, Heather Calamise from CDE. At 11:30, we'll break for lunch for an hour. We'll return at 12:30, and our next item at that time will be the IEP template and alternative pathways to a diploma report provided by Sacramento County Office of Education, West Ed, and Special Education Strategies. At 1:30, we'll move on to the Special Ed Funding System Study Update from West Ed. At 3 p.m., we'll have a 15-minute break. Following that, we will have the Family Empowerment Center expansion request for application provided by CDE. At 3:45, we will have commissioner updates. Following that, at 4 o'clock, we'll have agenda building for our February meeting. At 4:15, we'll take general public comment, and our goal is to adjourn at 4:30 today.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Adler.
Sure. And for a review of how to provide public comment is set for 1 minute per person per item, and we'll be calling for public comment following each item. I'll turn it over to Michelle, and she'll share more information.
Thank you, Vice Chair Adler. In order to do a public comment, you may call in at the number 712-770-5330. You will then be asked for a participant access code. The access code is 387-4109#. Prior to making a public comment, please make sure that your volume is on your computer, actually muted to avoid echoing or feedback during the call. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And I'd like to remind the commissioners that following each item, when we are in the discussion portion of the item, please remember to raise your hands, and I'll be calling on you in the order your hands are raised using the feature in the Zoom. And please remember not to enter any comments in the chat. So thank you very much for remembering to do that.
Chair Hayes, it's all yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair Adler. So now we are going to be moving on into our agenda items. So item number 1 is canceled. So we are now moving into action item number 2, State Performance Plan New Targets Review. We will now hear an overview of the proposed State Performance Plan targets for fiscal years 2020 to 2025, presented by Director of Special Education, Heather Calamise. Director Calamise, I turn over the mic to you.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm glad to see you all here and hope all is well. The State Performance Plan, which is part of the APR, is much more than a required federal submission to the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP. It is the heart and soul of our special education system. The presentation today is a culmination of many meetings, many hours, and many discussions over the past several years. The efforts by our community, led by the CDE special education staff and our partners, to meaningfully make changes to our system are heroic. The SPP targets are key levers for improvement to systems, which results in improvement to student outcomes. Our new proposed targets reflect input from a wide variety of the special education community across the state of California. It is such an opportunity to present our roadmap for the following years as we begin, as we believe our paths will continue to get brighter, and that we will continue to pursue excellence in education, and particularly special education. Next slide, please. In terms of a timeline, the CDE is required to submit the State Performance Plan targets and the 2020 Annual Performance Report in February of 2022. In order to meet the required deadline, you will be reviewing and providing feedback on the proposed targets in this presentation. In November, the SBE will vote to approve the proposed SPP targets. In January of 2022, we will be reviewing and approving the 2020 Annual Performance Report at the State Board meeting. And in February, we are both submitted, both the SPP and the APR are submitted for review and approval by OSEP. Once submitted, the CDE staff meets with our state-assigned OSEP contact for comments, questions, and clarifications, and the process typically concludes in April of each year. Next slide, please. In terms of the experience for students with disabilities in California, the next slides contain a number of facts and figures that you have seen most likely over past presentations over the past years. But it's important to remember and recognize that the numbers represent faces of students who represent our schools and our school communities and the families that we serve across the state. The story and the numbers that you see before you tell a story of a system in need of additional refinement and a pursuit of a true outcome for students with disabilities in terms of making improvements to our systems so that all of our students are able to exceed and meet our targets as we have outlined before you. Where we have identified a need, we have provided support. And so the state of California currently has made significant and historic investments in the field of our special education community. And so the experience of students with disabilities is just one of the foundational experiences that really frame and shape and influence who our students will become. The experience is much more than a series of academic events. The experience includes, for our students, making meaning of living a life with a disability, and developing the skills needed to navigate in a world, knowing that disability oftentimes still comes with a stigma, and that we are all in the pursuit of full access and opportunity for our students. Next slide. In terms of the demographics of our students with disabilities, in 2019-2020, there were approximately 804,000 students with disabilities from birth to 22 in our public school system. There were approximately 752,000 K-12 students with disabilities, which represents 12.2% of California's K-12 population, which is just over 6 million. Next slide. The slides here before you, which you have probably seen before, just note the students within each group and the percentage of those students which have IEPs. So you will see here to the farthest to the left, we have students, 13% of students have IEPs, also identified as socially economically disadvantaged. The middle one, in terms of foster youth with IEPs, 27%. And those who are English language learners with IEPs, 17%. Next slide, please. And this larger slide here of all the students with IEPs, how many are in one or more categories? And so as we see here, there are roughly 70% of our students with IEPs in one or more of the LCFF student groups. Next slide, please. So in terms of conditions that sort of strain or help or hinder, I should say, our system, as we pursue equity and inclusion efforts across the state, we certainly want to recognize that there are stressors and challenges and needs that we certainly have been dialoguing and recognizing over the years increasingly, but certainly want to recognize them here. And so, first and foremost, we are currently in a teacher shortage, particularly for special education like no other. Obviously, prior to the pandemic, the teacher shortage and staff personnel was a serious issue prior to the pandemic. The pandemic, as we all know, has exacerbated the exit of special education teachers and related service providers and paraprofessionals from the field, which has significant impacts on the teaching and learning and instruction for our students. We also know that many of our students need more access to the general education environment in order to thrive. We also know, as a result of the pandemic, there is an increased need for universal design for learning, as we know that the way students access materials, demonstrate what they know, was challenged during the pandemic in a virtual environment. So implementing or providing more opportunities for our teacher workforce to learn about universal design and learning in terms of a philosophy and approach is certainly something that we recognize as a way to address some of the challenges that have faced us in our community throughout the pandemic. We also know that special education community has sat in a siloed system for many years, and so the need for additional alignment opportunities across both in LEAs and statewide is something that should be explored as well. As we know, special education students are general education students, and so having two systems that sometimes run on a parallel track often leads to wildly different results for our students as well. And then finally, another condition that we know has surfaced over the years is the need to examine and address implicit bias, systemic racism in our systems in the manner of identification, placement, and discipline for students with disabilities. Next slide, please. In terms of the annual performance report, which is the submission that we will be submitting next year. The APR cycle is, I'm sorry, let me just back up a second. The state performance plan and the annual performance report are both required by the Office of Special Education Program. The annual performance report includes 17 indicators, right? The indicators are indicated as either compliance or performance, and then one indicator, which we'll talk about a little bit later, has a both compliance and performance element as well. So our state performance plan is essentially our target setting for the next 6 years, which is what I'll be walking through in just a few moments. And then that annual performance report is actually the report of how we're doing on those targets as well. So the past cycle went from 2016 to 2019. This cycle will go from 2020 to 2025. Next slide. In terms of community engagement, in terms of the APR and SPP, which is a requirement of OSEP, over a 2-year period, nine meetings were held. These meetings were designed to engage our community members from various backgrounds. Therefore, we had participation from educators, from parents, school administrators, policy advisors, school psychologists, our family empowerment centers, early education, and our advocacy groups. These meetings were held in person prior to COVID, and then during the pandemic, the meetings were held virtually. Next slide, please. In terms of the community engagement feedback timeline, Associate Director Shiloh Duncan Bessaril and said staff presented the performance indicators to our community. The indicators, the remaining indicators are just compliance indicators with targets set to 0 or 100% set by OSEP. So the presentations included an explanation of how each indicator is defined, measured, and calculated, an in-depth history for LEAs to meet the more, an in-depth history of statewide performance trends over the past 5 years, and then data forecasting. These meetings provided time for stakeholders to present statewide data, target setting, and how the CDE can provide supports for LEAs to meet more rigorous targets. Studying data trends highlights the critical importance of deepening integrated technical assistance and supports the LEAs to effectively improve practices and ultimately student outcomes. Our community was actively engaged and asked critical questions in the pursuit of developing the suggested targets. And our community used their unique and diverse perspectives, oftentimes working in small groups to discuss and develop the suggested targets. And the COVID impacted not just how, obviously how our meetings ran, but also impacted the conversations around the target setting amongst the community as well. So many of the participants brought up how COVID, brought up COVID as a consideration, when setting targets and how COVID could impact the outcomes for students with disabilities as well. Next slide. So now I'm going to walk through a little bit of a few of the compliance indicators. Compliance certainly is important. It is foundational to the work that we do. And so it's important to note, though, in 2014, OSEP shifted their focus somewhat in terms of improving outcomes for students with disabilities from just solely focusing on compliance, but also wanting to shift to work with states to develop systems for results. And so when we talk about our performance indicators, those are the indicators that OSEP has increasingly been working more with states and state education agencies on, is ensuring that the compliance are set in terms of that foundation being solid, but also an increased focus on our performance indicators, as those are oftentimes true key levers in ensuring that we're moving the needles for our students as well. So I'll walk through the compliance indicators first, and you can go to the next slide. And so we have indicators 4B, 9, and 10. And those indicators, as you can see, are rates of suspension and expulsion by race or ethnicity, disproportionate representation, and then disproportionate representation by specific disability category. And so, as you see here, these targets, as I want to note, are set by OSEP. And so the targets we have set or required to set, and in essence are set at 0 for in this category as well. It's important to note that there's been no notable change in terms of the calculation or changes made by OSEP. This was a year that I'll detail a little bit later in some of the indicators in which OSEP had made some changes as well. But these here before you, 4B, 9, and 10, are the ones that, again, OSEP made no change. And so we will be, again, pursuing a target of 0 for those. Next indicator, next slide. Indicators 11, 12, and 13, child find, early childhood transition, and secondary transition. Again, these targets are set by OSEP. And so the targets are set at 100%. So, we are certainly working with LEAs to address timely assessment. As we know, COVID has impacted greatly the ability to provide assessments for a variety of reasons, oftentimes a staffing shortage, oftentimes because of the fact that students were virtual at a point in time. Now we know that students oftentimes are, while students are in school, we also know that students sometimes are in and out and transitioning from quarantine, which also complicates the matter as well. So we continue to work with LEAs on that. And then early childhood transition as well. Again, OSEP made no changes, and then secondary transition. Next slide. So I'm going to talk through a few of the performance indicators. The full set of performance indicators I will not walk through, but I will highlight some of the ones that we are familiar with and would classify as some of the sort of quote unquote bigger performance indicators, if you will. Next slide. So what you see before you is what we call a roadmap or sort of a pathway of success as measured by some of the indicators as well. So we know that a healthy start to education begins before birth, in essence. It starts with high quality prenatal care and early learning experiences that develop the whole being so that we set up young learners for success, right? And so ensuring that students have access to high quality early learning settings and care is critical. We know that providing opportunities for more inclusive environments for our youngest learners also can set our early learners up for success as well. So oftentimes students that start in a completely segregated setting oftentimes remain in highly segregated settings throughout their educational career. So really looking at preschool LRE as somewhat of a foundational to set the tone in terms of the trajectory of some of our students I think is also critical. We also know that timely assessments are critical for students suspected of having a disability. So that interventions can be provided at an early age to mitigate the impact of that identified disability. Timely, accurate assessments performed by qualified staff and conducted in a collaborative manner lead to identification of the right supports for students so that instruction can be aligned to the goals that are set forth within a student's IEP. Ensuring the appropriate supports and services are provided in the right setting also ensures access to the general education curriculum most appropriate to student need. LRE, or least restrictive environment, is more than just a description of the supports and services. It often encompasses a belief and a mindset about students with disabilities. While a continuum exists for a reason, it's also critical for IEP teams to discuss ways to support and foster growth and independence for our students. Moving along, the right evaluation and setting ensures that students are also supported from a social, emotional, and behavioral standpoint. Too often, students that are not receiving the right types of supports in the right type of environment can become disengaged, which can result in being placed in more restrictive settings and or being disciplined or suspended at disproportionate rates. In terms of statewide assessments, ensuring the best possible result on our statewide assessments is critical in ensuring that we know that and sometimes statewide assessments is a culmination of many factors, right? It's a culmination oftentimes of instruction, of teaching and learning, of LRE, and ensuring that, again, students have the right supports in the right setting so that they are able to essentially, number one, first and foremost, make progress on their IEP goals, but also show growth and demonstrated mastery on statewide assessments. As students prepare for the off-ramp of education and the on-ramp of towards independence and graduation, graduation plays a huge role in ensuring students have full access to a post-secondary experience that is most appropriate for our students. And after leaving the formal K-12 system or setting, our goal is to ensure that students are able to meaningfully participate in our communities. This means continued partnerships with our partners at the Department of Rehabilitation, as well as other agencies and organizations in our community. Whether students are seeking a college experience, a technical trade experience, or an employment experience, we must ensure that options exist that do not sort of relegate or funnel our students to narrow pathways of what it means to participate in our community in a meaningful way. Next slide. So now I'm going to talk about a few of the performance indicators, as I mentioned before. The first of those is what we call indicator 6, which is preschool LRE. This indicator is measuring, as the slide says before you, children ages 3 to 5 that receive the majority of their special education, where they receive the majority of their education, special education related services. The notable changes for this indicator this year is that 5-year-old kindergartners were excluded, and that there is a new subset of indicator 6, so indicator 6C is sort of measuring home settings, and so we'll talk about that a little bit later as well. Next slide. So indicator 6A, as it says here, measures the percentage of students with disabilities 3 to 5 who receive the majority of their services in a regular early childhood program. Next slide. The table before you, I'm sorry, I think shows the previous performance on our targets and also the upcoming new targets in the top columns and rows. And so we would like to see better growth in this indicator. I think the national mean for this indicator is around 50%. So we're, obviously performing a little bit below that, but we have set targets to get closer to that result. As a comparison to other sort of similar sized, similar demographic states, the state results for the state of Texas for 2019 was 26.7%. And in New York was 42% as well. Next slide. Subset indicator 6B measures the percentage of students with disabilities 3 to 5, again, receiving instruction in a separate special education class, separate school, or residential facility. You can go to the next slide. And so we see here, again, past and current, and then our projected performance again. Again, we see here that we have not been meeting this indicator for the past few years. We do expect this indicator to improve. Again, the national mean for this indicator is around 20%. And as a comparison to our similar populated states, Texas, 26.5%, and New York is 23.2% in 2019. Next slide. In terms of the preschool setting, in terms of the home setting, this is a new indicator this year, introduced by OSEP. So OSEP, their guidance is one in which the target for this indicator is supposed to decrease. Our community and our community engagement group around this felt strongly that this indicator and felt that parents should not be discouraged from having their children receive services in home, and that LEAs should not be penalized for providing this option as well. You can go to the next slide. So as you see here, obviously this is the first year that we will be implementing this target. And so our community engagement group believed that the target should stay stagnant with a 0.1% drop in the last year to meet the OSEP requirement. Next slide. Indicator 3, statewide assessments. This indicator and the subset of indicators which I'll walk through saw the most significant changes this upcoming year. We'll be focusing on the sort of these three grade levels, grades 4, 8, and 11. Will provide sort of the following advantage. One, it mitigates and prevents the masking of high performance, low performance, or improvement, no improvement that would occur if all grades were combined into an average. It focuses on the effectiveness of early elementary instruction, i.e. K-3 literacy programs, which is a critical time in literacy development. And it allows the focus on a successful transition of students with disabilities from middle junior high school to a high school setting. And then lastly, it continues to focus on high school, which is a critical time for students with disabilities who are transitioning from adult life, transitioning to adult life. It's important to note that this assessment rate here and this indicator is different than the assessment, how assessment is calculated for our dashboard. The dashboard combines the Smarter Balance summative assessments and the California Alternative Assessment scores for grades 3 to 8 and 11 to determine performance. You can go to the next slide. And so here, this is a sort of a graphic reference to the achievement gap here that we see. In blue to the left are students with disabilities. To the left in gray are all students. This data was from 2018-2019. And what we see is a significant gap in the performance in our statewide assessments of students with disabilities. Next slide. So the first sort of subset of indicator 3 is indicator 3A, which is quite simply the performance of students, the participation of students with disabilities in terms of taking the statewide assessment. This indicator is calculated separately for reading and math for grades 4, 8, and 11. This indicator is important because historically students have not been allowed or afforded the right to participate or otherwise discouraged from taking statewide assessments, and so it's important to note that our students are in fact having the opportunity to participate in those very important statewide assessments. Next slide. So here you will see our sort of previous performance in terms of our old indicator 3 targets, and then our sort of new indicated targets. And you'll note that they are broken out again by grade level for 8 and 11, and then also broken out by ELA and math as well. So again, our participation rate in terms of that is set at 95%. And obviously would love to see that improve in the years to come as well. Next slide. In terms of indicator 3B, that measures the proficiency level for students with disabilities against the grade level academic standards. So again, these are calculated separately for reading and math, and it calculated separately for grades 4, 8, and 11. Next slide. And you will see here, again, these targets are, proficiency has been grouped by LEA type. So we have elementary school, high school, and unified school districts and county offices of education. While some of these targets are low, particularly in grade 8 and 11, the benefit of setting targets by grade is it enables CDE to see a little bit more clearly where we're able or where we need to provide and focus on some of our resources. The targets were set lower than what we had before, but the community, our community engagement group, we calculated the prior years with a new calculation of grade 8 and 11. So again, it allows our state and our LEAs to continue to focus on where we might want to really hone in and focus some of our resources and efforts. These targets, again, were set with our community input and were set by recalculating prior year data. Next slide. Indicator 3C, which again is measuring, for this time, students with disabilities with the alternative academic standards. And so typically this is near sort of 1% of the population of our students with disabilities across the state. Again, proficiency rate for reading and math for grades 4, 8, and 11. And again, this grade breakout provides a little greater transparency in terms of performance for students in those groups taking the alternate assessment. Next slide. And so you'll see here the old targets and the new targets, again. Some are similarly grouped as the previous slide. Again, these targets were formulated with our community engagement from our groups and also recalculated using prior year data as well. Next slide. Indicator 3D includes the sort of the gap in proficiency rates for children with IEPs against all students in the grade level academic standards, again, separate for reading and math and separate for grades 4, 8, and 11. And to be clear, this does not include students that take the California alternate assessment. Next slide. So this chart here shows how the gap will be represented in indicator 3D. Each point on the chart is what the gap is for that year. So, how that data will be represented in subsequent years is that we want that gap to close, right? I think, we had a very interesting discussion around this sort of gap in performance of our students with disabilities. As oftentimes I think there is an unfair sort of pressure placed on special education to close the gap when oftentimes it's much more than just special education. It's a school-wide, community-wide effort to do so. However, we do want to ensure that we make progress, and again, speaking to some of those systems and supports and services, and really focusing in on some of those areas we believe will help close that gap as well. So if you want to go to the next slide, here we show in table form those targets that we will set and move towards 2025. Indicator 4, you can go to the next slide, is suspension and expulsion. This measures, as it says, the rate of suspension and expulsion. There were no notable changes to the calculation or measurement. The indicator 4 is calculated differently than how suspension and expulsion is calculated for the dashboard. I think that's important to note. This indicator 4 measures the percent of LEAs that have a significant discrepancy in the rate of suspensions and expulsions greater than 10 days for students with disabilities. And the dashboard captures the number of students suspended for an aggregate total of 1 full day. So there's some differences there. Go to the next slide. And so for A, measures the suspension and expulsion of greater than 10 days in a school year for students with disabilities. Next slide. So the chart here indicates our sort of previous performance and then our current performance and then our projected targets for 2020 to 2025. By setting more rigorous targets, we are hoping to see this indicator stay consistently low over time. Next slide. Indicator 5, LRE. Measures where 5-year-olds who are enrolled in kindergarten and age 6 through 21 are served. And again, this change, as I mentioned before, and indicator 6 now includes the 5-year-olds who are enrolled in kindergarten in that calculation. I think it's important to note that in terms of shifting LRE, which we often talk about, just to provide a little bit of perspective of sort of the numbers behind some of the shifts, to see a 1% change of this indicator is the equivalent of moving the needle for 7,000 students across the state of California. Nationally, this is a very slow growing indicator. The average rate of change over the monitoring years of 5A is just 0.21%. For 5B is 0.11%, and 5C is 0.04% from 2013 to 2018. This is, 5A is one of the more dynamic elements where multiple elements come into play. Many of those factors are within the control within a school setting in an LEA, and some of them are outside of that control as well. So, I think that, improvement in this indicator is something that, we would like to see across the state of California. However, that's a very, I think, conversation that should be had with I think, critical care and with, involvement from many in the field, as it is a topic that oftentimes creates the most discussions about how best to support and serve students with disabilities. And so any sort of decision making that we make around this topic, I think, should be considered with the utmost care. Next slide. So 5A quite simply measures the students who are served in the general education classroom for the majority of the day, 80% or more. Go to the next slide. So you see here, California has met our targets, but we lag behind other states. So again, we would like to see, we've seen consistent growth over the past 6 years, but we would like to see continued growth into the future. The national mean for this sort of same time period has been right around 65%. In California, we're getting closer. Just to compare to other states, similarly to Texas and New York, for FY 2019, Texas sits at 71% for this indicator, and New York sits at 58% for this indicator. Next slide. Moving on to 5B, which is percent of students served in the regular general education classroom for less than 40% of the day. If you want to head to the next slide here. So we see, again, past performance and our current upcoming targets. This indicator, we've been meeting our targets and have seen a steady decline over the past 7 years. Again, we believe that we can make progress on this target. The national mean for this indicator hovers right around 11%. So we've set our numbers closer to that number. Again, comparing to other states, Texas sat at 14% for 2019, and New York sat at 19% for 2019 as well. Next slide. 5C is students served in a separate school or placement. You can go to the next slide. And so here we see a steady decrease, and we've been consistently meeting that target. The national mean for this indicator has been right around 2.8%. And again, Texas has their result for 2019 was 0.84%, and New York was right at 5%. Next slide. We're in the home stretch. Indicator 1, graduation. Again here, students with disabilities exiting high school with a regular diploma. The change for this one is we're using, as mandated by OSEP, a one-year calculation, no longer using the adjusted four-year cohort rate. And this is a lag year data indicator as well. Next slide. Then go to the next slide. So again, here we see our graduation targets. And so we see over time, we're wanting to ensure that our graduation rates obviously improve for our students with disabilities. Next slide. Post-school outcomes. So indicator 14 measures the students who are enrolled in higher ed, employed, or enrolled in other post-secondary education within 1 year of leaving high school. There were no notable changes to this calculation, but states must choose two categories to measure the representativeness of the respondents. So CDE, we chose to use disability category and also race and ethnicity. I think it's important that we chose race and ethnicity to ensure and to monitor and to essentially track where our students, our diverse students are sort of landing after their high school experience, you know, and look at it across multiple data points, including race and ethnicity. 14A. Next slide. Again, I think one more back in. One more. One more. Keep going. Yep, you can stay there. So then here, the post outcomes for higher education targets. Again, we've seen our previous performance. We see our targets. We would like to see continued growth in this category. So we're starting out at 55% and ramping up to 60%. Next slide. 14B is in higher education or competitively employed. You can go to the next slide. And so again, our past performance, and then our ramp up again, as we would like to see an increase in this indicator of growth as well. Next slide, 14C. Higher education or post-secondary education, and you can go to the next slide. And see here, again, we have been steadily meeting those targets and seek to increase our growth and outcomes on those targets as well. Next slide. And our last one, our state systemic improvement plan, which is indicator 17. And so the ACSE, as we like to call it, was developed in phases. And has evolved to align with our statewide accountability system and our statewide system of support. And again, we're looking to achieve alignment across multiple systems, federal and state, to really maximize the needs of students with disabilities, and really move closer to a system in education that is less bifurcated in some ways between general education and special education. As we know, that systems alignment across the board will help improve some of our outcomes for students. Next slide. In terms of our theory of action, the state identified measurable result is that California looked at the performance of all students with disabilities who took the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress in both ELA and math. And then we focused on creating, again, systemic and sustainable changes that would improve, essentially, the outcomes, particularly in reading and math, for our students as well. Next slide. And so the community engagement group that helped design these targets or determine these targets agreed to keep the ESSIP targets that you see before you similar to the 3B math and 3B assessment categories and on the same trajectory. And so these targets are a little on the higher end to account for all the grades for 8 and 11. All right. Next slide. So from here, the next step is to, we will come back in front of the State Board of Education next week for additional review, discussion, and subsequent approval at the meeting. And then pending SBE approval, the new targets and the FY20 APR will be submitted to OSEP on February 1st of 2022. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Director Calamise, for all your detailed work here. So I understand this proposal will be presented to the State Board of Education next week, and the board is interested in our recommendations. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up the floor for commissioners to provide feedback. Then I'm going to open up the floor for public comment, and then see if we can have a vote. Vice Chair Adler, can you facilitate if there are any questions at this time?
Happy to do so. Commissioner Andres.
Thank you. I just have a couple of clarifying questions. First of all, in terms of graduation rates, I think we're still talking about 4-year cohort data. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. What did you say?
I'm sorry about that. Are we still talking about 4-year cohort data for our graduation rates?
So this upcoming year will use a 1 year in the upcoming new APR. So the previous targets that you saw used the 4-year adjusted. This year is 1 year in the upcoming new APR, as required by OSA.
So I'm curious, if LEAs don't meet their targets, what is the response that school districts need to do, and how are we going to ensure that it's not burdensome and just not that meaningful, instead is actually something that can be implemented and looks towards, you know, truly implementable reactions, responses to that data? I'm just concerned, having lived through No Child Left Behind. You know, the plans can become very time consuming, and I'm just wondering if there's, if you have some response to that.
Great. Very good question. And so, you know, we at the CDE will be working with LEAs on indicator 1 graduation, primarily through focusing in on our monitoring, through our focused monitoring and technical assistance units, focusing on FAPE in the LRE. We will also be matching TA to our LEAs that need additional support in this area, and then our any sort of subsequent improvement plans that LEAs create will focus on really a multi-year approach to addressing the issue. We're not going to make LEAs do sort of a new plan every year, as we know that that is unduly burdensome and oftentimes, I think, disruptive to improvement efforts. And so, we will, again, focus on, I think, a multi-year approach to and match TA to ensure LEAs are, again, focusing on some of those FAPE and the LRE elements, but also, addressing some of the challenges that may come up from that shift as well.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Totson.
Good morning, and thank you, Director Calamise, for the very detailed presentation. I just have a comment. I mean, as we were talking through all the proposed changes and recommendations, I thought it was important to not see them in isolation. And so thinking about all of the resources that we're devoting to literacy, the state system of support, and various other funding initiatives that that have increased funding for LEAs. And the opportunity that we have to raise the standard and consistent with our continuous improvement model. All of those factors, especially the improvement of literacy instruction in general ed, just makes me think, if not now, when? And so appreciate all the work that has gone into developing the recommendations and all the stakeholder feedback, and it just kind of fortuitously aligned with all the other initiatives that are happening. So I just wanted to highlight the opportunity that we have to meet the needs of our students in general ed and strengthen our systems and integrate them. So thank you, Director Calamise.
Thank you.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. And I think, Commissioner Toston, thank you for reminding us. I think it does look like it's nice to see all the parts working together. And it looks like these indicators are kind of pulling together many different initiatives and programs that we have going on. And so it's nice to see them working towards the same goals. And I'm glad, I can't even remember who just mentioned it, but Director Calamise just addressed the question about kind of looking at the multi-years and not requiring LEAs to create new reports every year addressing issues in sort of single year, combining years and looking at things as trends and giving a good look at what practically needs to happen on the ground. And I think I appreciate your clarifying that. I think that was a concern, and I'm glad to see that has been taken into consideration and addressed. One other question I did have was, I'm always having to pipe in when it comes to the least restrictive environment numbers. How are students who are deaf or hard of hearing included in these numbers? There's always a concern in the deaf community that least restrictive environment doesn't always mean the same for all students who are deaf or hard of hearing. So, those who would like to remain in or join a state special school, to an outsider, that looks like a least restrictive environment, but for someone who needs that social environment, it really is more restrictive being in a mainstream classroom. So I wonder how that is being addressed and in a way to ensure that those numbers don't get looked upon unfavorably either by the districts or the state to allow the parents and the children to have freedom in that area.
That's an excellent question. In terms of deaf and hard of hearing students, if they are, it's really where they're receiving their supports and services, right? And so if they're integrated into the classroom, it in some way, shape, or form is indicated in 5A or 5B. They would be noted in that calculation. Students that attend our state special schools, that would be considered a separate school, separate environment, so they would be captured in Indicator 5, Indicator 5C.
Okay, so like, are there any sort of asterisk or something? Because it, when the move is towards inclusion and least restrictive environment, generally being in the gen ed classroom, even for students who get, say, pulled out for X number of hours in a special day class for the DHH program, I'm just wondering how that is identified as not a bad thing necessarily for those students.
Right. And I think, your comment and point is something that, I mentioned, I think just briefly in terms of sort of that LRE continuum and certainly while there is a focus on inclusion and improving inclusive efforts across the state, I will say it a million times, an LRE continuum exists for a reason. Right? And many, and students may sort of experience their education on multiple points of that continuum at any point in time in their career. And so it's important to, I think, one, acknowledge that, and that for students, independence or the progress towards independence means something very different. And I think that has to be part of the conversation. I think every time when we enter into the conversation is that, again, we are looking for inclusion and inclusive efforts that, again, are the result of, I think, some deep conversations about moving that needle and not making decisions about, promoting inclusion just for the sake of inclusion, because oftentimes that's to the detriment of the student, and in fact, they're not making the progress they need. And so, again, it's a culmination of multiple things. It's a philosophy, it's a mindset, it's a belief, it's looking at data. And it's really knowing students and school communities in order to make informed decisions. So, as much as we at CDE, are at the table having those conversations, certainly that's something that we will continue to raise as the need to really look at our continuum and consider our continuum as one that is needed and necessary for many of our students.
Thank you. That was very helpful, and I really appreciate the really thoughtful approach that CDE has, and I hope that it permeates throughout and is felt for all our families. Thank you.
Okay, just for acknowledgement of the public, we have the call-in number up on the screen and the participant access code. So if you want to call in, you can start doing so. And Commissioner Andres.
Thanks. I just had one more comment that Christine's comments brought to mind. So there's a big emphasis on the general education setting and participation in general education courses. So I'm curious how we're going to make that a go for general ed teachers. Since, a couple of years ago with the credentialing option, we didn't add increased special education instruction for our gen ed teachers. I'm wondering how we meet this target without addressing the fact that these students are gen ed students first, and that population of teachers, well-meaning and hardworking, just need more of their own toolkit when a special education teacher isn't around. So I'm just wondering if that has been looked at. I know it might be a different agenda item, but it's still, impactful in this situation and for what we're talking about right now.
Absolutely, and I think you're absolutely right that the conversation, and when I was talking a little bit about sort of the bifurcated systems, certainly our bifurcated systems in terms of credentialing and things like that, sometimes come into play as well. And you've actually provided a little bit of a preview into the board meeting next week, and so we are having within the presentation, in terms of the targets, also incorporating some of the work that the CTC is doing to address some of the concerns you raised about the need for our general educators to become more versed or well versed in special education teaching and learning. So stay tuned as we'll have, I think, a little bit more substantive discussion on that next week as well, because that, oftentimes, as I mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation, a significant and serious barrier to and strain on our system.
Commissioners, are there any further comments at this time? Hearing none, Michelle, are there any public commenters at this time?
We have no public comments at this time.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor? Oh, I see a hand up. Commissioner Tostin.
I was going to make a motion to approve the recommendations regarding to the indicator adjustments.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Michelle, can you please facilitate a roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Adler?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrus?
Yes.
Commissioner Estes?
Yes.
Commissioner Gill?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Chair Hayes White?
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Notch?
Yes.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Yes.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Yes.
Commissioner Salomonson?
Yes.
Commissioner Topalian?
Yes.
And Commissioner Tostin?
Aye.
Thank you. This motion has passed.
Thank you, everyone. The motion has passed. We're going to move right on into item number 3, Special Education Director's Report. Special Ed Director Calamise, welcome again, and I turn over the mic to you.
Hi there, me again. Thank you. Sorry about that. In terms of an update, I will provide just a brief overview of some of the activities within the division. And so we, as a part of the 2021 Budget Act, the Budget Act included $450 million from the general fund to the CDE for an allocation to SELPA that shall be expended by SELPA and their member LEAs for providing learning recovery supports to pupils with disabilities. And the purpose of that funding is to address and mitigate the impacts of the learning due to the school disruption stemming from COVID. And so the plans in which we provided a template were due to the CDE on October 1st of 2021, so almost a month ago. And so as those plans have come in, our team has been reviewing those plans and providing any sort of, I think, support around the refinement of those plans and the intended or focused use of the funds. As we know, these funds are critical to address the needs of LEAs and students across the state. What we're seeing in some of the plans, just in terms of trends, we are seeing some of the funding being spent on things such as tutoring, things such as curriculum and instructional materials, and resources for social emotional support for students with disabilities. We are seeing some of the money being spent for hiring additional staff, and in many cases, the hiring of staff in terms of counselors and social workers and applied behavioral analysis therapists as well. And so a variety of uses in terms of how this money is being spent, for our efforts and sort of monitoring efforts and purposes of sort of why we're looking at these plans is really one of a role of support to our LEAs. We know that there are a multitude of issues and challenges occurring, sometimes on an hourly basis at the local setting. And so as LEAs begin to implement, some of the some of the uses of the funds, we want to make sure that we're problem solving and we're thought partnering with our folks in the field around some of their intended uses of the funds. And we'll continue to, again, provide support and additional resources as needed and necessary, as we certainly want, the funds to be, maximized, but also we know that, oftentimes, we want to make sure also that any questions arise, any problems arise, in terms of implementing or expending some of those funds, we're available to assist and support as well. Next, we at the CDE recently published independent study FAQs, specifically related to students with disabilities. Those FAQs can be found on the independent study website at CDE, as well as our special ed main landing page. We're considering this part one of the independent study FAQs. We do have at least another round of a little bit more intricate questions, a little more nuanced questions forthcoming, in which we're working on and will post as soon as possible. In terms of monitoring, our, as mentioned before, our focus monitoring and technical assistance units are in a busy phase, right? We have multiple plans coming in. We have, obviously the learning recovery plans. We have our plans in terms of LEAs that were identified for significant disproportionality. Those CSACE plans are coming in. And so in addition to that, in terms of our monitoring team, our non-public schools monitoring team, we are currently at this point in time in the process of visiting all of our out-of-state facilities in outside of the state of California. And so there are approximately 57 facilities out of state in which California students have been placed in. And so our team is busy out on the road conducting in-person visits. As it is very important to, one, for the certification process, but two, our oversight responsibilities in terms of ensuring that the facility remains in good standing with our certification process, and is also providing instruction and care as appropriate, as indicated in their plans and in the student IEPs as well. So we are currently in the thick of those visits, and we will be concluding right around the beginning of next year. And then at that point, we'll turn our visiting efforts, our monitoring visits to in-state and in-state facilities. So we'll be traveling quite a bit in-state as well to conduct reviews of those facilities as well. So it's, I myself had the opportunity to visit and in the state of Texas. And so, it's great to actually see facilities in person, dialogue with staff and dialogue with students, particularly California students, to see and hear how they're progressing and see how, there are, the educational programming is meeting their needs. And also, I think I had the I think it was a wonderful experience to spend some time with two students who were from California, placed in a facility, and they are in fact transitioning back into step-down programs, and they are doing quite well. So it's really nice to see that these I think very intensive and significant settings and interventions are working for our students, and they're able to return home to California. In addition, moving along, in terms of our there's some cross-agency work. The Special Education Division is along at the table with our Early Learning and Care Division and our Multilingual Support Division, and particularly along the lines of the P3 work, so our preschool to 3 sort of grade band, and really looking at how some of these historic investments in early learning and special education and multilingual support, seizing the opportunity for alignment across programs and systems to really maximize those opportunities for I think increased outcomes, systems alignment, and inclusion for our youngest learners as well. And so the CDE continues to really work together along with some of our external partners as well in terms of advancing our P3 work and really being inclusive of all learners at the table. In terms of English learners with disabilities, I know I've mentioned this last meeting as well, and so now that we have a director of the Multilingual Supports Division, and so we've been having many subsequent conversations since she's been on board to increase our efforts across our divisions to support dually identified students. And really build off of that English Learners Practitioners Guide that was published in 2019, and really delve into the areas of dual immersion programs, and what does that mean, and what are the implications for students with disabilities, as well as programming instructions for students, instruction for students who are dually identified as well. As I think this is, as you note as well, California carries a high population of students who are dually identified, and certainly an area of I think, increased intention, and stemming off of that practitioner's guide in 2019, again, wanting to keep that momentum strong in terms of addressing a highly diverse population within our special education community as well. So looking forward to increased efforts, collaboration, guidance, along with the Multilingual Support Division as well. A couple more things in terms of, we know with the current or the upcoming vaccine mandate, and so we are preparing for some increased guidance and communication around that and what it means for students with disabilities. As we know, the vaccines will or the mandate, I'm sorry, will impact students with disabilities in our community potentially a little bit differently. And so we want to make sure that we are equipped and our field is equipped to address any of the challenges that may arise. So we are working on that. And then finally, the Budget Act of 2021 also stipulated or allocated $10 million for IEP technical assistance. And so, that the use of that funding, and first of all, the funding is significant, and so we are looking to provide technical assistance and support to LEAs in developing and administering comprehensive IEPs. And also to ensure that late assessments and IEPs are also, we're resolving those as well, and working towards developing those high quality IEPs and conducting high quality assessments as well. Sort of the first prong to that was to issue guidance on September 1st, the CDE, which we did, which outlined factors to consider when conducting individualized determinations of need to address the impact to students in service, to students from COVID-19, as well as progress monitoring, how to monitor progress, and then again, how to ensure that students have a high quality IEP that reflects a true student need as well. So we are very close to finalizing some of the details of that. And so again, another sort of resource, if you will, in the form of monetary resources, but also really looking at, how do we continue to support our field with some critical needs and critical issues. And so utilizing this funding will, I think, is number one, historic, but also two, we're looking forward to, ways in which there are, areas and pockets of the state who are really one, sort of leading the charge in this area, and so looking forward to how the use of this funds and how this project moves forward in the coming year as well. And I think that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Calamise, for your leadership. I'm going to open up the floor for commissioners, but I do have one question first. You mentioned the vaccine mandate. What does support from the department, what do you think that's going to look like? Because I know that's going to be a hot ticket, hot button item. So I was wondering, can you elaborate more on what that support, what you guys are going to be working on regarding that issue?
Sure. Sorry. I think, from a very general perspective, looking at, I think, we have to recognize that, they're just like sort of face coverings in some ways, students in their ability to, tolerate a vaccine, or, in terms of even being administered the vaccine and or just the experience of being vaccinated is one in which care and consideration has to be given in terms of how and the nature and how that disability would present in the student. And so really looking to collaborate with some of our partners in the field to determine if we need obviously some general guidance around that for LEAs, but also how to handle, I think, some situations that are specifically unique to certain student populations within that as well.
Thank you. Commissioners, well, Michelle, can you please put up the comment slide, and then I'm going to ask commissioners if they have any questions. Commissioners, you have any questions so far?
Commissioner Oikawa?
I just wanted to say thank you, Director Calamise. That was very helpful to get updates. And I also wanted to just thank you and the department for setting up the FAQs on the independent study issue. I know that was a huge concern for many students who were not able to safely resume in-person learning, and they were kind of stuck in this limbo. So thank you for getting that addressed, and I hope that has provided a lot of relief and support for those families. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. And I think it's the nuances of independent study obviously present themselves with unique needs of our students. And so, we're hopeful with the subsequent rounds of FAQs to address, not only some of the general, sort of topics of independent study in AB 130, but also provide some guidance and insight into some of the more nuanced scenarios that we're also seeing as well.
Commissioner Topalian.
Thank you. I echo what Commissioner Okawa said. And also I want to, thank you for taking into consideration the needs of students with the vaccines and how that's going to play out, because I forgot, that was one of my things that was in my mind this morning with our at our mental health subcommittee meeting. But I think that's very important to consider. And I'm glad that you guys are thinking about that. And if there's anything that we can do with the California Association of School Psychologists, please let us know.
Absolutely, will do.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any further comments? Seeing none, Michelle, are there any public commenters at this time?
We have no comments at this time.
Thank you, Michelle. So we are now ready for our scheduled lunch hour. So we are going to break now at 11:25 and return at 12:30. I would suggest that commissioners return at 12:26 so we can prepare for a hard 12:30 start. All right. Thank you, commissioners. See you back here at 12:26. Welcome back, commissioners. I hope you all had a lovely lunch. It is now time for us to move right on into item number 4, Individualized Education Program Template and Alternate Pathways to a Diploma Report. We will hear an update on progress to date regarding the IEP template work group and the alternate diploma pathways work group. Welcome presenters Brent Malikote and Kristen Wright from Sacramento County Office of Education, Jamie Wong from Special Ed Strategies, and Sarah Dotre from West Ed. I now turn over the mic to you.
Well, thanks so much. And first, thank you for the opportunity to present Commissioner Chair Hayes White and distinguished members of the Commission, along with members of the public and colleagues. My name is Brent Malikote. I'm the Assistant Superintendent. I serve at the Sacramento County Office of Education and work with our Ed Services team. As Dr. Hayes White shared, we've got a great group to share with you today, who's really going to dig in and provide some updates on the IEP work group, as well as the alternative pathways to a high school diploma. I want to say thanks to the approximately 70 members that represented the alternative pathway to a high school diploma and the IEP work group. We often, in education, I think each of us have probably participated in some kind of policy to practice partnership. What I really appreciate about what is happening here is that this is really a practice to policy partnership. And really, these reports come to you straight from practitioners. Of the 70 members that I spoke about just a minute ago, we had teachers, we had school leaders, we had district leaders, we had parents, we had labor groups, we had individuals with lived experiences from all angles. We had 3 SELPA directors from across the state. And if you want to get a broader look of the representation of these groups, I would turn your attention to page 78 in the Alternative Pathways report and page 63 in the IEP work group report. And there you'll find the acknowledgements with all of our work group members that represented the work that you're seeing here today. We strongly believe these work group reports provide a foundation for taking a bold step forward for special education students in California. And today, we hope we can give you an overview, and that's priority 1, is to give you an overview of what it is that we've been up to, but also, just as importantly, provide a space to ask questions and engage in conversation as commissioners. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to our executive director at the Sacramento County Office of Education. I'm going to turn it over to Kristen Wright.
Thank you, Brent. It's such a pleasure to be here and to see all of your faces. It's been a while. I am just here for a brief moment to just remind everyone, not as if you need reminding, because so many of you have been knee deep in this work, of the context for the recommended reforms of the work group. And these one system reforms were spurred by the Special Ed Task Force, way back when. Some of you were even on that task force. And really, the work the state has been doing, and I know we have Joe Xavier here with us today that I'll pass it to in a minute, around competitive integrated employment and Workforce Innovations and Opportunity Act, mapping to employment for every single one of our citizens in California, including our citizens with the most significant and extensive support needs. And for that population, just reminding us all that we are a right to work state under competitive integrated employment, and we have so many supports built into our system to support all individuals in work. And that was sort of some of the underpinnings for some of this work. And as you know, and you heard earlier from Director Calamise, the movement towards greater inclusion in California is heading, if adopted, towards a 70% LRE rate in the state, which is incredible. And it's going to take a lot of other work to make that happen. We also have a statewide accountability system that continues to highlight the need for improvement for our students with disabilities, and really the research and evidence highlighting all these contributing systemic factors. I know Elizabeth Estes talks a lot about our integrated systems and our shared goals. All of this, as we're thinking about students with disabilities, have to be queued up in that way for us to all work together. And again, those targets coming up next week at the state board.
You're on mute, Kristen, somehow.
Well, that's weird. So the work group really noted and wanted to heed any potential danger that in amending or creating new policy, we don't want to create new special education siloed systems. We want to make sure that that overarching one coherent system of education approach is consistent across everything that we do. And an example of that is around the delineation that you'll hear later between an alternate pathway to a diploma and an alternate diploma, right? So how do we have that one coherent system of education that is set up for everyone? And then just wanted to celebrate really quickly all the wonderful changes that have been made in the state over the last 5 years. And that's really set the stage for us to continue to evolve our system of education around all the early ed, inclusive momentum that we have that's really setting that on-ramp and really increasing our family support through expansion of our family empowerment centers, that new funding for supporting inclusive practices project to help support our LEAs, and really, again, that statewide integrated systems approach that we're seeing across so many different pieces of our policy system right now. And so I would be delighted to hand it over to our State Director of the Department of Rehabilitation, Joe Xavier, who is going to share with us sort of the vision, and he's there to catch all of our students as they transition out of our K-12 system. Joe?
Kristen, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone. It's true a pleasure to be here today to share a few thoughts with you. The work that you do as commissioners has tremendous impact way, way beyond education. And I want to bring to you the perspective of employment as the end result of the work that you do. And I would be remiss if I didn't call out that we are now celebrating National Disability Employment Awareness Month. It's an opportunity to give thanks and lift up the contributions of individuals with disabilities across the workforce. Here at the Department of Rehabilitation, we provide the programs and the services that enable individuals to get a job, to keep a job, and to advance into careers through their employment pathways. But let's talk about employment of individuals with disabilities. Today, 70% of individuals of working age with disabilities are unemployed. Without a job, you are most likely living in poverty. Without a job, you are denied the opportunity to access, right? You are denied a key pillar of good health. The budget that we have this year included a range of fundings to provide increased opportunity for individuals with disabilities to go to work. And this year, the governor signed Senate Bill 639 that eliminated subminimum wage here in California. Why is that important? Because consistently as a society, we have been moving at the federal and at the state level into competitive, integrated employment for everyone. So why is the work of these two work groups so important? Because every youth with a disability becomes an adult. So are we preparing them for employment, or are we preparing them to live in poverty? And if we're preparing individuals for employment, youth with disability, it starts at birth. It starts with the earliest opportunity. It starts with us believing that every one of us and the roles that we have contributes to that youth's opportunity to go to work. It provides the fact that without a diploma, individuals are denied access to post-secondary education. Without a diploma, individuals are denied access to employment. And frankly, without that diploma, we're tracking youth with disabilities as adults into poverty. When we talk about a California for all, we truly need to mean a California for all, exception none. So the work group and the recommendations that you'll be hearing about today do a great job of laying out some of the things that we can do to really focus on competitive integrated employment. It ensures that youth from the very beginning have people who believe that they will go to work, build that expectation they will go to work, develop that skill set that they need to go to work. It ensures that they're going to be prepared to go to work in that competitive, integrated setting, right? And if we truly believe in the California for all, then we must believe that every student who enters high school has a reasonable, meaningful pathway to achieve that diploma that unlocks that key to opportunity, that unlocks that success for the individual. And I don't speak to you today just as the director of the Department of Rehabilitation doing the work that I described. I speak to you today as an individual, as a child with a disability who became an adult with a disability. And I am so grateful for the opportunities that I have today. And I want that same opportunity for every youth with a disability, exception none. And one of the things that was invaluable in me being here today doing what I'm doing is having people along the way that believed that I would go to work. I had family, I had teachers, I had coaches, I had other people around me that believed I could and would go to work. And as a result of that, I was given the opportunity to go to work. I was given the opportunity to do what I'm doing today. And again, I think every single one of our jobs, no matter where we're sitting today, is to look down that road and say, is what we're doing for this child with this disability, regardless of the severity of disability, is what we're doing preparing this individual to earn a family-sustaining wage, preparing this individual to participate in competitive integrated employment, live in their society, in their community of choice with purpose and dignity. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. With that, I'll turn it over to Jamie.
Thank you, Joe. And what a tough act to follow. I hope I can live up to your standards. So my name is Jamie Wong, and I was the facilitator lead for the alternate diploma pathway work group. Some of you on the call today were in our work group, and many of you have seen me before coming to talk to you guys about our work along the way. Today, I want to talk to you very specifically about the recommendations in the alternate pathways report. So we'll walk through some of the key background information that the work group considered, some of the visions that they believed in, then I'll walk through the broad recommendations that are in the report for you as well. So just as a recap, our work group was charged with looking at the diploma pathways, and to Joe's point before, really thinking about how do we ensure that every student is being prepared to be successful. We were specifically charged with looking at the current high school framework in California in determining if there were needs for new opportunities for individuals with disabilities, as well as looking at the alternate diploma pathway option available under the Every Student Succeeds Act that is that was made available for states and is currently being implemented in some states across the country. And in addition, they said in other relevant matters. So we spent from almost an entire year walking through various concepts, studying other states, and looking at what potential opportunities could be for students in California relative to the general framework, the general diploma framework that's available to all students, and what special considerations need to be made for students with significant cognitive disabilities. Next slide, please. In our work, we really, from the beginning, began talking about what were some of the conditions that we wanted to be true, and how do we set the vision for the future. And all throughout our work, we continued to coalesce around these ideas that every student, in California, meaning every student with a disability as well, should enter high school knowing that they have the opportunity to earn a high school diploma. Every other student who doesn't have a disability walks in on their first day of high school, knowing they can earn a diploma and what they have to work towards to get that diploma. And that hasn't always been true for individuals with disabilities. And we want that to be true moving forward, that every student with a disability walks in knowing that they can earn a diploma and that there's going to be a course of study that they must complete to earn that diploma. We also want it to be true that students with disabilities, including those with significant disabilities, exit high school, exit the full K-12 system with a set of skills that prepares them to earn a family-sustaining wage and contribute in their communities. We don't want to just move students through a system, but we want that high school experience to be preparing them to earn that family-sustaining wage and participate in their communities. We also want it to be true that students, their families, and their teachers understand the requirements that each individual student must meet to earn the diploma and collectively ensure through their IEP process that there's a clear plan in place for supporting each student in achieving the requirements of their diploma pathway. So we want every student to have a pathway. We want that pathway to give them meaningful experiences to prepare them to be successful after high school. And we want them to really understand from the day that they walk into school what they need to do every step of the way to be successful in pursuing their diploma and in life after high school. Next slide, please. So as part of our work and very early on, we realized that when we talk about students with disabilities and really in all contexts, that this is a very broad group of students and there are very diverse needs. And so you'll see reflected in the report something that we brought into our work group discussions very early on and tried to articulate to help frame and help people think through when we talk about different pathways. What are the needs of students that we are referencing when we talk about this? So I frame this as this is just for discussion purposes. The work group is not suggesting any sort of further categorization of students or anything of that nature. But when we talk about diploma pathways and when we talk about the needs of students, we were really thinking about them in groups of students. Specifically, there's a group, it's the smallest group of students, but it's a group of students who have significant cognitive disabilities take the alternate assessment. So you'll hear us when we talk about recommendations and you see in the report, when we talk about a pathway for students with significant disabilities or the alternate pathway, which is recommendation 1, we're talking about that very small population of students who take the alternate assessment and have a very different experience in high school than maybe some of their peers. The second group is a little bit larger, but still relatively small. And this is a group of students who have disabilities. They receive special ed and related services on their IEP, but their IEPs typically reflect a lot of specialized supports through specialized instruction, through accommodations, and you see a lot more intensive level of support in that IEP. Not students who have significant cognitive disabilities make the alternate assessment, but students whose disability is impacting them in the way that they do require a lot of accommodations and a lot of intensive supports in their academic experience. And these are students who are still pursuing that regular diploma pathway. And the largest group of students is our students who receive special education related services to access their core content and access their grade level expectations. And they are typically with that support going to be pursuing the same requirements and have a very similar experience in high school as their non-disabled peers. Next slide, please. So when you get into the report, we tried to do a few things in here, provide a bunch of contextual information. So as you go through the report, you'll see a lot of the information that we studied that we've brought to you in previous conversations, a lot of the framing information, and then we get to the recommendation. We tried to make sure it was very clear what the broad recommendation was, what the various related actions, if there's potential legislative change, what that could potentially look like, and how it then links back to our statutory charge. As I was saying in the beginning, we were given 3 clear charges in this work group. So each recommendation includes a reference back to what we were told to do through the legislative process. And it goes through some additional information and context about each recommendation as well. So next, I'm going to dig in. Next slide, please. We'll dig into the report recommendations, but you'll see that all of them land in a place where we're essentially saying they're now, if the recommendations of this report were implemented and brought to fruition, if the work group's vision is brought to light, we'll find a place, and we'll find ourselves in a place where California now has a state-defined alternate diploma pathway for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities that take the alternate assessments. So if all the recommendations are implemented, we will see that the students who previously did not have any diploma pathway would now have one. We would see that there would be a pathway to earn a high school diploma based solely on minimum requirements for graduation for a small number of students. And we'll see then that the numbering is off. I apologize for that. But really the group 3 students, we will understand that articulated pathway of how they will be pursuing a diploma as well. So our big goal in all of this is that there's a very clear articulation of each student, no matter what their needs would be, ranging from students who have maybe just some speech issues or moderate learning, just mild learning, unique learning needs, all the way students with the most significant cognitive needs will have an articulated pathway, and their IEP team will be guiding them through an experience that helps them pursue all the requirements of that pathway. Next slide, please. Oh, one more over. Thank you. So what you see on your screen here, no, I didn't forget recommendation 2. I just, for this, this particular presentation, I tried to group them to help you understand them in a little bit more context. And so these 2 recommendations are really related to creating the conditions necessary for pathways to be established and accessible. So here you see the first recommendation in the report is that the state should create a high school diploma pathway for students with significant cognitive disabilities. And as you go through this recommendation in the report, you will see a wealth of information about the background and the context for this. But here is where the work group, and it is recommendation number 1, is that we are saying in order for every student to walk into high school knowing that they can pursue a high school diploma, we must create a pathway for students with significant cognitive disabilities. This group of students right now does not have an opportunity to earn a high school diploma, and the vast majority of them are on pathways that end in a certificate of completion and is not rooted in any outlined academic experience. So our first recommendation is that we must pursue the opportunities available to the state in the Every Student Succeeds Act and establish that pathway for students with significant cognitive disabilities. We are very specific in our language here by saying diploma pathway, because part of what you see in our report is we want to caution that we're not creating something separate and different for students, but that there is an option within the framework for this very specific group of students. The other recommendation to ensure that there's a pathway for everybody is expanding the opportunity to earn a high school diploma through meeting state minimum requirements. There are currently provisions in California that allow some subgroups of students to earn their high school diploma by meeting the state minimum requirements. And this recommendation goes into great detail about how and what that should look like for students with disabilities and the role that the IEP team would play in ensuring that this is the right decision given the individualized context for a specific student. So both of these recommendations are really centered around making sure that the conditions exist, that the framework is put in place for every student to be able to earn a high school diploma. Next slide. The remaining set of recommendations are really in place to support the conditions for pathways to be established and accessible. So recommendation 2 is really rooted in the idea that the IEP team needs to have some very specific parameters, guidelines, and expectations on how they are beginning the planning process and helping individual students determine what pathway is going to be most appropriate for them and what they need to do every step of the way to be successful in that pathway. So this one goes into detail of how the IEP teams are supporting individual decisions and making sure that students remain on track to earning their high school diploma. We also have a recommendation about public data reporting. This was a very big challenge point for us in our conversations, is really understanding the data behind graduation outcomes for students. And so the work group felt it was very important that if we are going to create these additional pathways and opportunities, we also have to be collecting and paying attention to what is happening. Where do we see adoption and implementation of these multiple pathways? What is the impact that it has on overall graduation rates of students with disabilities? What impact does it have on future employment, and how are those things coordinated? The work group felt it was very important just for understanding and expansion of this work, but also for accountability and ensuring that we have some checks and balances to make sure that there's not overuse of some pathways or underuse in certain places, and that there's a real accountability structure built in here. We talked a lot about as well training and professional development. This is one thing to talk about things at a high state policy level, but getting it into implementation all the way down to the IEP team is a real challenge. And so we have recommendations around robust training and professional development to make sure that IEP teams feel confident and can make those very informed decisions to give these opportunities for students. We also felt that there are many structures in California between state agency collaborations, and there should be more robust conversations about how the actual framework and student experience can become more coordinated, how the vocational rehab programs and services and funding, all of the different sources that keep these programs moving, can work more coordinated from the student lens and provide those robust services to students. And the final recommendation, I know I'm getting close to my time, so I'm going to close with this one, is that we had a very detailed conversation about the certificate of completion, how it came to be, what the data means, and what opportunities it creates for students, and ultimately landed in a place where the work group is suggesting that this type of data reporting and collection no longer be a process in California, and that the option to offer students a state-issued certificate of completion begins to phase itself out. These types of documents and exit certificates came into existence because there was no other option. And the work group's belief was that if every student has the option to pursue a diploma, we want them to be on that track. We don't offer certificates of completion for the general education population, and we want this to be as aligned and cohesive as possible. And the work group really wanted to really be pushing towards students being on a pathway that's most appropriate for them and their needs, and that pathway resulting in a diploma, because as Joe said, the diploma is the ticket to whatever next step may be after high school, and that is the entry point into their success. And we don't want people to be incentivized or feel like they have a different option by continuing to offer certificates that are not opening those doors to future employment for individuals. So these are our very high level recommendations. And as I said, when you read the report, you'll see there's a lot of very detailed information underneath each of them. And we're really excited. The work group spent a lot of time, and there's a lot of very passionate views on and beliefs about the opportunities that can be available to students. And so we're hopeful that the legislature will take some action in some of these key places, and we'll begin to be able to see some system level changes for students in California. So I think that is the end of my time. I'll hand it over to Sarah. And I believe we may have questions at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, commissioners, for having us again today. It's great to be here and see you all again. I am Sarah Dutray from WestEd, who worked together with SCOE and Jamie and others to help facilitate these work groups. I led facilitation of the statewide IEP work group. And we're excited to share with you today. We have fewer updates, I think, than the other work group from last time we were here. The template has not changed from last time we presented it to you, but we'll go through some pieces and have invited a couple of members of the work group to share their perspectives today as well. So, Kristen, if you'll take me to the next slide. Oh, perfect. This is just a reminder that our legislative charge, we've often called this the IEP template work group, but our charge was broader than just a template because, as we all recognize and the work group strongly recognized, the form itself may be a catalyst for changing practice, but cannot change practice on its own. And so our charge was to make recommendations to ensure that the IEP development and periodic review processes are designed to improve student outcomes by capturing student strengths and needs and informing learning strategies that support instruction aligned to state standards. Those are overarching recommendation, our overarching charge, and our recommendations point to that. And within that, to design a standardized state IEP template, and within that, ensure that it supported transition planning. We also assess the feasibility of a web-based statewide IEP system at this time, and designed as part of the template a process to create an addendum that addresses distance learning modifications and other adaptations needed during emergency school closures. So on the next slide, I want to center us today in the vision of the group when we started the work. And I think the order of presentation today is really important because thinking back to what Kristen presented about one system and Joe talking about the ultimate goal for our children who are receiving special education services, that vision is very important. And that was important to the work group from the beginning. During our first meetings, we established a vision that in California, the IEP would be a student-centered, strengths-based document that is aligned to standards and backwards mapped from long-term goals, including gainful employment, that is the ultimate goal for our students, and that planning and that expectation that Jamie was talking about and the other work group pursued can start early, that we can start thinking about that process early. Our vision also included that the role of general education teachers become more meaningful, that they meaningfully participate in the process, and that they find the IEP template to be a valuable tool for teaching and inclusion, that they can use that in their teaching and their planning. We also envision an IEP process where teachers and providers are participating, but are really empowering the student to lead that process, and that again is strengths-based and student-centered, as was our charge from the legislature. And then lastly, that families have the information they need available to them, and that it is comprehensive, that the IEP becomes a place to access information about the comprehensive services available, including integrated supports that might be outside of special education or even outside the school that would be recorded on the IEP that are aimed at those long-term positive experiences and outcomes. So given that was our vision, we established a framework, and our recommendations are centered around this framework on the next slide, that students really are at the center. And then the template is one vehicle within a system, an IEP system that has a lot of requirements, but also serves to ensure students receive their individualized programs according to the individual mandate for a free and appropriate education, public education under the IDEA law. But surrounded by that, and probably most important, and of our 25 recommendations, which I will not go through all of today, the large majority of the recommendations are around IEP training and resources. And overwhelmingly, I think the message to you all as commissioners and thinking about priorities was that an IEP template, like I said, can be a catalyst, but what we really need to shift the IEP process are training and resources across the state, and training and resources for everyone attending those IEP meetings. Better resources for families, for general education teachers, for special education teachers, for administrators, for service providers. That regardless of whether we adopt a template, and I think the state has shown an investment in this already. You've done a good job prioritizing this, but that we need additional training for what this could look like if we're really going to leverage the IEP process toward improving outcomes for our students. So next, I want to just share with you some grounding assumptions here, and then I'm going to invite a couple of members of the work group to share for a minute that we really understood that a lot of these recommendations point toward a transformation of mindsets, and that increasing inclusive practices, moving toward inclusion of more students with an IEP in general education for a larger percentage of the day, that requires a transformation of mindsets. We're going to have to transform mindsets and shift our thinking to be the thinking that is the expectation. And we fully recognize, there's a grounding assumption here that we fully recognize the capacity building that's needed for this. And we tried to recognize that, the work group did, in our recommendation of a time frame for adoption of these recommendations, that we need to build the capacity of our general education system, especially, to take more leadership in this work. And while the IEP template is not the end all be all, this really is about a broader system, but it does present multiple opportunities to help shift that mindset if we can engage people differently in the process. And so with that, I invited two members of our work group today to share from their perspective, from their constituency perspective, their reflections on the work of the work group and their recommendations, as well as the potential impact on their community. And so I'm going to just give about 2 minutes each to Vicki Graff, who was a higher education representative from Loyola Marymount University on the work group, and Elena Bramble, who is the program director at the Rao Family Empowerment Center of Northern California. And I just wanted to make sure you heard from some other voices on the work group. You've heard from me a lot over the past 6 months or so. And so I'm going to turn it over to Vicki for a couple of minutes, and then we'll go straight to Elena for a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Sarah. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you today. As Sarah mentioned, I am at Loyola Marymount University. I direct the Education Specialist program there, but I'm also the president of the California Association of Professors of Special Education. And we had the privilege of inviting Sarah and Kristen to speak to teacher educators at a conference recently in San Diego. But I just have to say, having had the long view of having been a member of the Special Education Task Force, and to see this transformation that is occurring across all the stakeholders is really, really so optimistic and so positive, and I'm just very grateful to have been a part of it. And I think those of us in higher education, as we are preparing future educators, have a very distinct role to play in changing this mindset. As I talk to my colleagues in general education, as well as in school psychology, administration, and so forth, and we all need to come together to really understand the vision of the IEP, that it is student-centered, that is asset-based, because we're having to really push back, I think, on a lot of misconceptions and myths and so forth that we've experienced with the silos between special education and general education. So it was a real privilege to be with this group. When Sarah was talking about training and resources, I'm hoping we can also include higher education and also being able to take advantage of some of that additional training and resources. And for those of us who are passionate about this work, we're more than happy to help with the development of the training and resources in this area as well. But I want to applaud both Sarah and Kristen for having brought this group together. It will be transformative as we move forward. As one of my colleagues said last week, she's not waiting until it actually becomes real. She's already taking some of the elements and the vision to put into her coursework as she prepares educators for the future. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Sarah, for inviting me.
Okay, do I just jump in? So my name is Elena Bramble. I am the program director at Rao Family Empowerment, and we are located in far northern California, up a couple hours above Sacramento. A lot of little bitty small communities, but we represent the family and the students here. Thank you for inviting me here. I was, I don't know, I guess very excited to be able to be part of the work group, as my goal when I stepped into this position was to hopefully have an impact on the system and being able to improve it for our students with disabilities and their families. And so I think being part of the work group was really eye-opening to the mind. I don't know if it's the mindset, maybe the passion that the group had. It was just very encouraging to see that people
It looks like Elena might be having a connectivity problem. So Kristen, maybe we can continue, and then if she comes back, we can circle back and let her finish that thought. Okay, we'll circle back to Elena to finish that when she gets back on, but I briefly just want to review the main recommendations from our work group. And again, I think we ended at 25 recommendations, and so we won't present them all today, but wanted to present those that are the biggest shift in practice likely for the state. And the first set of those really is around the template itself, that the work group does recommend that the state adopt a statewide IEP template and require each LEA, districts and charter schools and county offices, to use that statewide template. And the reasons for that are that the conclusions the work group came to are that will help us to create equity and transparency for students and families and guardians. It will ensure more consistent guidance, resources, and support, and it will streamline monitoring and technical assistance activities, both from the state and other entities. We recommend a transition plan over the next 6 years with time to phase it in and pilot. We recognize that this template was developed over a relatively fast time with a lot of people working on it, and that there will be changes, there will be additions, there will be questions about pieces that need to be included or reorganized in a different way. And so the work group felt very strongly that that should not be done by the state alone, but be done with a group that represents different groups in special education, represents the special education community. And so we recommend establishing a statewide IEP advisory board, or assigning that to you all as ACSE commissioners to receive updates, to oversee the pilot, and make changes as needed to the recommended template. And I wanted to show the beginning of the template because it was so that, again, the main focus was shifting this to be a strengths based and student-driven process. And so the template begins with our student strengths, interests, preferences, and learning needs, and starts out hopefully introducing that student voice to the IEP. And you'll see in this first section, really leaning in on that to leave spaces for the student to share what they are particularly good at, for the family to share their students' strengths, and for the teachers and service providers to share that. So strengths, interests, and then Kristen, on the next slide, in this section 1, we go to learning and communication preferences. I learn and experience school best in these ways, and I communicate in these ways. Then moving into the learning needs, both from the family, then the teachers and the service providers about their priorities for the students' learning this year, and then lastly, the IEP team making sure we do include the information from formal and informal evaluations, including progress toward their previous goals. What is that information that's most important to consider in developing this IEP? We don't need to reestablish eligibility. This form is for a student who's already been determined to be eligible, but making sure we do bring that evaluation information forward. That's included in the first section as well. So that's the first section of the IEP. Again, we won't go through the whole template today because we we don't have time. And again, it hasn't changed since last time we were here. But this also, I want to circle back that most of the recommendations are around training, that there needs to be clear guidance for IEP team members that's developed to help them participate in this type of process. The available research doesn't show that this type of process should take much more time than our current IEP process. The form eliminated some boxes to fill in and added some boxes to fill in, but that's again one of those roles of the pilot, is to check to see, is this taking more time, or once we change those practices, is it really a similar investment in time for the IEP meeting to complete the form? There's nothing that obviously shows it would be a lot more time, but we want to make sure that we have that additional training, especially for general education. And the next piece, Kristen, where we did include a screenshot of the template again, is around least restrictive environment. This is a place where there was a shift in language from most of the templates that are used in California right now, that the current templates talk about the potential harmful effect of having a student in general education and focus on what needs to change about the child or student's behavior in order to increase that time spent in general education. And we felt it was really important. You'll see in the bottom box on this page that you see in the LRE section, after describing if a student will not receive all of their special education services with non-disabled peers, we're asking the IEP team to not describe what needs to change, the student needs to change, but to describe what additional supports or accommodations would need to be in place in general education for that student to receive their services there. So focusing more on what do we need to do to adapt that environment to be prepared so we can increase time spent in general education. And with that, I wanted to see, Elena was able to get back on. And so Kristen, I think I'll skip my last couple slides and we'll let Elena share her just reflection for another minute on the work group, and then we can turn it over to Heather to close us out. Like I said, we presented when we were here in August more of the template. It hasn't changed since then. We made some minor wording changes based on feedback that the work group had all provided feedback prior to that meeting. And so the template that you saw then is the template that you've been provided with now as well. So with that, I'm gonna let Elena finish her reflection and then we'll turn it to Heather to summarize.
Sorry about that. All of a sudden I was talking and you all were frozen. Like, wait a minute, something's wrong. I had to get out the hotspot. So I don't remember where I was, but I will just say that the work group was great. I like the idea of the template simply because as a parent center, we read IEP after IEP after IEP. And when they come in from different areas and they come in and the families are all confused that this is what they handed me and this is what I used to know and I don't understand. And my vision in seeing a universal template would just be fantastic in so many different ways. A parent would be able to know what was being done from school to school, regardless of the district, and it would just become maybe less of a learning curve. I do want to say too that the work group did consider, I know that it's a lengthy document and I know that it's a process and a mind shift to think about being all of this work that looks like it might be extra. I think that the work group did do a pretty good job of considering the work of the educator, the work of the administrator, and what that might do to their day and what that might do to their process. I think that we went back and forth with so many different possibilities and narrowed it down to really what it comes down to is it's the student and whether or not things are going to work out for them. And I think the recommendations that we ended up putting forth were about the student and about the family and being able to make, find success within that child's journey and have it be more about the child than about the document. So I was, again, very impressed by the work group. I think that there were so many great voices and so many great thinkers out there. I was very honored to be on it, and I'm hoping that it just goes through. We'll see how it goes. But thank you so much for having me here. I appreciate it, and thank you for your patience with my internet. I don't know what happened.
Great. Thank you, Jamie, Sarah, and SCOE team. A huge appreciation to the work group who provided their...
So handing it off to Heather. Heather, we can't hear you. I'm not sure if you're...
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
To join to the subconference, your input is...
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
So maybe we want to head into commissioner questions or whatever you want to, wherever you want to take it to next, Havanya, and then when they figure out the audio, Heather can circle back in.
Yes, let's do that. So I have a three-pronged question for the alt pathways work group, and then I will circle back to commissioners and then the public comment section. So my question is, did the work group have conversations and or recommendations on how the certificate of completion would be phased out? What would that look like? And what are the implications for our students in California who have already earned a certificate of completion when the certificate is phased out?
Okay, I will try to answer all of those, and if I miss something, just flag it back for me. So this certificate of completion conversation was one that came up in probably one of our very first work group meetings, and is also one that we tried to seek broader feedback around from when we did surveys. So we asked this question as well. And generally, one of our big takeaways was there are a lot of misunderstandings about what a certificate of completion is and how it's used. And we spent some time educating our work group and trying to have very factual conversations about what it currently is. And one of the things that we talked a lot about is how it is primarily used as an exit code. And so when every student, whether you have a disability or not, every student that leaves a school system, they were enrolled at one point, in order to unenroll them from the school system, you have to give some sort of code. And because there was never or not always a diploma pathway for every student with a disability, across the country, this certificate of completion code was created because many people, rightfully so, don't think it's fair to call an individual with a disability who ages out of the system, meaning you hit age 22 when your free and appropriate education is not necessarily available anymore. It doesn't feel right to call that a dropout, but you can't say you've exited or graduated with that diploma exit code that you would do for a general education student when they are typically exiting because they didn't earn a diploma. And so a lot of why we said this will phase out is because if students are now on a diploma pathway and their data reporting code at the end of their time in high school, it will organically transition to diploma instead of certificate because that's what they'll be earning. The other challenge that we see is in practice, people often give a certificate of completion after 4 years. And we talk about this a lot in the report because we have sort of ceremonially created graduation around it's in 4 years. And there's a conflict in this sort of 4-year practice and IDEA that says students with disabilities can and maybe should be in school for longer. and that goes beyond 4 years. And so we see this sort of weird tension where people will have students walk across the stage and give them a certificate of completion after 4 years, sort of signaling that high school is over, but then bring them back to continue their high school experience through an adult transition program. And so we see it create, when it goes down to the student experience level, it's creating sort of different practices. And the work group's belief was that the certificate of completion will eventually phase itself out, but it needs to probably be removed as that reporting code, because if it remains there, people will continue to use it. And so that's where the recommendation sort of stems from. We didn't really get into great detail about the logistics of how and why and those sorts of things, but we really were sort of focused on, if we want this situation to become true, where the students who are usually on the path to earning these types of, or exiting with this code and this document, if we want them to get to the point where they're exiting with a diploma, how do we remove and mitigate as many barriers as possible? And this was one of them that the work group felt very strongly about.
Thank you, Jamie. Commissioners, this is your time to unpack the content that we heard thus far, the IEP work group and the ALT work group. So what I would like for you to do is share your thoughts, questions, or comments. What say you, commissioners?
Okay, well, before I call on the commissioners, I'll just say I just want to thank both work groups. I appreciate all the time and effort that went in to this. I would have loved to have seen a student-centered, strength-based IEP template when my daughter was in school. Would have made so much difference. And I also want to acknowledge and appreciate the fact that you all have called out that this will take time, and the need for training, particularly bringing in the general ed side in that training. Really appreciate that, because that's so very important. So thank you all very much. And with that, I will call on Commissioner Andrus.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the presentation. I'm going to get a little personal and say I started 25 years ago, and I had a special day class of first and second graders, and they gave me pencils and desks and paper, and a campus aide crawled into a trash bin for me to get books for my classroom. So we've come a long way, especially for me today. Very happy day to hear about 3 options of diplomas for our students with IEPs. I mean, thrilled by that. And if it was up to me, just get rid of that darn certificate of completion and we would just go for it. I have a couple of things I wanted to ask or maybe comment on regarding those 3 options. The first one is kind of related to that state minimum requirements, the 130 credits, which I could list for you. I'm wondering if there was any conversation around adding CTE components or apprenticeship and internship as in addition to that minimum 130, because first of all, it doesn't take that long to earn 130 credits, but also because I feel like those students in going towards that strength-based IEP, they have strengths that might not be heavily academic, but might be more in terms of application. Like they might be carpenters, they might be mechanics. And are we giving them the opportunity to explore those strengths? And I think that will only happen if we kind of make it happen by saying you have to, if you have this shortened path to a diploma, you have to add something there that allows them to explore those talents and strengths they have that aren't traditionally academic based, right? And so I'm curious about that. That's my first thing. And my second thing is parent training, because I love the DOR. We are so fortunate at the school I work at to have amazing DOR reps assigned, and I work with them very closely. They're stretched thin. And once students leave, the burden is really on the kid to respond to that. And I can't tell you how many times we've gotten them enrolled, gotten the DOR reps are coming to IEP meetings, and still I'm hearing from our reps that they can't get in touch with the kids. And yeah, they might be 18, but all 18-year-olds need support. I don't care who you are. And so we need to make sure parents understand, and we're trying, but it's just not happening. I just think it needs to start much younger. So although transition goals don't have to happen until kids are 16, transition information needs to start at 13. It really does, or 12. And so I'm curious about that. I just need to throw it out there because I think if our focus is kids having meaningful employment that sustains them and their family, we're going to need to do a little bit more than just get them a diploma. And an A to G or a diploma that prepares them for college, sure, that's one chunk of kids, but there's a whole other chunk of kids that our society needs that are tomorrow's carpenters, plumbers, and let's give them an opportunity to feel good about that and to begin the momentum towards that. And help their parents understand that too. So it's kind of a comment question. So apologies for the long thing, but I really wanted to get it out there and see what you guys have talked about in those two areas.
Yeah, I think your points are spot on. And I'll tackle the first part of your question and tee it up a little bit. And Sarah, I might tag you in as well for the second part, since there's a lot of overlap with the IEP work here as well. But in regards to your question specifically about the coursework and the requirements, but also this sort of concept of should diploma frameworks require some more vocational specialization in the space. We talked about this really in two ways, although I think maybe a little bit different than what you were alluding to. The first piece is that when we talk about recommendation 1 and developing an alternate pathway for students with significant disabilities, we spent a lot of time talking about the current implementation of high school in the traditional academic sense of 4 years. These are the courses, you graduate, and what that means for students with significant disabilities and even mild moderate, where you tend to see high school ends in practice, but high school continues in adult transition. And that's where you tend to get that career transition support. And how do we bring those two things together? And one of the real challenges that we articulated, and this, you'll see this reflected in the report, is that the current state minimum requirements are minimal for the general population. And so when we started looking at alternate pathways for students with significant disabilities, and also what the general framework means for students with disabilities, those to your point who really could have a meaningful future in trades and getting that training in high school could be really beneficial to them. Where we landed as a work group is that we didn't want to put more graduation requirements on students with disabilities than currently exist in the state framework for the general population. But we articulated that as a real challenge point and one that might need further exploration. And the reason that is a challenge point is because, like I said, the general framework for the state requirements doesn't require those additional things for non-disabled peers. And so there was real concern of putting more requirements, even though the requirements really are rooted in the right idea of giving the training and preparation. It was a tension that we weren't able to resolve. We do discuss it in the report. And that's also why we talk about, I forget the exact number, but it's one on the second group, why we think there is a much broader need for a more expansive conversation for these types of things. And, our group was a very special ed heavy group, our work group. And we do think some of these problems, particularly as it relates to the career training framework, the framework for all students, and is there a need for more expansive opportunities for the general population as well? That conversation needs to be brought to an even broader group of principals and high school supervisors, employers, and there's a broader group that needs to really tackle those challenging questions for everyone, including students with disabilities. So that was sort of the lens that we were talking about that work through. In terms of the transition process, I think across both work groups, this was even one where we had some overlapping conversations. We brought both work groups together to talk a little bit about this. But I'm going to hand it over to Sarah because the IEP template is where they really had a lot of conversation about bringing this planning process a little bit earlier into the IEP team process. Sarah, do you want to elaborate on that anymore?
Sure, I can speak to that quickly. Thanks, Jamie, and thank you, Commissioner Andrus. The work group agreed with you. It was not hard to come to consensus with the work group on shifting the required transition age back to age 14, which is what it was previous to the 2004 reauthorization of IDEA, to shift those conversations. But further, as we dug into that, we realized that the transition planning required under IDEA is really focused on post-high school and not kind of what we called high school planning, right? That we need to ensure we're planning for high school, not just for after high school, but what that student's course of study is going to be. And so the work group went further and added a section to the work group for planning the course of study for the child that must be filled out starting when the student will participate in 8th grade during that IEP year, focusing again on that grade rather than the age to help people think through grade level requirements. And what is it that if I don't take this by 8th grade, it may affect what I can take by 12th grade. The other piece that the work group agreed on is that transition planning doesn't start then. And I see Joe Xavier was here earlier and spoke to this, but he kept saying, no, this goes back to the day the child's born. We should be talking about what that path is, right? That's when we start transition planning. But I was really grateful for our early childhood experts from the field on our group because they reinforced that we can start talking about this and we need to be starting to help families know what that system looks like really early. And so one of the things on the IEP template is including for every child starting when they're 3 and have an IEP, their projected date of high school graduation. So starting to think through that diploma and for their diploma pathway, whether that might be when they're 21 or on that 22nd birthday or when their same age peers, when their peers graduate, that we want to start thinking toward that and making sure we have that in mind and then are backwards mapping. And so the IEP work group felt strongly, again, that isn't just about the mandated secondary transition planning that's planning for after school, but we have to start thinking about what that means all the way back as early as preschool. What does my child need to be learning in preschool so they're prepared to more actively access the curriculum when they get to elementary school so they can make progress toward one of those pathways?
Darn it. I wanted to just say, along those lines, and maybe Joe, if he was here, he would comment to this. He's right, because early on we need to have the conversation about self-advocacy and all the research that goes to that, about success there, and helping parents to better understand some of those, softer skills instead of just grades and scores that really go to your overall success in life. And then hoping that we could be, and I just know the DOR, I'm going to say they probably need more funding because I know they're stretched so thin, because I'd love for them to be able to do just a little bit more with parent outreach early on. So parents really understand the role and supports that are available, because if a student graduates with a diploma, my touch is gone. Like I don't have too much control anymore. And they're spread thin trying to get, in touch with all of these young adults that they have to try to serve. And so I'm just saying that that's I think a weak link for us, because we really need parents as partners. And if there's any parents listening to me right now, if you're actually tuned in to an ACSE meeting by Zoom, this is not about you. This is about all the other parents who are still struggling just to even figure out the language that we use in IEP meetings, and going forward from there. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Gill, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I wanted to honor some of the information that was sent via email for public comment and ask for additional clarification around how these changes to the IEP template align with the intent of the IDEA. Specifically, when we're looking at that shift in mindset and the shift from a needs-driven IEP to this vision-driven philosophy, like are we considering an either or scenario or an and scenario you can just say a little bit more about how this aligns with federal and state law.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. I'll take that, and then others, Kristen can add on if she wants to, and others, but we really see that as an and not an or. And so we showed that part of the template, that we definitely have not taken needs off of the IEP to replace that with vision and strengths. And so that is an or. Another place we really leaned into that that requirement and making sure students receive educational benefit from year to year is in the goal setting section, adding some of the information. CDE has begun to focus on educational benefit more in its reviews and looking to make sure, I know, like calling on my experience as a teacher, I had to go to a due process hearing my first year of teaching. And as soon as I opened up the students' IEPs from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, he was a freshman in my class, I knew like we were in trouble because he had the same goals from year to year, right? There was no progress, and we didn't break those down when he didn't make progress. And so one of the things we did is added some prompts into the goal setting to make sure that the team is looking back at the previous year's goals to ensure that these goals reflect progress from those goals. And if they don't, a prompt to consider adjusting the services so the student can meet those goals.
Hey, Commissioner Ruiz, please.
Hi. First, I really wanted to thank you. I know there had to be so much work that went into this, and I want to acknowledge everybody who participated. I wanted to acknowledge your commitment to helping the outcomes of students and families. So I just had a couple questions. One, I was wondering, was there anybody on this work group for the alternative diploma that has an adult student or an adult child with significant cognitive disabilities? That was on the work group.
Your question was, were there any work group members who have adult children with significant cognitive disabilities?
Yes.
Kristen, can you confirm, but I believe there were in our alternate pathways work group.
Yes.
I'll have to go back and look through the list. I do, though, have a daughter with significant disabilities.
Okay, just curious. So we're not quite sure, except for Kristen, if there were any involved in this decision-making process or in the work group. Okay, and then just one more question. As far as the alternative diploma, what is the value of it? Like, how is that value of the alternative diploma different from the certificate of completion for a student that needs a lot of support? You know, like my son needs a lot of support. And so I think it's wonderful. So much of the things you guys are addressing, especially looking at these things early, that is amazing. I don't want to seem like I'm not in favor of what you guys are doing. It's just a question, you know, as far as, you know, if my son, who's going to need support the rest of his life, and I would love for him to get support around work. He is so thrilled to be engaged in just using his body to do tasks. And it would be wonderful for him to make a living wage at that. But I mean, he'll always need support. So I'm just wondering, as far as that value, if he got this alternative diploma, you know, could that diminish the support that he receives afterwards, or not necessarily?
I can answer that if you want, Jamie.
Yeah, you go ahead.
And Joe, Joe's having trouble with his audio. He's here, but he was trying to weigh in, but we can't hear him, and so I don't know. Maybe just tagging back to CDE. But Gloria, to answer your question, getting a diploma should not preclude any of the things that a student currently receives or can receive. In fact, it's a way to ensure that our students with more significant cognitive disabilities have access to everything. which under the law, they're supposed to have access to grade level standards and to new learning, and also to all the experiences that'll prepare them for a job, including communication and, social interaction with peers, all the things that are currently in place. So none of that should have to necessarily change. This is an and, not an instead of, in the way I look at it, or the way the work group looked at it, not me, doesn't matter what I think.
I'd add too, Kristen, we spent a lot of time talking about the sort of behind the scenes of how all of these systems and structures work. And so the certificate of completion is an exit document, but there are no expectations beyond really attendance and IEP goals in terms of courses or experiences that students must have to earn it. So a lot, while it is very individualized, it's not the same experience year after year in terms of a set number of courses that we all understand you should be taking and that you're pursuing them. And the opportunity that the federal government has, or the legislation has put in place, is to create an aligned structure. And so for a lot of students in this population, not all, but many, when they enter high school and their certificate of completion is sort of already predetermined, their experience is also predetermined along the way, and it's not rooted in core courses and experiences and the planning process that now would be required if you're rooting it in a high school diploma. And so your student, what you were describing, his actual experience may not have changed much because that structure and really rich preparation experience was in place for him. This is ensuring that for students who that may not be true already, it's establishing that framework for them to have that experience and exit with a diploma that will then open more doors for them to continue that support and that potential employment in a way that works for them after high school.
And I think Joe just came back into audio.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So if I could just offer just a couple of quick thoughts. One is on the question around the benefit of the diploma versus certificate. A diploma provides access and opportunity, and it takes away nothing. A certificate has no value other than to the individual or themselves or the family. I, as an employer, or any of you who are employers, will do nothing with that certificate, nor will it make me or an individual who holds it gain any access into any post-secondary or any other training programs that require a diploma. And then to the earlier comment, if I could, around the need to think of employment earlier and more broadly. Every child who enters the school system, and directly and indirectly, is being prepared for life. And life, employment is a major aspect of that. Now, if you're a child with a significant disability, you don't have that privilege. You don't have that opportunity. What this says is we start just like we do with Gen Ed at the earliest opportunity, saying, we believe, Joe, that you can and will go to work, and it's our job to prepare you for that. But more broadly, it's not just the education system, it's the family system. So to the commissioner who raised the need for family to be educated, absolutely. Because if my family believed in my ability to go to work, that was invaluable. And we need to help parents have that belief in the individual child so they too can prepare and can get a family sustaining wage.
Thank you, Joe. One last just a parting thought is that, oh my gosh, and I'm going to lose my train of thought right now. Okay, so as a parent who, yes, my son just left transition, sadly, because it's kind of now it's just that abyss of an adult with significant cognitive disabilities and no more school or transition program. Just want to make sure, because I've talked to so many parents that really, really fought for a diploma, but once they left school, once they left high school, just were not able to hold a job. And now they weren't getting the support they needed from like regional center and those kinds of things. And it's just, I think all of this sounds perfect and it's going to take a long time, but at least it's starting now and it's going to be great. It's just the concern for the kids that are there right now, and to make sure that it isn't going to take things away from them. I would not want a student to get this certificate of completion just because that's all they can get, right? And not have any of this stuff that you're talking about available. It's not at all what I'm saying. But since it's in such a developmental stage right now, I just want to make sure that the students that are leaving with a diploma or an alternative diploma don't lose support that they may need right now before this stuff is really developed in the future.
Yeah, I think your concerns are really right. And I would say, where we've seen this work in other places, is that this is really an enhancement to an experience, and it really encourages schools who may not have all the things working as well as it's working for your son to really get them in place. But the goal of all of this is to create more and better opportunities for students, not to take anything away. And those better opportunities leading to a better experience while they are in the high school system, but really the experience that's preparing them to be successful when they exit is the goal of all of it.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Commissioner Salmonson.
Thank you. I've been frantically taking notes, so it's just a mess, and I'm going to try to sound coherent as I make sure and hit all the spots. I think there were just a whole bunch of words that stood out to me that in my mind was a coherent thread through the vision of what this body has been trying to do, and I think where we've been headed just for a very long time, and historically has always been where we should be headed. And unfortunately, I think, our system, we say, is designed perfectly to get the results it gets. And we are fighting really hard to hold on to something that has not historically served our students well. So I think I'd love to see us let go of some of that angst around the change and the potential, in lieu of holding on to something that hasn't served us well, but it's comfortable and we know it well. But I heard mindset and optimism and inclusion. We talked about universal design for learning. I think Dr. Calamise brought that on early in the very first presentation. Least restrictive environment, student and strengths-based IEPs, and all of these things that, to me, there's just nothing but positive that can come from that. I think there will definitely be bumps along the way as we try to interpret and figure out how to build from that. I want to say that one thing from 18 years in district and a myriad of responsibilities and roles is that when we started having strengths-based conversations, it became in our IEPs, it became really apparent that there was one box and maybe the notes page that we could reflect all of our rich conversation on paper, that we could codify that in that plan. It was one small box and a notes page. And there was probably 15 pages, right, of this plan that we were writing for students. And when we started to force ourselves to come at that from a strengths-based conversation first, a few things emerged. Number one, we saw that we had participation from our parents in a way that we had never had before. And we learned so much more about our students and how to support them based on what they could do versus us starting a conversation with what they could not do and shutting that conversation down. Through that learning, we saw that our general education teachers really kind of had an eye-opening experience of their responsibility to students. And the resistance that we initially got from that conversation quickly came into that collaborative process, it looked like resistance, but it was fear. It was fear of not knowing how to do what we were asking them to do. And so I appreciate the emphasis on capacity building, because that's what it is going to take, but we are responsible for that. We have had a myriad of changes around standards for all students, and the amount of money and the amount of time and the amount of capacity building that goes into that every time that change and shift happens is huge. And I think we owe that same level of support to this change, because in my mind, A through G is access to gainful employment. And when we start thinking about A through G a little differently, we start thinking about it for all students, it really changes what I think we're doing. So with that being said, I want to go back to the certificate of completion conversation. When that came about in a really progressive space that I was in, it was looked at as a celebration because it allowed our students to walk across the stage at graduation. I'm going to get emotional at this point, because before that, they were not allowed to walk across the stage because they did not have a diploma. And that was seen as the equivalent of a diploma, although it was not. But those are the early kind of historical value we saw in something that really had no value. So I think we've got an opportunity here to recognize that this isn't an or, it isn't an instead of, but it's an and. And if we look at it like that, I think that we're going to see this transformation. And if we take it back to the data that we were talking about earlier, the one piece of data that I think a strengths-based IEP conversation did for the district that I was in was it was a catalyst for 5A. It became, I think, if I had to narrow it down to one thing, it was the one thing that drove seat time for kids in general education. And that exploded when we could have authentic conversations based on what students could do instead of concentrating 14 pages of an IEP on what they could not do. So I want us to be thoughtful that I think it's going to create a better balance in being able to bridge from strengths to needs. And I don't think a purely needs-based conversation necessarily does that for our students. So I just want to applaud the team for trying to unpack this and create something better. And I do appreciate the timeline, because I think it needs to go through probably many iterations and probably have a broader conversation. But kudos to being brave enough to get out there and try to get everybody to at least have the conversation, because that's where change will happen. And with that, I'm so sorry I took up so much time, but I just had to get all of my notes out to the world. So thank you. I appreciate the time.
Hey, Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you. Loved hearing this and the conversation, and I thank the task group, and I just want to say I'm having a senior that was born too soon to benefit from more inclusion, the quality education. It has been quite a challenge, fighting every IEP to remove the certificate off the box. And I've been successful at doing that up until this year as a senior. It seems to be the most challenging, as I'm told that legally we can't, and handing me paperwork that says that she can't have a graduation diploma. Although Isabella, as I'm sure many other parents have had, their kids take all of the required classes. So Isabella has taken all of her required classes to get a diploma. So one of my questions will be, when these things are changed, if she and others like her will be grandfathered in. It's their right to get a diploma, and whether it benefits or doesn't benefit, it's her right. And we've always taught, many of us teach our kids that they need to get their diploma. And I've always taught all of our kids to get their diploma. I'll tell you a story that happened really quick this morning when she had to wear a college shirt because all the kids were wearing college shirts, college day. And she said at breakfast, I'm going to miss you, Mommy. And I did not understand what that meant. And what it meant was, when I asked her again, you're going to miss me? Yes, when I go to college. So there's a lot of conversations at school in her inclusion classroom that where kids are going to go to college, and that they're not close to home, that some may be moving away. So if we're putting our kids out there, all kids out there, in an environment to learn about colleges and what's open for them out there, and then we turn around at the end of their education and say, no, you can't go do that. You can't go to college. That's hard. So for Isabella, she's going to college. It's the administrators, it's the teachers that we fought along the way, telling them, no, my kid is going to go to college. This is what we need to teach them so they can be prepared. And, I'm not going to quote Joe, because I love Joe. And, but he's spoken to our group before, and at the state council level, and I don't know his exact words, and I would never speak like him, but it's our kids' duty to have a job. It's their right to have a job, and in whatever capacity it is. We don't know what any of our children, whether they have a disability or not, what their potential is, until we give them all the tools to reach their potential. And I have, my daughter comes in my office, and I don't care if she's greeting somebody or handing out papers, and she says all the time, Mommy, I'm going to be a doctor just like you. What do you want to be when you grow up, Isabella? I want to be a doctor like my mommy. I don't tell her she can do that, but I tell her she can work in a doctor's office. I'm realistic with her, but I don't also tell my kids that they can be the president of the United States if I don't think they can. So, I mean, they're no different than any other individual. So I'm a little emotional about this, and so I'm sorry for rambling, but I'm really happy that we're here. And I'm happy that, I'm not happy that it'll take 6 years, but it's got to start somewhere. So thank you for everybody what you're all doing.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hamilton.
I just wanted to commend both the work groups on all of this amazing work. Also, as a parent of a student with significant disabilities, both of these topics are very important to me, and it gives me a lot of hope to see that this work is being done to make IEPs a better process, but also to give students like my daughter the opportunity to get a diploma. I think is really cool. You mentioned the 6-year transition for the IEP changes. I'm wondering what kind of timeline there is around the alternate pathway to diploma work.
Yeah, so this is a piece, there is a very specific note in the report about the alternate pathway and timelines, and the work group felt very passionate that the policy adjustments that would need to be made to make these things available in the state, that they should happen so that that it's a reality by the 23 school year. Now that feels really quick, and we went back and forth a lot on what that means, because oftentimes we sort of get confused or conflicted about something being available in policy and something actually being available to an individual student in a classroom and part of those conversations. There's a long there's a lot of layers and a long sort of implementation once something becomes available. But ultimately, the work group felt like we needed to make a recommendation that we move quickly to say this should be available, because there's a belief that no student should have to wait any longer. And also knowing that it's going to take a long time for every classroom and every IEP team in California to be supported in the way that they're able to really, make these decisions. That's also why, though, we didn't just make recommendations on you should establish a pathway and that the pathway should exist. That's why those additional recommendations are there around the training and the support structures, why there's recommendations about the data and the reporting, so that sort of cohesively we're thinking about every layer of the system to create those conditions. We were very concerned that we couldn't just say the policy needs to exist. we wanted to make sure that the conversation and the support to create those opportunities was also part of our report as well, because we talked a lot about all of that.
Okay, thank you. Before I call on the last commissioner with a comment, just want to remind the public to please call in with your comments at this time. And with that, Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. I also just want to say thank you so much to all of you in this working group. When I first heard what you were doing, when you first came to us, I was just so surprised and in awe that we were, as a state, going in this direction. Commissioner Solemson really spelled out for us the path we've taken, and I remember working with another family whose son, was also on path for that certificate of completion, and again, it was that the purpose was to allow him to walk across the stage. But then the family realized that even though he had a job he was able to work at and was excited to start, he wasn't able to get it because he didn't have a diploma. That was a requirement for this position. And I think Joe was good at explaining that it's just something that is needed for so many different positions for schooling. And I think the group, I think Sarah explained this very early on in one of our earlier presentations, that if needed, employers could distinguish between what their needs are, looking at a diploma, if they say they need X number of years of math or whatever kind of other assessments, they're still able to differentiate between graduates based on what their work needs are. But it allows the student an opportunity that they didn't have before. And I think most families didn't realize was going to be closed off to them until it was too late. So I'm so excited that everything is starting earlier, that there's going to be more training for not just the teachers, staff, admin, but the families, getting the students on board. I love the tying into the IEP template, the strengths, the focus on the strengths, because that all ties back in together, and that's how you get to that diploma at the end. And I'm so excited to see this. I think Chair Hayes White first asked the question, and I think Commissioner Lopez also is asking, I would like to see something about some sort of retroactive application for the students who are now or more, have the certificate of completion, if there's a way that they would be able to get a diploma as well. Because for those who are missing this, I think it's great you're actually working much faster than I expected. And I love that it's trying to go forward, but there are going to be many students and adults that are out there who have the certificate that, perhaps could get a diploma. And if there's a way, because you don't have enough to do on your plate, if you could add that into something we could look at, because there are many people out there who could benefit from this, even after they've been gone from high school for so many years. And then I think with that, whatever we need to do to give the Department of Rehab more funding and find other ways to support them. And because I think we're going to see as the students graduate now with diplomas, that maybe there's more we can do to support them going forward. Because as Commissioner Reese said, they will still have needs. And, we want to make sure that there's a way to match them with their positions afterwards, but getting the support that they need. So I think this is really exciting. I just want to thank you all for that. I did have a question. I think we had an email from the public earlier, a separate question about the template. And I think they were asking about removing the disability eligibility category, the effect that would have, and I don't remember, I haven't seen the template in a few months, removing that and what the effect was as far as, say, as a student who's moving district to district or even out of state, if that information is no longer there and obvious, how that would impact those students and how that question is addressed within the current template proposal. But thank you again.
Thanks. Commissioner Adler, do you want me to respond to that comment, or are we out of time?
If you could do so briefly, that would be terrific. Thank you.
Okay, I'll do so briefly. This is included in our report because we had a lot of discussion about it, Commissioner Ayakawa, about that disability category being such a prominent piece. And one of the concerns was, as we kind of backwards mapped from outcomes to placement, is that that disability category is often used to place students in certain programs and limit that, and that it also sometimes can be a barrier to general education teachers. So when Commissioner Simonson talked about that strength, those strengths being connected to inclusion, the goal of the group was that the IEP as a document, and during the meeting, we start with a discussion about the child's strengths and engage the general education teacher there to start that conversation and not focus on the testing that made them eligible and which category they're eligible in. And so the current template does not include that eligibility category, but with the understanding that in an IEP meeting, I just had my daughter's IEP last week, and I came home, I think, with 5 documents. An agenda was an eligibility meeting, a triennial, so her eligibility determination, right? All the summary of her assessment center IEP. And that when we have a meeting or bring that up, the IEP itself is not the only document we're using, so we would have that eligibility information available. But definitely a point of discussion that we discuss in the IEP, but wanting to make sure we're not leading with that disability category, which may become a barrier to inclusion when people see that category and think about a certain classroom where that student might be placed because of that category, or don't consider more inclusion because of that disability category.
Thank you. And I guess my question was, you know, I was answering the question in my mind, and I was thinking, well, I would imagine that the services and the other supports that are put in that IEP, that is what the next school district or the next school that the student goes to, that's what is important. And granted, they could gather insights knowing what the underlying disability category was, but it is the focus should be on the specific needs of that student. And perhaps that is the best path for reading the IEP in the future. So thank you for explaining that. Sorry to take too much time.
No, that's fine. Commissioner Hamilton, do you have another question? Okay, thank you. Michelle, do we have any public comment?
We have no public comment at this time.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hayes-White?
Yes, I think you guys went back to my initial question on the onset, and I'm going to pose it again because I know it was 3-pronged, and I wanted to see if I can have a small, discussion on it. Did the alternate pathways work group discuss the implications of students who already will graduate with a certificate of completion in California, and what their certificate of completions, could they qualify? Is there a pathway for students to qualify for a diploma once they graduate? Was there a discussion about that?
Yes, there was. So in part of the new opportunities, not only are there new opportunities for students to earn a diploma, but the creation and implementation of this new pathway under the federal guidelines can now be included in state accountability systems. And we talked about that in the work group at length because it is a very big motivator for schools and school systems when you put the time and effort into building the pathway. Students are successful and they earn a diploma. They also can be positively rewarded in the accountability system. And so we talked about that real reality. And we were talking, when we were having this conversation, we were talking about this in the context of how other states approach this work. And I'll use the Louisiana example that we talked about largely because I am from here. I was at the state when we did this work, and so I'm very familiar with it. But our work group talked about the reality that there are students, whatever point this pathway becomes available, there are students who might be at the beginning of their high school journey, and it will be very seamless in providing them the experience that they need so that they can earn all of their credits and exit with a high school diploma. And then there will also be students who might be 20 or 21 years old, and that they're at the end of their high school journey. And the expectation that now exists for the ninth graders and beyond may not have been the expectation when they started, and time might be a real factor in their ability to actually earn the diploma. And that creates challenge points. The way that we handled that in Louisiana is our policies were written to create grandfather clauses. We acknowledged all of those situations that may be true when a pathway is implemented. And we wrote grandfather clauses about how students could still benefit from an alternate experience, but that experience would not meet the federal definition. It wouldn't meet the state definition and could not be included in the accountability systems. It's a little bit complicated, but that's sort of the highest layer. There also were grandfather provisions written for students who had already exited high school. And, in local school systems, we actually had state legislation that prompted local school systems to run a year-long petition process where students who had exited high school already and thought otherwise, if they were in high school, they could have benefited from new provisions. They could petition to see if they were eligible to get a high school diploma. And that our legislation put year-long parameters on what that could look like. Ultimately, our report didn't end up reflecting any recommendations in that space because it's rooted in very complicated things like accountability structures and legislation and policy. And we just didn't really have enough time to go back to that and say exactly what it should look like. But we did have those conversations as a work group and recognize that when these policies go into play, that may be a next step. And also maybe a next step that broader group that we recommend continue having conversations about these types of topics may be something that they would want to tackle as well.
Thank you. I think you addressed the question. Thank you.
No problem.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Yes, it was just brought to my attention that we actually do have public comment, that there are 6 people waiting to speak. And for some reason, they're all on the same line. Must be an issue with that. But there's people waiting.
Thank you.
Sure.
Michelle?
This is Heather. We're checking on that now.
Okay, Chair Hayes-White, I guess we're waiting to see what's going on with public comment, but that's the last of the commissioners' comments.
Thank you, Vice Chair Adler. Michelle, can you please repost the public slide comment while we're trying to figure out what's going on your end? And Michelle or Heather, do we have any public comments in queue?
The queue is currently empty.
All right, public commenters, if you would like to weigh in on this topic, please dial in on the number presented. I'll give you a couple more seconds. Director Calamise, is the queue still empty?
Yes.
Okay, we are going to move right on into item number 5. Special Education Funding Study Update. Staff from West Ed will present a summary of the final recommendations for how California might improve its finance system. Welcome, Sarah and Jason. I will now turn over the floor to you.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes-White. I think I need screen sharing. Oh, I just have to wait till we're not showing that. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, commissioners. And it's good to continue the conversation with you this afternoon. I introduced myself earlier. I am Sarah Dutray with West Ed. My colleagues, Jason Willis and Ty Rithma, who worked on the funding study with me, are here as well. And Jason is traveling today and has to get on a plane shortly. So he will step in as he can, but we may not hear as much from him as I'd planned on because he'll be getting onto a plane shortly. But we are really excited to come back today. We spoke to you, I believe, in the June meeting about the California Special Education Funding Study. This is a two-part study that began in June of 2019, and we published our final second report in July of this year. There is a link for everyone available in the agenda online that leads you to a website where you can download both of the full reports from part 1 and part 2 of this study, as well as executive summaries of both reports. This is a study. We want to be really clear up front about this. I know there have been some questions about this. This study was funded by foundations that provided funding for this study to be done independently. They were not provided with any information from the study prior to publishing the final report and had no influence on the study. But this study was pursued for that reason, but aligns nicely or pursued due to priorities by the state and funder interested in looking at this, but aligns nicely to some of the other work being done by the state right now as well. I'm going to provide you with an overview of the study. We wanted to focus on some of the key takeaways and recommendations today rather than all of the recommendations. In an earlier presentation, we shared a more full set of recommendations, but we want to focus in on a few of those today and then have some time for discussion. And I'm going to start with why. Why do we need to look at the California special education finance system? And really, when we look at the why, we have to go back to students and look at outcomes for our students with disabilities. So on the slide right now, I am showing our English language arts and mathematics proficiency scores for students in grades 3 through high school for the years of 2014-15 to 2018-19. And what you'll see is an improvement for students with disabilities. That's very exciting, but also an improvement for all students. And what we're not seeing is any closing of that gap. So while we improved from below 10% to about 13% of kids who are proficient on math assessments, we didn't close that gap between that and the more than 40%, about 40% for math that are proficient. So while we've improved for all students. The supports we're putting in place across the system seem to be helping, but we aren't closing that gap at all. And equally important to revisiting the funding system is that the funding system has not been revisited, was not revisited as part of the LCFF reform. And our population of students with disabilities has changed. And so this chart that I'm showing right now looks at what we typically call disproportionality. So these data in the top half might look familiar to you, that we often look at what is the proportion among all students that are in a certain category, and what's the proportion among our students with an IEP. So when we look at this, we see that the first line shows us that our African American students are more highly represented in special education than they are overall. For white students, it's very similar. Asian students are underrepresented in special education, and
of the groups related to race, ethnicity, those racial ethnic groups, the Hispanic group is most overrepresented in special education, which leads us to the following two lines that we don't normally break out our data this way, but we wanted to look at the data because the funding system for general education does look at these characteristics for students. And so when we look at English learners, and these are data from 1819, about 20% of students in California were English learners. However, about 30% of students with disabilities were English learners. And so looking at that, it really tells us something about that group. And when we look at over-identification, we're really seeing we shouldn't have just not knowing English shouldn't indicate a disability. Those shouldn't align. We don't think we shouldn't be seeing a much larger group in special education. The other piece that, again, I know all of you either have children or have been involved in special education. I don't think this is surprising to those of us that have done that, but socioeconomically disadvantaged, the same thing there. We see that we have about 60% of our students overall in California are experiencing a socioeconomic disadvantage, but that 67.5, closer to 70% of our students with IEPs. And this is really important as we start to look at funding because we don't break kids up, right? We don't, like a portion of a kid doesn't go to school for special ed and then the other portion of them is an English learner. It's how they're learning everything and how they're learning, especially the standards they need to progress through school, is dependent on addressing all of those needs. And it's important to look at the funding system for multiple reasons. And one is that there is research that it makes a difference, that when we change our funding formula, it changes the focus. And I will say a funding formula is never the magic solution to improving outcomes for kids. It's not ever going to be a magic solution, but it's part of it. And when our funding system is aligned to our priorities, that can make a difference. How we allocate funding, how we distribute funding, and the rules around the funding have an impact on student outcomes. It makes a difference and it can change adult behavior. Again, when it's paired with priorities and other pieces, the funding system alone probably isn't going to do that. But when it's paired with other reform and priorities. Again, I mentioned this before, that most of California's special education school funding was reviewed through the LCFF when we made that switch. We didn't look at special education at that time. We felt the need to advance understanding of the current special education funding system, that it's a complex system, that the first part of our study that we published in October of last year really just aimed at laying out what is the funding system? What does it look like for our special education funds? But most important, really looking at how this system can contribute to all of this other work to inform outcomes, improve outcomes for our students with an IEP by providing the right amount of funding to the right agencies so they can provide the right services to the right students. And again, this speaks a lot to that coordination. And I do want to respond to another comment that we've heard about this study, that we want to be really clear that we did not evaluate adequacy. So this study, it was not a part of the study. It wasn't part of our scope of work that we proposed to look at the amount of funds that's going into special education in California. I will say it's really complicated. In our report, we do go quite a bit into how hard it is to know how much is really spent, because our students with an IEP, their program shouldn't be fully funded by special education, right? They are general education students. We receive state funds for their general education program as well if they have other needs due to being multilingual or due to experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage. There are other funds also that are allocated for them, but it's really hard to break out those costs. Our system, the accounting system right now, doesn't do a great job of helping us see what really that cost of special education is, and for a student with an IEP, making sure we're not counting every cost towards special education for that child's education. So we did not look at adequacy due in part to that and just the scope of the study, but best practice when we look at education funding reform across the country and in other cases is that putting more money in is good, but we want to make sure the existing system is allocating and distributing that well before we just keep adding money. And so while more money could be good for kids with disabilities, I would say it is for sure. We don't know that. We didn't study that. That doesn't stop us from examining how we're using the existing funds we have. So getting into some of our findings, and this again is going to harken back to this idea of coordination that hopefully is a string we can follow through this study. And again, the data about our changing population of students with an IEP and into the recommendations. But what we found is that there's an interaction that happens when a student doesn't just have an IEP, but they also are part of one of those other groups, that the cost increases and it doesn't just add up. So it's not just, so in this chart, let me explain this chart to you. In this chart, we're looking at the additional cost. We did, a lot of our research was studied or was focused around a statistical analysis using 5 years of data for all students in California, looking at growth on statewide assessments over those 5 years and how that relates to the money going into the system at the school and district level. And this study looks at the additional cost of getting the same amount of growth for different students. And so if we say we're looking at how much it takes to get 1 year's worth of growth for a general education students with no other needs, we're going to call that zero. So that's our bottom line here, that it says zero, but that's what they need on top of the funding that group gets, right? So let's say that's $10,000. I think the base was a couple thousand more dollars than that per child in LCFF funding this last year. But that general education students, that's why that's at zero. They get the general education program and don't need additional funding to make progress. To make the same amount of progress, and again, to make the same amount of progress, this doesn't mean that every student, right? We saw like there's growth happening for kids, but this isn't getting every kid in California to proficient already, but we're looking at how it changes as we add other pieces to it. So when a student is economically disadvantaged, but they don't fall into one of these other groups, it's about 1.3% is added onto that. So if we're looking at $10,000, that's about, it's about $130 more, right, for that child. And you add that up per classes and you think about the programs we're providing, right, that maybe we have a reading interventionist that's working across the whole grade or a set of grades. That's probably divided out that way. It's not going probably towards specific services for individual kids, but that's that increased cost. When we have a student who is only an English learner, so they are not experiencing an economic disadvantage and they don't have an IEP, that cost goes up by about 26%. So if if we said it was $10,000 for every kid, we would say then this would be $12,650 about for a student who was just an English learner. For students who only have an IEP and aren't experiencing either of those other, aren't in either of those other categories, which we know are not very many of our kids with IEPs, right? So I wanted to share that data at the beginning. We know that we're at like 80% of our kids with an IEP are experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage as well. And so, or 70%, sorry. So not very many kids fall into this, but if they only have an IEP, that cost is lower. However, when we add those together and we have students who have a disability and either it doesn't make a difference if we have both of those or either one when we look at these numbers. So either they fit into all three categories or two of the three, including an IEP, that cost goes up a lot, up to that 54% extra. And this is really important to understand because it's not just adding them up, right? When we add up the programs, there's some sort of interaction happening here that those students who are getting those services, who have those needs across these categories, have the needs get more. And it makes sense if you think about kids that if I'm trying to teach a student with a disability how to learn in a resource class and they're learning English, there's gonna be some extra work to do both of those pieces, right? If they already know how to read in their native language and then they're learning to read in English, it's probably gonna happen faster. And then if their language matches the teacher, it's gonna happen faster. So it gets complicated. And the important takeaway from this is that we need to make sure our system is geared towards serving students' multiple needs, that we can't be focused on needs separately, that what this looks like in the classroom, we're going to talk about it for funding, but what this looks like in the classroom is that what it could look like is that if I'm planning separately and I have a different group planning my reading instruction for my kids with an IEP and a different group planning my reading instruction for students who are English learners, and they're working with the same students because we have such a large group that overlaps, they actually may be teaching conflicting ways of learning, right? When we think about like decoding strategies and phonics and those type of things, that it's not just about coordinating the planning for funding, but it's about thinking through how does our funding system communicate that we want people to plan. And if we're not planning across these categories, we're missing a huge opportunity because the greatest needs we have are those students who fall across these categories. I want to just dig a little bit more into this because of this overlap with students who are multilingual and learning English, and especially our group of students who are Hispanic and low socioeconomic status and learning English, that those students, we have a pattern in California, and these are data from 2018-19 again, and show across the grades. So this goes from kindergarten on the left to 12th grade on the right. And I want to kind of walk you through what this chart shows. Again, I know some of these are complex, but our purple squares on the bottom are the percent of all students in schools who are English learners. So you see we start out in kindergarten with that bit higher number, about 15% of our students, and then that goes down over the years, okay? Then we go up to our blue lines. Those are our percentage of students with disabilities who are English learners. And you see that while we follow the pattern of that going down, it still stays relatively high. But even more interesting, this very top, the green dots, are the percentage of students who are English learners who are in the specific learning disability category. What you see what happens is about third grade, that group starts to grow, and then it stays that same proportion, right? So those gaps don't close between those two. And so what this means is students who by grade 4 have an IEP because they have a specific learning disability and they're learning English don't ever get out of that disability category, but they also don't ever stop being designated as English learners. And so we're almost like sentencing this to them to the rest of time, the rest of their school career, until that, like the senior year, that gap closes a little bit. But we're really seeing this pattern that those students they're not progressing out of either of those. We're not helping them make up that gap in their learning related to their specific learning disability, but they're also not able to progress in learning English. So those are, again, a big focus of our recommendations is on coordination, so we wanted to cover that. But the last piece I want to cover before we talk about some of the registrations is looking at the statewide high cost pool. And as part of this study, we examined statewide high cost pools across the country, and many states use high cost pools. We tried to look at states that do use high cost pools that were similar to California in size or other ways. And California right now has 2 statewide extraordinary high cost pools. Those are the extraordinary cost pool for mental health services in necessary small SELPAs, and a high cost pool for non-public schools and licensed children's institutions. And I want to recognize off the bat that these 2 high cost pools at the state, we heard overwhelmingly, are funded so lowly that it's hardly worth the burden of applying for them. And the burden of applying for them is quite high, that we quite often heard like maybe 10 cents on the dollar. There's not high reimbursement. These aren't necessarily seen as a strength to LEAs and SELPAs in getting this reimbursement, that these aren't highly used. They end up being combined. The necessary small SELPA funds more of the non-public school and licensed children institution when it isn't fully used. But it's that $6 million a year. So if we look at that and look at the number of students with disabilities, we're funding that at about $8.50 per student with a disability in California. That's what we're putting in as a state. The highest funded is New York. New York is putting in over $2,000. almost $2,300 per student with a disability into their high cost pool. North Carolina is putting in, that's about average, this about $220, $250, $300. Smaller states have those numbers as well. Some of the other larger states don't have a high cost pool, but distribute those funds in other ways. And so this is important, but just important to understand that the benefit right now is really outweighed by the paperwork often. Another piece that we were not able to summarize because they're different and the rules are different around each one, but many SELPAs also have high cost pools that are regionally funded. And so each district puts in funds and then those funds can also be accessed. They often are, again, for non-public placements, and legal expenses are the most two common items that those pay for. One reason it's important to look at this is, even though it's very low funded, we wanted to really think about, again, going back to what I said at the beginning about it, the funding study communicates priorities, right? And so when the dollars flow, especially when there aren't enough, it's hard to see like that a funding formula makes a difference, but it communicates priorities, and it communicates priorities, including around the rules, how we use the funds. And so one of our other findings was that the current funding formula, those high cost pools, may be incentivizing placement in non-public settings, because what it means is that if I have a student who has a high cost program, if I come up with a way and can find the staff and find a way to do that in my district and in the child's school, I don't have access to those high cost pools because that's not a non-public setting. But if I place that student in a non-public setting, I can access the high cost pool. And so this is one of our recommendations, is to take this requirement away if the state has a high cost pool, and especially if it increases it in the way we recommend, because we're worried that it could be incentivizing that placement. Again, a district, if I know I'm going to have a high cost student, I can get reimbursed at some rate. Again, right now, that amount of money probably isn't reimbursing it, but the rules around it may incentivize that I can get reimbursed for some of those costs if they're in a non-public setting, but not if I provide that program within my district or within even any other public setting, right? A consortium or the SELPA or a county office. Interestingly too, just looking at these data, I know because you all find this interesting, but there's some concerning things about placement as well in non-public settings that lead to questions about cost. One of our findings, I don't have a slide for though, is that students in those non-public settings actually don't do as well as students in our public settings. And that is true even when we control for disability category. So it's concerning when we see such a large number. This is the percentage of all non-public placements. So almost 4% of our non-public placements in the state are for white students who are classified as having a speech language impairment. And that was, I think, surprising to the team, that when we add that together, that's a pretty large portion of non-public placements. And again, disability category doesn't tell us everything. That student could have more costly needs and more intensive needs than other students, but there are also some clear differences here by race, that we tend to overplace students in non-public settings who are white compared to their peers from different races. And so, and just another piece to look at and think about, this is complicated. I will say we talk about this in the study as well, because some of these costs come through due to settlements and advocacy by parents, right? And it's hard to know those costs all the time, that that's not something we have data on. Districts don't tell us, this is how many families we settled with without them going to court even, right? And agreed to put that child in a placement. And so this is an area where we recommend the state look at getting some better data to better understand this. So I'm gonna move to our recommendations, and Jason did have to jump on his plane, so he had to hop off, but Ty's gonna jump in if I miss anything from this part. But our goals really were centered around three priorities: promoting inclusive practice, prioritizing early intervention identification, and ensuring funds reach the students with the greatest needs. And again, those go back to the data we started with, that we know from the research that the earlier we get services to kids, the better outcomes they're going to have for
forever, right? But definitely through school. And then we need to make sure that the right funds are reaching the students with the greatest needs, including those who have needs across different student groups. So for promoting inclusive practice and prioritizing early intervention, our recommendations really are focused on continuing to provide funds that can be used to make sure we're serving students in a way that's cohesive with the rest of school. And so one example of this where the state has done a really great job is that the ERMS funding, that educationally related mental health services funding that's been increased, is available to serve students with and without IEPs. And what this means is that you can use those funds if you have students who need some supports and potentially wouldn't need an IEP if they could get those supports without that, right? They may not have a disability. They need those school-based supports that are broader. It's not due to a disability. It's due to missing school for a year. It's due to something going on in their home that isn't a disability, but they need those supports. And when our systems are separate, we sometimes can't keep those supports going. So there are systems that are doing really well with this, with coordinating those services. And some of those services are coordinated through county offices, through SELPAs, and even at LEAs. But we think those funds should be continued to be used in that way, and that we should, when possible, try to make those systems clear, right? That when we can say, yes, like let's use funds to serve kids before they get to the extent of needing an IEP when we have new funds to go there. The other recommendation to promote inclusive practice that we make in the report is to transition funding from SELPAs to LEAs to promote coordinated planning. That right now, special education funding all flows to the SELPA, while general education funding the supplemental and concentration funding for students who are English learners, and the supplemental funding for students who are experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage, that all goes to the LEA. And in the report, we recommend that this doesn't have to be an all or nothing, and could be a transition, that maybe we look at some of those portion of funds. Again, like what is that portion that should be going toward those students who we expect should be in the general education classroom? How do we communicate that message that we should be planning for that we should be supporting our general education teachers through the system, that we should be funding that, so we're not missing identifying kids who have a disability earlier, or over-identifying them and giving them a label they're not going to get rid of through school. By our funding system isn't helping promote that. And again, this is something that has to be put forward with other expectations that coordinated planning happen. Just changing the funding system isn't going to change practice, but if it's aligned to the state's priorities, it reinforces those state priorities. The last recommendation here is that as new funds are available, it really is clear, and I think the state is already headed in this direction. We have even more money for transitional kindergarten, for those pieces. The master plan really gets to funding early childhood and inclusive early childhood programs, but making sure we're investing especially in those early childhood special education programs and our early elementary personnel preparation. That there is this clear pattern of this over-identification of students who are learning English that points to potentially our lower grade elementary schools not maybe misdiagnosing the supports a student needs, but they're not getting those supports early, and then they're staying in special ed. So that's not helping them. So making sure that we focus on our additional funds on that end of the system to help ensure, again, the right funds are getting to the right students, that when we're investing more money in special education, that those students really do have needs that are due to a disability and not just due to not receiving enough instruction in those early grades. Okay, this recommendation is specific to the allocation formula. So those recommendations were more about how we use the special education funding. One of the pieces we looked at that's interesting to look at across the country is that California provides special education funding based on the number of students, not the number of students with disabilities right now. And so we call that a census count, that we allocate the funding. We give a certain amount to every SELPA based on the number of total students, average daily attendance of students with and without an IEP. And it's an amount for those students. And so what that does is it assumes a percentage of students that have an IEP and need services. The other way that can be, another way, I guess, that can be done, it could be done other ways as well, but is by allocating that funding based on the count of students with disabilities. And this is important. When we looked at this, when we did a study in another state, we looked at this to see the change in this. And what we saw in California was that the priority, the reason why we do it that way, is we didn't want to over-incentivize identification in special education, right? We didn't want districts to suddenly find twice as many kids eligible so they got twice as much money. But what we've seen over time in California, and this is in our first report, is that that didn't have the intended consequence, that we have seen a huge increase in the percentage of students with disabilities, especially over the last 10 years, and despite a decreasing population. And so our funding formula currently doesn't differentiate based on a district receives the same amount of funding if 10% of their students have an IEP or if 20% of their students have an IEP. And so a lot of questions, I think, as we've talked about this, especially with different stakeholder groups, about if we are incentivizing identifying kids with a disability. And I keep saying, gosh, what a missed opportunity. The next thing we need to study is how much it costs to make a child eligible for special education. Because if you think about that process of the assessment, the time of the school psychologist and those pieces, it would take a long time. I think we calculated, like on estimate, like several years to make back enough money just to do the testing and the initial eligibility determination meeting to make enough money for how much more money you're going to get, right? But due to like the narrowness of the funds, if I really am serving 20% of my students with an IEP, I have increased costs. And I've increased costs that are special education costs for special education teachers. And so we are recommending allocating the funding using counts of students with disabilities to help alleviate some of the concerns about that ability to kind of game the system. We have adopted some procedures that are used in other formulas in other states related to using 3 years, like a rolling 3-year average to do that, and making sure that we fund growth, but we don't take money away from districts in the same way if they have fewer kids, if you're in a small district especially. We recommend a base on assuming a number, I think 20 students with disabilities for every district in the state, so every district has sufficient money to provide the basic program. So beyond that, and I want to make sure, I think that recommendation in talking about this study with stakeholders sometimes has not been considered separately from the recommendation to then weight the funding. So there are two separate recommendations. One is to move from that census count to child count. The next is what you'll see on the screen is to consider weighting the funding by cost groupings. And this is looking at what we know about students costing different amounts. And we used disability category, and we talk about in the report this being definitely an imperfect measure of need, right? That this isn't the best way to look at need, but it's one way that the numbers do fall out, that we can look at the different costs. And so ideally, the state would have additional data, right, about student need. We would have like ideas about the severity of their need related to being an English learner or something, and we can add that in as a factor in this. But for right now, disability category are really consistent data we have. So when we ran the statistical analyses we did, the education cost function, there became three, we grouped them into 3 groups. And the first, and this is important, these numbers are really small, but this first group on the top are students with what we usually call high incidence disability categories, right? So these are our 3 most common disability categories. And I don't know if you can see it on the right, but this is 78% of students with disabilities in the state. So while this is the lowest amount, it still represents, when we look at the numbers here, the highest amount of funding, right? So most of the funding, probably, this is still the highest group. But these students, what this says is that, again,
Okay, so before we talked about like the 0 being general ed students and what the cost was, now the 0 line, the dotted line on this chart, this is the average cost of every student with a disability. And then the numbers that go to the left of that dotted line, those disability categories, on average, the programs for them to make the same amount of growth in a year cost less, and the ones on the right cost more. And a lot of these, this is an average, again, over a whole group of students in a disability category. So autism, I'm sure some of you are thinking, gosh, that should be much higher, because probably some of the most expensive programs we have in most districts are for students with autism. This is an average. So that average for autism reflects that there are very expensive students that are in the autism category. There are also some students who are less expensive in that category. Some of our students on the autism spectrum, their IEPs and the services may look more similar to a student with a speech language impairment. They're working on language, but don't have as many academic needs or behavior needs. And so those average out. And so that group, the middle group, is about 20%, and then this top group is 1% of students with disabilities. So just orthopedic impairment and multiple disabilities. And the idea of this is not that this amount of funding gets attached to a student and there would be an expectation that that amount of funds is available for every student, because we know that there still is individualization, and every LEA is responsible for providing FAPE to those students according to their IEP. But this is, again, recognizing that when we think about planning for students, we should know that there should be differentiation, that our funding is different for different students in different disability categories, and there can be these groupings. So that's what we recommend for weights. We recommend that those be revisited, and again, the state consider other data that it might begin to make available to better understand what student needs are. There are some other states, Florida is an example, that has like a matrix of services they look at to see like the level of services students need, and then place students in different categories based on that. Using the IEP, interestingly, it often falls out similar numbers here as far as those proportions, as far as the high cost, mid cost, and low cost, that most of the students fall into that low cost. The last recommendation I want to quickly talk about is back to the findings I talked about the extraordinary cost pool. That we in California have a lot of small districts. Those small districts are dependent in many cases on cost pools or programs where costs are pooled by regional programs or others. And we really feel strongly that the state should establish and sufficiently fund a single state level extraordinary cost program to provide funds for the most expensive IEPs. That burden shouldn't be on my neighboring districts. If I'm a district, and it should be, if we're going to have a high cost pool, it should be funded enough to make a difference and be available, especially for students who are provided services within the LEA, as well as those are in non-public services, non-public placements. That we should not provide additional opportunities for funding that are placement based, that could potentially incentivize placement in a non-public placement. We also propose that those extraordinary cost pool reimbursements be accessed by individual LEAs or consortia, and then to provide reimbursements on a sliding scale to ensure equitable support for small LEAs, because if I'm an LEA with a budget of $3 million for special education, a $30,000 program looks very different than if I have a budget of $100,000 for special education and I have a student who needs a $30,000 program. And so we recommend that there be a sliding scale of the proportions that are reimbursed. The estimates we provide in our report are that this should be increased to at least from 6 million to at least 360 million, maybe more over time. Again, we don't have great data on the cost of those programs, especially within districts right now. So with that, I'm sure you all have questions. We also, I think some of the pieces that we've been talking with stakeholders are like, what are the implications, especially of that shift from a census to a child count to allocating funds based on our counts of students with an IEP, and then potentially funding a larger high cost pool. So with that, I'll finish my presentation. Well, I guess I'll ask Ty, do you have anything to add, Ty?
No, well done. I'm impressed you got all that out so quickly. Sorry to hit you all with a fire hose of information there.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
We'll finish our presentation then. Yeah.
Thank you, Sarah, for your detailed work. Can you all hear me? Okay. So, commissioners, here is your charge. Again, unpack the content we have just heard thus far. What are your thoughts, questions, commendations, concerns, and/or comments? What are the implications of the recommendations proposed within this study? Commissioners, what say you?
Okay, I'm going to call on myself first. So thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate all this. My concern or my question is, I didn't hear any considerations about funding for rural, small LEAs, small counties. It costs more to do business in those types of agencies and for kids in those communities. So, you know, I would hope that that would be a consideration. Thanks.
Thank you, Stacy, or Commissioner Adler. I think the one part of our recommendation that I think I did mention is a floor amount for small LEAs. So LEAs below a certain size would always receive a base amount of funding. But you're accurate. Other than that, we did find in our study that there are different costs based on geographic location, but we did not include in our final recommendations an adjustment for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Topalian.
Sarah, thank you and your team. It's always a pleasure. I'm just, going back to the ERMs, what you mentioned about the base fee, whatever that is, about using it for general ed and for students with special needs. I'm just wondering what that's going to look like, because being an educational institution where we service students with, of course, mental health needs in itself, I'm just wondering what that would look like. Because to me, if a student's not coming to school for, a year and they're at home, that's impacting them overall educationally, and that's a special need. So we need to access. Now, is it necessarily an IEP? Well, because they're not accessing, so they're failing their classes eventually. So I think it comes down to that factor. So if you could expound on that, I would appreciate it.
Sure. I think this is where our overwhelming recommendation that the funding be provided to LEAs to coordinate services across programs is important. That I think we have to be cautious there, to your point, that we know from IDEA that we can't say a student has a disability just because they haven't received high quality instruction, right? And so is that a need due to a disability? And I think probably what we see overwhelmingly in the system is that students end up being referred for special education because that's where we can get those supports, right? But I think our recommendation was that those ERMS funding stay separate with that allowability to be used for both to coordinate that across, or that a portion of the base be available to do that, because it shouldn't be the cost. We shouldn't be counting that a cost of special education to support students to avoid them getting a disability because they're not getting high quality instruction, right? And so making sure we're not inappropriately attributing that cost to special education, but understanding that that's a cost of, hopefully, a cost that's addressed through a really strong multi-tiered system of support that provides other intervention.
Okay, there you go.
And we're not, I think that's where we'd love to see that go. I think a lot of times we protect special education funding really tightly because we want to make sure students get what they need. This is an area I've worked on a lot. There are a lot of protections, right? Districts can't spend less even if we give them less. So even if the state gave them less money, they can't spend less. They have to keep spending the same amount. They can't decrease services. So it may be more important as we think about adding additional money on, how limited do we make that, I think is the point of that recommendation. So do we make it so it's available to provide supports throughout that multi-tiered system, including for students with IEPs if we really do have supports that are due to a disability, but making sure we're not kind of reinforcing giving kids the label of an IEP just so they can get maybe tier 3, if you called it tier 3, right? But just so they can get those more intensive interventions.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm going to just say one more thing. And I agree with you. I think it's like the non-DIS counseling services that we provide to students within the MTSS framework. So, I mean, I think that would be wonderful and moving towards that way of providing services. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a quick announcement to the public who tried to call in earlier and weren't able to get through. We fixed our system. So if you want to start calling back as soon as we're done with commissioners' comments, we'll open the floor at that point for public comment on items 4 and 5. So just want to let you know that. Commissioner Hamilton.
Sorry, can I cut in real quick? Sorry, Dawn. The interpreter is not on the screen, so I was just wondering if somebody could please get them on the screen too. Thank you. Sorry, Dawn.
Thank you, Sarah and team, for your continued work toward these changes and recommendations. As a parent of a student with significant disabilities who goes to a school with a high... Hello?
Don, can we hold your comment until we get the interpreter up, please?
I'm seeing Jenny. Am I the only one that's seeing Jenny?
No, I'm seeing her as well.
I see her.
I'm wondering if the confusion is that we have Rebecca, who they just haven't switched yet.
No, it's on now. I was looking at the video feed to the public and it was a different screen. She's on now. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I have a comment and then also a question. My daughter goes to a school with a high percentage of students with disabilities, including a higher than average percentage of those with the most significant needs. So I'm thrilled to hear your recommendation around differentiating the student count and acknowledging students with disabilities in the funding model. So thank you for that. That said, regarding your recommendation that all LEAs receive direct funding for special ed, I'm hoping you can explain the impact on charter schools, like the one my daughter goes to, who has a great relationship with LAUSD, and how that's what that's going to look like.
Great question, Commissioner Hamilton, and a complex question because in the current funding system, not all charter schools are treated the same, right? And that is true across general education and special education funding. And so some charter schools receive funding, are considered an LEA for purposes of special education, and in this recommendation would receive funding, and some are part of their authorizer or their school district, usually a school district, sometimes a county office, sometimes the state board that authorized them, and that authorizing LEA would continue to receive the funding. And so I think that's something but I have a hard time separate. That's something we're looking at more closely through governance and accountability, looking at that system. But for funding right now, we did not go into that in the report because funding is not provided directly to LEAs right now. It's only provided to the SELPAs. And so that's something that the state would have to work through in deciding. And LEAs, I think charter schools would have to decide if they want to be independently funded and receive their funding or coordinate that funding with their authorizer as part of their LEA. That's how it works right now for LCFF funding, that charter schools decide with their authorizer which way that will go. So I think that there probably needs to be options for charter schools, but we did not get into that in depth in this report.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gill.
I wanted to acknowledge and thank you for leading your presentation with the why. I think that that's so important that we front load that why, and the data that you provided was certainly eye-opening. It tends to be part of the narrative that I find myself in as a parent, as well as administrator in education and working with families. And that why is that common thread that is weaved with the families that I work with, particularly the disparity between those that have disabilities and those that they're more able peers. I think really looking at those numbers and how they compare to our rural and urban districts and the percentages that we see there. I also appreciate that you, in your report, you had or in your presentation, you emphasized the disparity between our LCFF funded subgroups, because I think that is also a lost data source. When we talk about students with disabilities, it informs at an exponential level when we look at the subgroups and how the disparities exist. I honed in on the English language learners and the socioeconomically disadvantaged, as those are the groups that I tend to work more closely with. And the stories that I get, the experiences that I walk with, the journeys with our families is consistent. Not enough funding to serve these subgroups that have multiple or complex needs. I hear it from our teachers, from our administrators, from our community members looking at solutions. So I really applaud this innovative approach to looking at funding for special education. And there is a lot of information in your study, and I know that it is going to be some compromising from different partners, compromising from different players and actors. So there's two questions that I have for you. The first one is, how do you see the role of SELPAs shifting under this allocated funding model? And then the second one is, can you say a little bit more about this opt-in, opt-out function for LEAs?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll ask for some clarification on your second question. I'll answer the first question first. Under the funding study, we did not recommend policy changes to the structural, the SELPAs, the rules around SELPAs, but just that the funds flow to the LEA. And so the change would be, based on this funding study, that the funds, instead of currently, well, it's hard to say. For some, there would be no change at all, almost. For some, there would be change, right? Because right now, every SELPA governing board develops their allocation plan, and they're all very different. They range on one end from SELPAs who flow nearly all the funds through to LEAs and don't retain funds off the top, to at least one SELPA that retains all of the funding off the top and allocates services and other resources. And so the change would be here, in effect, is if that allocation plan and governance plan is still in place, then I, as the LEA, have committed to pay that the money would come to me, and then I would pay the SELPA for that the funding would again, and the thought behind this recommendation really is, again, to encourage and kind of be a catalyst for encouraging better planning at the local level and the local entity understanding where the funds are going. And so there's nothing that says those funds would not still go to those same programs. They could, and they would, per the agreements. But under this study, that would be the change, that there wouldn't be off the top, and the allocation plan could not change the allocation to LEAs. And so in some ways it does that. Some do that right now, right? That if I'm a larger LEA, I may pay a larger proportion, even than is the proportion of students I have. And so SELPA governing boards would have to work through what that looked like, but each LEA would have a set amount, which they don't right now. So it's really hard to to predict like what changes would be and to predict like more and less money, because right now LEAs don't receive that set amount and then decide what to do with it. They receive an amount after it has gone through that, whatever those pieces of the SELPA allocation are, which again vary from nothing in at least one SELPA to all the funds in at least one SELPA. So I hope that's, I know it's a complex answer, but it's really hard to see what that change would be because we don't distribute funds to LEAs in that way right now.
Right. I underscore the complexity of what you're describing. And the second part of the question was really a follow-up from a concern from our Butte County partners around this notion that LEAs would have the option to either opt in or opt out of the SELPA consortiums. So I believe you answered the question, but if you wanted to offer anything else,
I want to be really clear on that. I feel like there's been some confusion in the field that this funding study is separate from the special education governance and accountability study. And so this funding study does not include that recommendation. This funding study is only about how the funds flow. And so it does not recommend a change to LEAs being required to be self-posed. So again, I think either you or one of the other commissioners said, I think it was you, said there clearly is going to have to be compromise and consideration of a lot of different pieces. And I just want to put out there that we did extend our deadline for the publication of the governance and accountability report. And so those recommendations are not final yet. We'll come back and present them to you when they are, but any like reports that those are final, they aren't final. So nobody's seen those final considerations with all of the nuances with them yet. But we are considering that as part of that study, but I want to make sure we try to keep that separate, that through the funding study, there's no reason we couldn't make these changes to the funding study and still require that every district belong to a SELPA. So this doesn't, they're related, but they're not interdependent. And so we can change the funding study and still require people to belong to a SELPA and coordinate. The LEAs would just, the funding would go first to the LEAs and then to the SELPA rather than first to the SELPA and then to the LEAs. It doesn't have to change that structure. And I think it's important to understand that these are very interrelated, that they're not what I'll call interdependent, that we don't need to, I hate this and now throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? As far as like focusing or differentiating our funding it can happen no matter what we do on the governance and accountability side with either requiring or just allowing districts to work together in different ways.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner Andrus?
Thank you. A lot of what I was asking was answered by Marie's interaction, so thank you, Marie. I just want to highlight, I don't understand all the ins and outs, but my biggest concern is whenever money changes, the potential for an IEP team to have pressure to do something is real, especially while everybody is figuring out during a confusing time who's doing what and who's going to reimburse who. And I just want to hesitate on would that mean that teams would be get pressure not to qualify somebody as SLD because they're not going to bring in as much money, or if you're, looking at a senior student who's having mental health crisis, just like Janine was bringing up, that you might give them an IEP because their mental health crisis is significantly impacting their access to the general education curriculum. But now you're going to have pressure to put them under the ED label instead of OHI. So I just worry about that. And it's really real that special education teams are under pressure. They're under pressure to not qualify. They're under pressure not to test. And if anybody thinks that's not happening in the state of California, you're not being real and you're not talking to people in the field. And I just worry about that. So whatever steps get taken going forward, because it does sound like it's a big work in progress, everybody needs to be really aware of that and protect in some way against that, because it's already hard enough. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Tostin.
Good afternoon. I'm going to try and make my thoughts coherent. First, thank you, Sarah and Ty and Jason and everyone else who contributed to the development of the report. as well as all of the agencies and individuals who provided us public written comment to kind of inform our thoughts regarding the presentation. I want to just take a point and call us back to the second item on our agenda today, where we recommended addressing and improving or changes to our state performance indicators, specifically around LRE, and then connecting it with the student population that Sarah called out on slide 13 that comprises the majority of students in special ed in that first tier of students. And so thinking about all of our initiatives for least restrictive environment and inclusive practices and who those strategies will be reaching, I think about those 70% of students comprising the large majority of students with special education, and the opportunity for local LEAs to integrate programs and to meet the needs of these students in programs that are not typically part of the consortium model. And so I wanted to highlight, the greatest number of our students with disabilities and the opportunity we have to impact them by supporting districts and giving them the resources to create those inclusive programs, while also maintaining the flexibility to engage in consortia and cooperatives locally for some of those lower incidence but severe need programs for students with complex needs. And so I wanted to highlight both ends of the conversation in terms of, we know of our needs on the mods of severe end and the level of coordination that those students require, but also highlighting the opportunity to connect a number of these initiatives in terms of increasing LRE, creating more local control, and integrating programs in literacy to the potential impact we can have on student outcomes. So thank you, everyone, and recognizing there'll be lots of conversations around this.
Thank you, Commissioner Tostin. A couple of quick announcements before we take one more comment from Commissioner Oyakawa. Public, if you are interested in making a comment, please call in. And commissioners, we are going to be skipping our break that was scheduled for 3 o'clock and moving. When we're done with this item, we're going to move right into item 6. So just want to let you know that. And Commissioner Oyakawa, it's all yours.
Thank you. I'm going to try to go quickly. I did have a couple questions. One was with regard to the weighted funding based on the disability. I guess I'm wondering if that takes us back to having some importance in the initial eligibility identification and how that is, if funding is going to get weighted based on that. So I wondered how that kind of plays into our earlier discussion when we were talking about the IEP templates. And then the other thing, kind of going on what Commissioner Tostin said, I do believe we are making good progress in getting to a point where we are really truly looking at this as students who are general ed students first. And I know we talked so much earlier about getting training and support for everyone for changes either to diplomas or to IEPs and everything else that we're doing to make things more inclusive and supporting the gen ed teachers as well as the special ed departments. And I think part of that is the funding. So when we talk about supporting our students in these different settings, that it is, and I think this is one of those steps that we're trying to make in that direction. But I did, also receive feedback from the SELPA reps and the concerns that they shared, which we've touched on a bit earlier. But I guess one of my questions then is, did you have representatives from the various SELPA groups participating in your work groups as you worked on these proposals? I just want to make sure that they were part of the discussion and how their concerns were addressed that perhaps we are not as privy to standing where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. The first piece I'll address is the idea of the differentiation by disability category influencing some of those placement or those eligibility decisions, right? And what we did is looked, there are, I think, 14 states that have a special education funding formula that differentiates based on disability category. And we looked at those 14 states, and luckily for us, every state reports these are publicly available data for every state, right? The proportions of students in disability categories in the state. And we did not find that in states, even in some states, and we're recommending, I mean, the high isn't even twice as much as the low. I wanted to bring this slide up again to show you that even in states where that high is 10 times as much as the low, we don't see any significant difference in the proportion in a disability category in that state from other states. And when we created these categories, we did it clearly based on the cost here, but we also where we decided to draw the line, we wanted to hopefully limit opportunities for that and make sure that it's clear that, so for example, if it's autism and emotional disturbance that we might go between, we put those are in the same category. And so we felt like with these groupings, when we looked at the groupings, we spent a lot of time thinking about the groupings. Which ones, it's orthopedic impairment is hard to put a kid in orthopedic impairment if they don't have an orthopedic impairment, and multiple disabilities requires a severe intellectual disability and another disability, right? Like those are pretty specific categories. It would be really hard to accidentally put a child who has a specific learning disability into that category. So we tried to help avoid some of that. And I think that pressure that another commissioner talked about, we recognize that is there, but in the end, in states that do differentiate by disability category, we don't see suddenly they have a lot more in those more high cost categories. To your second question, Commissioner, a couple of things that are important to point out. And the first is that this was a study and not a work group. And so these are the results of WestEd's research. This was informed by a technical advisory committee that did include a SELPA director representing the State SELPA Association. And so they were included, but different from the two we spoke about earlier, IEP template and alt pathways, they also included, I know on the IEP template work group, we had 3 SELPA directors. Those work groups came to the recommendations together, right? They weren't recommendations from research that then we got agreement on. These recommendations were presented to our advisory committee. We also did a series of, I can't remember, more than 60, I believe, meetings, including with different groups of SELPA directors on this study to present the recommendations. And in our report, what you'll find is a consideration of that stakeholder feedback, and we address some of that. So we provide some of this information in the report and tried to provide as much as possible some insights into what some of the potential benefits and drawbacks identified by different groups of stakeholders were, trying to make sure we represented all the different categories of groups that we spoke with. But so the answer is yes, that we have definitely engaged and we understand some of those concerns, but felt that the data we reviewed and the research and our goal of evaluating the question of how the funding formula aligns to the priorities and getting the kids who need the most money did not change our recommendations based on that input, but it is noted in our report.
Sarah, thank you for that piece because you touched on my question. So I'm sure you've heard the concerns and the commentations across the state. And with that said, I'm glad you highlighted that this is a study and not a work group. So what are the next steps? So your study is published, your recommendations are out there. What's next?
That really our work is done. On this, in this case, we conducted a research study. This information is now published and available to you all as decision makers. We have presented it to the legislature, so they have that to potentially inform their decision making. It's different that, again, we recognize this wasn't a state commissioned study as well. So we'll talk about those nuances again when we talk about governance and accountability, that was a study requested by the legislature. This was not, but it is published. So really the next steps are, this is not binding in any way, right? These recommendations and the data behind them are available for you all to use as you look at your agenda moving forward, and for other decision makers in the state to use. And I think back to Commissioner Andros brought up compromise, that I don't think there is an expectation when we do a study like this, and when we've done them in other states, that wholesale a state would ever say, okay, we're going to just take this and translate it directly to legislation. That there are processes by which, if the state decides to use some part, all of these recommendations, there would be public comment again and other opportunities, right? And so really, I think our role on this study was just to get the data and the information out there to make sure you all had it as you move forward with your potential advocacy. But we don't have a role moving forward in advocacy for this. We just conducted the research study.
All right, thank you, Sarah. Now let's have public comment. We will have public comment on both items 4 and items 5. Michelle, can you please put up the comment slide? And do we have any commenters in queue yet?
Yes, we do. We have several.
Are we able to put the comment slide up?
Is it up?
Not me. It's up.
Commenters, when you are ready to speak, please specify what item you are going to be addressing.
First caller, you have 1 minute, please.
Hello, my name is Maria Davis, Administrative Assistant at East San Gabriel Valley SELPA, and I am making a public comment on behalf of one of our CAC parents who was unable to attend. This is for item number 4. Good afternoon, commissioners and board members. My name is Gloria Clark, parent of a spunky 14-year-old boy with cerebral palsy and a CAC representative for the Claremont Unified School District. Thank you for all the good work you do, especially appreciative of the alternative pathways to a high school. My son was one of those kids that was put on a certificate route early on. He's now a 9th grader and wants to go to college. He and his friends have an enormous amount of potential, but has been limited by a process that puts our kids in the lowest high school graduation rate. I can see that the work group has put a lot of thought into the recommendations, and I am excited about most.
Caller, you have 10 seconds.
But I'd like to caution you on a few things. Implementation without buy-in from the stakeholders, like a parents' stakeholder involvement. IEP forms need to be read for them to be effective.
Thank you for your input, caller.
I also have a comment for.
Oh, so part 2, next one. Let her know she has 1 minute. Oh, she got a comment for the second one. Do you want me to do that?
Just go to the next one. Yeah, go to the next caller. Next caller, please.
You need to know if they have one or.
Caller, you have 1 minute.
Caller ending in 6165, please begin.
Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Vicki Barber. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to address you today on behalf of the El Dorado County Office of Education and as one of the co-executive directors for the statewide Special Education Task Force. My thanks to the Advisory Commission and WestEd for continuing to invite input on this process. The difficult task is to bridge the efforts being considered at the state level from an overall policy perspective, with the need to address how any changes will be implemented at the practitioner levels. Our message today is to encourage ongoing transition planning that involves representative stakeholder participation that could bring pragmatic approaches, resourceful thinking, strategic solutions, and build support throughout the state for any changes envisioned. On behalf of the El Dorado County Office of Education and Maureen Burness and myself, we offer our assistance in continuing to work through the details of how we accomplish our common goals. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today, and thank you for all your efforts on behalf of students with disabilities, their families, communities throughout California, and the countless educators who dedicated their lives to this work. Thank you.
Next caller, please. You have 1 minute. Caller ending in 7407. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. This is Judy McKinley calling. The first issue I would like to address is the non-public school issue. Non-public schools have their pluses and minuses. And yes, there are a lot of Caucasian kids that are in non-public school because their parents have the ability to take advantage of due process. The reason parents want their kids in non-public school is because their school districts are incapable, unable, and do not provide the quality of education necessary to meet their kids' needs. That is a huge issue throughout the state. The next issue is the dyslexia guidelines. Basically, the state has never forced districts to adhere to the dyslexia guidelines. School districts are not providing quality reading instruction to meet the dyslexia guidelines. I also would like to address the fact that kids with learning disabilities aren't meeting the gap. Kids with learning disabilities are never going to meet the gap. They are always going to have learning disabilities, and they are always going to have needs to have accommodations. I heard Lisa Diker from Florida talk Monday, and her son Josh. Josh still has learning disabilities. My kids still have learning disabilities. They aren't going to go away. They need to be taught how to use the accommodation.
Next caller, please. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm speaking on item 5. My name is Aaron Benton, SELPA Director for Butte County SELPA, and I'm here on behalf of myself and our amazing 14 submitted written comment to ACSE detailing serious concerns we have and the potential impact to students with disabilities in our county and across the state. STED has had at least almost four full hours of time during ACSE meetings over the last year about just their privately funded study. ACSE formally opposed similar PPIC report recommendations that would defund SELPAs. Made time in 2017 for the SELPA administrators of California to make a topic to offer alternative viewpoints. The Commission takes a position on this private report. We ask that you will again provide a forum to listen to concerns from all stakeholders, practitioners, and state SELPA leaders, thousands of students, families, and special ed practitioners.
Caller, thank you for your time.
Next caller, you have 1 minute. Caller ending with 4136. You have 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Bené Loftus, and I'm the
SELPA and the chair of the SELPA Association of California. The association sent you a letter regarding the West Ed's fiscal study recommendation as well as the IEP template. I'd like to propose having the association regarding these recommendations be able to receive it.
Thank you for your call.
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon. I'm calling on behalf of item number 4. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Janet Cano, Executive Director for the Whittier Area Cooperative SELPA. First, I want to recognize and thank the work of the IEP Work Group for its extensive efforts to meet the charge of SB 74. After careful review of the IEP Work Group report, I fully support the recommendation for increased training in a student-focused IEP process. However, I cannot support the IEP template as proposed because it takes away from the fundamental premise of IDEA, that special education is focused on the unique needs of the student and that an IEP is needs-driven. This allows us to really focus on the action steps that must be taken to help a child on an IEP make progress. As Director Calamese stated today, compliance is foundational to what we do. I cannot support the recommended IEP template as it is not compliant with current law, which would confuse and complicate discussions that should be purposeful and collaborative. Thank you for your kind attention to this
Caller,
important
thank you
matter
for your
that
time.
falls to the fight.
Further speakers, can you please make sure that you are speaking loudly into your phone so that we can hear you effectively?
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please.
Hello, this is Eddie Davidson from the Fresno County SELPA. I'm the Fresno County Charter SELPA. This is for item number 5. I recommend we continue with the current AB 602 funding formula and allocation system. Services for our students with disabilities requires a size and scope that is greater than many of our LEAs. AB 602 accounts for this. The new recommendations create winners and losers among LEAs. Some lose money, some gain money, but a student's zip code should not determine if they get the necessary services they need. This creates an equity issue in service delivery as well as funding. It may also create an issue in meeting federal compliance requirements as well as an increase in formal complaints and due process. Changes to special ed funding and governance is a serious matter, and it's been considered with great care over the decades. AB 602 is the culmination of that care. It already provides a reasonable funding formula, equity in service delivery, and local control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and your input, caller.
Next caller, please. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll be speaking on item number 4. My name is Andrew Unby, and today I am speaking to you not as a special education professional. Rather, I am speaking to you as a parent of a young man with disabilities who received special education from elementary school through high school. IEPs for me were always emotional and challenging because they were about my child's life. But there's always one thing I knew. At the end of that meeting, we were going to walk away with a plan, an individual education plan that I could read and understand. I'm convinced and deeply concerned that the proposed IEP template would take that away. It lacks clarity throughout, and particularly in the present levels and goals pages. When I come to an IEP meeting, I want to talk about where my son is right now and what we're going to do next to help him progress through the next year. That is a real, practical, concrete plan based upon my son's individual needs. Being a parent of a child with special needs and sitting in IEP meetings is hard enough, and this proposed IEP template would just make it more confusing and challenging.
Thank you for your call.
Next caller, please. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Deborah Schlegel. I'm a parent. I'm calling on item 5, the West Ed study special education funding. I'm concerned that, as many SELPA directors have called and expressed their concerns, I echo many of them. I also am concerned about the equity issues that the recommendations from ACSE will provide. I hope that in the future, parents and other stakeholders are invited to participate in this process, with the understanding that this was a privately funded study. I hope that the commissioners refrain from supporting the recommendations, as I think that the study was very incomplete. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time, caller.
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please. Caller ending in 5658, you have 1 minute, please. Caller ending in 5658, you have 1 minute, please. Next caller, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners and board members. My name is Aida Amara. I'm a parent, and today I'm speaking on behalf of our chair and East San Gabriel Valley SELPA Community Advisory Committee. We are a multi-district SELPA with 15 LEAs with approximately 95,000 students. Helen Keller said, alone we can do little, together we can do much. We support working together with SELPAs and have seen firsthand the impact made on our children, our students, through SELPA-run programs. We disagree with West Ed that multi-district SELPA does not provide accountability. Our LEAs, along with the programs and students, are involved with work collaboratively together to help provide opportunities for students with disabilities. Without the SELPA program, our children and our students would not have the opportunities to thrive. By LEAs working together in collaboration with the SELPA, LEA can provide the much needed programs that one single LEA cannot carry out in our region. The specialized programs allow inclusion, equity, and accountability. Thank you.
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon, commissioners and board members. I am making a public comment on item number 5. My name is Gloria Clark, parent of a spunky 14-year-old boy with cerebral palsy and a CAC representative for the Claremont Unified School District. Our multi-district SELPA represents approximately 95,000 students. There are organizations that need to be dissolved, revamped, and I can give you a few, but SELPA is not one of them. They are not one of the few organizations bringing value to our special ed population. They are the check and balance. The East San Gabriel Valley SELPA provides training, education, people that care for our population. I don't know a single parent that thinks giving control to the district is a good idea. Thank you. Thank you again for listening to my feedback.
Thank you, caller.
Next caller, please. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Maureen Burness, and I am here to share a couple of opinions with the commission as a prior commissioner. I was also a prior school psychologist, a special ed administrator, a SELPA administrator, and with Vicki Barber, who spoke to you earlier, the co-executive director of the Special Education Task Force. As a SELPA director in 1997, I worked on, with several other people, on the AB 602 language and the funding changes, and we did look at funding during our Special Ed Task Force work. One of the major concerns that I have here, and why I'm talking to you, is because I want to express my grave concern and objection to the funding recommendations of this item 5. As Commissioner Andrus mentioned, the funding by identified number of students and by the specific disability is something that has been studied in the past and is manipulatable. I agree with the examples that Sarah gave about
Caller, thank you for your
OI, for
time.
example.
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Veronica Coates, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent for the Tehama County SELPA. I submitted a letter to you all in conjunction with 2 district superintendents, our SELPA chair and vice chair, via email with much more detail, and I aligned my statements today with that letter based on item 5. Both of those superintendents who were present to also provide public comment today, that due to multiple things going on in districts right now, which is vast and at crisis level every day, we're unable to stay on to provide public comment, which is unfortunate. As my colleague, Mr. Benton, said, I hope there are much more opportunities to have more robust discussion around this in a public forum. I hope you have the opportunity to read our letter. I want to reiterate that very remote and small areas would have catastrophic impacts from the fiscal recommendations outlined in this report. All of our LEAs would receive less funding with the recommendations as stated. Additionally, I think it's important as commissioners to reflect and question the extraordinary cost pool recommendations within this report, which could potentially take away from already existing funding sources based on local needs to fund an already deficited pot of money. It would be detrimental to our students in very small remote LEAs who receive unique services that are offered due to this regionalization. All of our district superintendents understand their accountability and responsibility to
Caller, thank you for your time.
And that they do not know this responsibility due to
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please.
My name is Melanie Hertig, and I'm the single district SELPA director for Irvine Unified School District. My concern is in regards to the direction that some of the recommendations of the WestEd studies may take us. Currently, an LEA must meet size and scope requirements in order to be a single district SELPA. Why was that a wise requirement when the SELPA structure was first envisioned? Because the reality in the field is that at district level, the work and special education department is of course important and rewarding, however, can also be contentious, taxing, and requires field expertise. As a larger district, we are able to fund the administrative staffing needed in order for someone, such as myself, to focus on the data governance, compliance requirements, and collaboration with CDE. The reality is the multi-district SELPAs provide the support for all of the things that many smaller districts just do not have the capacity to support. It is naive to believe that all small LEAs will designate funds appropriately to ensure that appropriate administrative staffing is secured and will take on these responsibilities or join a consortium.
Caller, thank you for your time.
Most alarming to Irvine is that approximately $5.7 million.
This is just a reminder that callers have the option of speaking on both items. If you're going to speak on both items, you will have 1 minute for each item. Please identify that you're speaking about either one or both items so we're able to accommodate that appropriately.
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please.
Hi, I'm calling on item number 5. My name is Rosemary Napoleon. I'm the Special Education Director for Lancaster School District within the Antelope Valley SELPA. I am one of the larger districts in my SELPA, but I speak to you on behalf of my own district and our smaller districts in our SELPA. I'm truly concerned with the proposed model of the privately funded WestEd study that does not increase funding or consider adequacy. Our AV self-insures a continuum of services via regional programs, and our self-insured programs are available to students within the Lancaster School District. If these recommendations were, we would need to develop a deaf of hard of hearing program, early start program, and an intensive emotional disturbance program. These programs are very expensive and are funneled through our regionalized programs through SELPA. Without a SELPA structure, the AV LEAs would be in competition for staff to provide these services. We already have staffing shortages, and this competition and new hiring would
Caller,
cause
that's time.
great
Thank you for
need
your
in our
time.
district.
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and board members. I'm speaking on comment item number 4. My name is Aida Amara. I'm a parent, and today I'm speaking on behalf of our chair and East St. Gabriel SELPA Community Advisory Committee. We have 15 local educational agencies. We support the standardized IEP template that is student-focused to help streamline the process for students. However, we do not support removing disability eligibility from the template, as that is a discussion among the IEP team, which must include parental input. When basic eligibility information is not listed on the IEP template, moving to other LEAs and states will be challenging for parents. While that information does not drive placement or service decisions, it will allow staff to consider and implement evidence-based practice from the research of certain disabilities. Thank you to the board and commissioners.
Caller, thank you for your time.
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please.
Hello. Many school districts are withholding public records in violation of the California Government Code in an effort to impede advocacy efforts for those with disabilities. For example, Irvine Unified School District refuses to provide settlement agreements with all private information redacted, which show where these tax dollars are going and what waivers parents have had to make in order to get these services for their children under the IDEA. Irvine Unified School District, among others, wants to hide this information to keep those who advocate for children at a disadvantage. The CDE is also having trouble with transparency in not providing public records. It has taken many months to receive records from Ryan Welch. He has repeatedly not followed the California Public Records Act, and I think the CDE needs to be an example for all of the school districts in California. Thank you.
Caller, thank you for your time.
Next caller, you have 1 minute, please.
I'm sorry, I wasn't intended to make a comment, but since I'm on, I wanted to go back to one of the items that you were discussing earlier today about the strengths-based focus on IEPs. And it reminded me a little bit of, or I think it was, I don't know. Anyway, it reminded me a little bit of predetermination, and the idea that we have to make sure that parents and districts focus on giving the students the benefit of their education rather than deciding from the time that they are quite young that they are not capable of achieving. So thank you for all your work.
Caller, thank you for your time.
That's the end of public comment.
Callers, thank you so much for your feedback and participation. We are now going to move into item number 6, Family Empowerment Center expansion, request for application 2021-2022. Staff from the Special Ed Department seek Commissioner feedback regarding the development of the FEC 2021-2022 request for application. Welcome Noella Hernandez and Patrick Garcia Smith. I now turn over the floor to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Michelle. Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. It's very good to be here today. My name is Noelia Hernandez, and I'm the administrator of the Programs and Partnerships Unit in the Special Education Division. Today, we are here to seek input from the Commission on the 2021-22 Family Empowerment Center expansion request for applications. We are deeply appreciative of this opportunity and appreciate the collection of the very important feedback you will provide to this process. Here with me today is also Patrick Garcia Smith, an education programs consultant from my unit, who will provide additional points of discussion for this process. Next slide, please. So let me provide a brief background on what the Family Empowerment Centers, or as we know them, FECs, by their acronym, are, and the trainings and services that they provide. They were established through Senate Bill 511 that enacted them in Education Code. They were codified in 2001, and there was an IDEA Part B set aside that has been funding them. The FECs provide training and information to families of children and young adults with disabilities between the ages of 3 and 22. Some of the centers are also part of other federal, state, or local initiatives and serve families with children from birth to age 3 or for other specified focus programs. These FECs are parent-led nonprofit organizations that offer specialized regional training on items, webinars and trainings and in-person trainings such as behavior support, social emotional support at home, inclusion, supporting parents with inclusive practices and providing that information, IEP facilitation, peer-to-peer support, information and referral services to other community-based organizations or local level agencies. And they also, in some areas, have really great relationships with SELPAs or LEAs and contribute to school improvement activities. They also are in the process, some already have relationships with some SELPAs to promote alternate dispute resolution programs and trainings for parents in ADR. And lastly, the FECs are always promoting positive relationships between parents and LEAs. Next slide, please. I'm so sorry. This is the wrong presentation, but let's go with it. So with the passing of the 2021 state budget, there was quite a bit of changes that impacted Ed Code as it pertains to the FECs. And there are a few things that have to be implemented by the department this upcoming year. Specifically, there was set aside additional funding to establish more FECs, which is why we are here, and also to increase the funding to the current 14 FECs that we have across the state. By increasing their funding, we mean increasing their base rate and also their per pupil rate so that they could have sufficient funding to implement their programs or expand or hire more staff. As mentioned through the State Budget Act, various aspects of the Ed Code were amended, and now we as a department have to move through and implement a request for application so that we could onboard new centers and provide grants to them by March of 2022 to establish new FEC centers in regions of the state where they're under the Regional Early Start Resource Center map, where there is not one existing currently right now. Additionally, the statute was amended so that we could develop a uniform and coordinated tracking and data collection system so that we could establish outcome-based evaluation procedures and processes. Next slide, please.
Yes, would it be possible for me to share my screen? Because I think it's the incorrect PowerPoint that has, you've updated a couple of bits of information if that's possible.
Thank you, Patrick.
If I can just have sharing capabilities, please. Thank you. Okay, apologies for the mix-up, and let's see right here. And I don't think that's showing. Sorry about that.
I think we're in slide 3. I'm so sorry we're having such technical difficulties.
All right, let's try this one more time.
I think we were in slide 3, the role of the family empowerment centers. I really wanted to talk about that. Sorry, commissioners. So previously, the FECs have come to the commission in the past seeking support for legislation that has come about annually to increase their funding. Right around this time, last year in 2020, they also came to provide a parent and family perspective. And they also came to discuss the impact of distance learning and how it was processed by the families and students during that time. Their role in our program is extremely important to the student and parent voice. And they're also very critical as a support for parents who need to understand how to navigate a very complex special education system. So here at the CDE, we constantly refer to our FECs as our boots in the grounds in all aspects as it relates to the families. They were very quick to organize resources for families calling for just basic needs during the pandemic and also during the California wildfires. So some of the highlights that we have here on this slide are some of the successes we saw with their end of year reporting to us that we collect. As mentioned, this doesn't include all of them, but they do work directly with and advocate for families with students with disabilities. Each of these centers have directors, managers, and staff members with a wealth of experience in special education. So they utilize all this knowledge base to inform their work and their trainings. They also provide numerous services to meet the diverse needs of the communities. So at the end of this presentation, we also have a calendar of events or a link for everyone to be able to access, where we have compiled all of their events. Another success is that they were able to quickly transition all their programming during the COVID-19 pandemic from in-person to online. And so just as we as a state agency and all the LEAs in the state were experiencing moving, from in-person to online to that virtual sphere, they also experienced those pains. And what was more challenging at that time was they didn't have sufficient funding to quickly transition with all that equipment and whatnot. So one of the other successes has been the collaborative relationship that we have with them that has been the last 20 years that we've been working together with them. I'd like to say that the last 4 years have probably been the best 4 years, and not just because they've been under me, but we just have such a great relationship with them right now. They have also participated a lot in some of these statewide legislative reports with these work groups that you've all heard about from today in the last few meetings. And also this last year with our new director, Heather, that came on board, she's also made it a point to do a lot of presentations at some of those sites virtually so that she could connect with those centers and those families. They do maintain a very strong collaborative relationship, also at the local level, as I mentioned earlier. So some of the challenges that we have here with the 3 bullets is that, when SB 511 was established in 2001, the intention back then of the statute was to establish enough centers so that each county in the state had access to a family center. Right now, there's only 14, and they serve 26 counties across the state. We have, I think, about 58 or 59 counties. So there's not sufficient amount of centers out there. And so, if anything, this last year, as we went through the pandemic, we recognized, and the legislators recognized that we needed additional FECs throughout the state. One of the other challenging aspects is that this last year that they had was, as they were relying on a lot of fundraisers and volunteers to maintain the centers running, all of that kind of changed for them when they had to transition to the virtual sphere. Even though it was successful transitioning to the virtual atmosphere, they lost part of that funding because of social distancing and all the other county-based local rules that they were having to abide. And so one of these last things that I wanted to touch back on is they weren't getting any funding. Legislation hadn't been passed. And so all of this has changed with the 2021 state budget. So that said, I'm going to pass it over to Patrick Garcia-Smith, who saved us with the presentation slides, and he'll provide a map of where these current FECs are and what counties they serve. Next slide, please. Thank you, Patrick.
And all right, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Noelia, and hello, commissioners. On the map before you, you can see the top half of California and the counties that currently have a center that provides services to them. In the most northern part of the state, the Raoul Family Empowerment of Northern California, which is located in Redding, provides services to Shasta, Butte, Tehama, Trinity, Siskiyou, and Glenn counties. Family Soup, which is located in Yuba City, provides services to Yuba, Sutter, and Colusa counties. Located in Quincy, the FEC Plumas Rural Services serves the Lassen, Modoc, Plumas, and Sierra counties. And located in San Rafael, the Matrix Parent Network and Resource Center serves Napa, Solana, and Sonoma counties. On this map of northern to central California, we have the following FECs. Located in San Francisco, Support for Families of Children with Disabilities provides services to San Francisco County. In Santa Cruz, we have SPIN, which is the Special Parents Information Network, which serves the San Benito and Santa Cruz counties. In San Jose, we have Parents Helping Parents, and they serve Santa Clara County. Then in Fresno, we have Exceptional Parents Unlimited, and they serve the Fresno and Kings counties. On this map of central to southern California, we have the following FECs. In Bakersfield, we have Hearts, Connection Family Resource Center, and they provide services to Kern County. In San Diego, we have Exceptional Family Resource Center, and they provide services to the San Diego and Imperial counties. And headquartered in Brea, we have TASK, or Team of Advocates for Special Kids, and they provide services to Orange County. And now the following three FECs are all located in Los Angeles, but not all portions of the county are served by an FEC. In Northridge, we have Family Focus Resource and Empowerment Center, and they serve North Los Angeles. Specifically, they serve San Fernando, Santa Clarita, and Antelope Valley. In West Covina, the Parents Place Family Resource Center serves Los Angeles, specifically the cities of San Gabriel Valley and Pomona. And lastly, in Culver City, we have the Westside Family Resource and Empowerment Center, which provides services to the West Los Angeles region. And just like Noelia mentioned, at the end of the presentation, we will share with you the web pages where you can look up your nearest FEC. And now that we've oriented ourselves on the physical location of the 14 centers, I'm going to pass it back to Noelia. Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Patrick. And I feel like I kind of went through this slide before we switched over, but I'm just going to go over it really quickly. And it's about the 2021 state budget and why it's so important for the FECs this year, and even for us as we implement the expansion and some of the other things that changed the statute. So with the passing of the 2021 state budget and the accompanying education finance bills, there was quite a bit of changes as it relates to the statute that governs the Family Empowerment Centers. Specifically, of course, the additional funding that was provided to establish and expand FECs across the state. There was also additional funding provided to increase the current base rate and per pupil rate. And there's also a requirement to implement a data collection template and a system. So as I mentioned, by next year, around March 2022, we have to award grants. So here today, we are in the middle of the request for application process. And part of that request, which Patrick will go over, is that we have to collect some feedback, specifically from you all. And so that said, the statute was also, like I said, amended to develop and update a uniform and coordinated tracking and data collection system We are collecting data now, but we have additional funding to create a more robust system. Some of the other things that I don't think we included here is that we will be modifying the procedural safeguards also next spring to ensure that the information for the family empowerment centers and a contact for them is included in all these documents, and as well as all their translations. Next slide, Patrick. So the role of the CDE currently right now, as we are finalizing the tail end of this request for application process, we are collecting feedback. And Patrick will actually go through all the entities that we have to collect feedback for this application before it's released to the public. So the RFA, as we are developing it, will give priority to the following potential applicants. Applicants that are able to ensure continuity of support for families transitioning from services under Part C to Part B of IDEA, positive consideration for applicants proposing to establish new FECs in regions that have high concentration of students who qualify for free and reduced price meals. And lastly here, this last bullet, the priority is going to be given to regions in the state established under the Early Start Family Resource Centers that currently do not have an FEC. So I'm going to pass this back to Patrick, who's going to go over why we are here and what we want from the commissioners with regards to the feedback we need. Next slide.
All right, thank you, Noelia. And so now that we've provided some background on the FEC's statute and the CD's charge, I'm going to present on the RFA process, current status of feedback from our constituents, and lastly, ask for ACSE's feedback on the development of the grant application. AB 130 amended the following section of Education Code, which stipulate the following for the RFA process. So Ed Code 56402, subletter D, stipulates that the department shall develop the grant application with advice from constituents, including parents and family members of children with disabilities, adults with disabilities, the Advisory Commission on Special Education, ACSE, and representatives of community agencies serving children and adults with disabilities. So in order to ensure that we're able to develop a grant application that will assist the department to identify potential applicants that will meet the diverse needs of our communities, we've developed a multi-processed approach to gathering feedback. We are currently seeking advice from the following constituents, communities, and agencies. The Family Empowerment Disability Council, which is made up of the 14 FEC directors and the representatives, ACSE, parents and family members of children with disabilities, and representatives from community agencies serving children and adults with disabilities, which right now includes the Department of Rehabilitation, Department of Developmental Services, Workability One, Family Resource Centers Network of California, Statewide Parent Advisory Council, Desired Results Access, Youth Leadership Forum, Infant Development Association, Disability Rights California, FOREA Partnerships, Special Education Local Plan Areas, SELPAS, and educators from both local educational agencies and higher institutes of education. This feedback is being delivered through both online forums and surveys. Next week, we're actually looking forward to such a forum where we hope to have representatives from all these agencies and communities in order to gain their feedback. This now brings us to the purpose of today's presentation. Per Ed Code 56402, subletter D, ACSE is the sole organization that is specifically stipulated to seek advice on the development of the grant application. So in order for commissioners to provide feedback on this process, the FEC Program Expansion Survey should take approximately 10 minutes to complete, and it provides various avenues for participants to provide specific feedback on the following areas: assessing the training and information needs of parents and families of children and young adults with disabilities, community partnerships, grant funding for specific programs and services, and any additional advice that you would like to give on this process. So this survey link will actually be emailed to ACSE commissioners directly and will allow input, and will allow until November 5th, 2021 to provide input. And so, already, commissioners, thank you in advance for your feedback, but now let me just explain the next steps in our process of awarding this grant. Once the window for feedback ends on November 5th, 2021, we will then review this data with our contractor. From there, we will then work to develop the request for proposal, disseminate the proposal, and once this period of application is over, we will impanel a set of readers to evaluate the grant proposals. We will then award the grants to establish new centers by March 2022, Furthermore, we will continue to develop the data collection system and establish and update outcome-based evaluation procedures and processes for use by FECs by June 2022. And lastly, I know Noelia mentioned it a little bit ago, and lastly, we will also inform parents of children with disabilities of the availability of FEC services by including its notice of procedural safeguards, information on the purpose of the centers, and the web address of its internet website that lists contact information for the centers as stipulated by Education Code 56415, subletter A, and include translated versions of these notices as stipulated by Education Code 56415, subletter B. And so for additional information on the FEC expansion, please reach out to me, Patrick Garcia-Smith, the Education Programs Consultant at p.garcia-smith@cde.ca.gov. For more information on the FECs and additional parent organizations and resources, please visit the CDE California Parent Organizations webpage at https://www.cde.ca/sp/sp/caprntorg.asp. And you may also view the previously displayed FEC map in order to find the nearest center to you by accessing the Seeds of Partnership California FEC webpage at https://www.seedsofpartnership.org/familymempowerment.html. But otherwise, thank you, commissioners, for your time and support, and we look forward to your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Noella and Patrick, for including us in this process. I have two questions, and then I'm going to open the floor for commissioners and public comment. So can you please go back to slide 12? Now, you said the survey is going to take 10 minutes. And if I understand correctly, commissioners will individually participate in the survey on or before November 5th. Is that correct? Yes?
Yes,
okay.
That's correct. Mm-hmm. That is correct. We actually wanted to invite the commissioners to that meeting that we have, the webinar scheduled next week. But your bylaws did not allow one representative to speak for all of you. Therefore, that's why we're here and why we have a survey link that's going to be used to capture feedback from other constituent groups. But this will allow for all of you to provide input via this survey and not just have one of you represent all of you in that meeting.
Thank you so much. And my next follow-up question was the details of the survey. And I know Patrick quickly went through the various avenues piece. Can he repeat exactly the content that he expressed for that item right there?
Yes, let me bring it back up real quick. Apologies for that. And I believe we're on this slide. Yeah. So it's going to be there's about 10 or 12 questions, but they kind of fit under these 4 categories of assessing the training and information needs of parents and families of children and young adults with disabilities. And then there's a section also be able to provide feedback on community partnerships. And then also in addition to grant funding for specific programs and services. And then also there's a section just for commissioners to be able to, or constituents to be able to provide any additional advice that you would like to give us on this process, whether you feel like some areas need to be emphasized more or what direction be able to be provided. But there's a section that allows constituents to be able to provide that a little bit more personalized feedback.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that commissioners have the information that they need to feel like they can successfully provide feedback to your content.
No, thank you. And I know we've already worked with the folks to be able to send that survey to you directly before the end of today.
And my last question is, are we as a body expected to participate beyond the survey, or this is it? And are we participating in the development of the actual application?
So this is it. So with your participation, the entire commissioners through the survey, we will be taking that, the in-person as well as the other feedback that we've gathered, and have our contractor analyze all of that feedback that'll be incorporated into the request for application that we have. The request for application has already been drafted, but we need to incorporate all the feedback that we've received into some of the various sections. But this would be it.
Thank you, Noella. All right, commissioners, any questions, comments on your end? All right, here. Oh.
Commissioner Gill. Sorry about that. I was looking for the hand real quickly. I just wanted to inquire about the communities or the counties that do not have an FEC. Is the reason for that we have a certain amount of funding, or do we not have applicants? Or if you can just say more why we have counties that are not represented.
We only have a certain amount of funding. So when they were established in 2001, we established 12. And thereafter, I mean, there was only a specific amount of funding. And thereafter, there's been legislation every year, but the IDEA funds were already kind of set aside. And so there wasn't sufficient amount of funding to be able to expand it. Right around, I believe 2005, there was legislation that was enacted and a little bit more funding was added to the pot, so to speak, and only 2 other centers were added to come up with the 14 that we have now. So I think for the last 5 years, consistently, they have worked with legislators to be able to pass some legislation that never made it past the Senate Appropriations Committee due to some funding situation. And so this past year with the passage of the 2021 state budget is when we were able to get, I believe, about $6 or $7 million to expand and also provide them an increase. So they basically have all been working with funding levels from 2001.
So do you see a scenario where some of the SECs would not qualify for additional funding and we may see some new ones open up in this funding cycle, or do you feel that this will remain the same?
No, they're receiving an increase. So for example, currently right now they have for their base, 150,000. That was increased to 246. The per pupil rate has increased. So some of them are going to see their grants double in terms of the funding that they're going to receive for 2021. They have been waiting. So in case I see if one of them comes onto public comment, they will be getting their grants this week. And so it's very important. It took a second to make sure that that funding was there. But yes, the current ones are going to be getting a significant increase to their current grants. And we also still have quite a bit of money to be able to conduct this request for application process and at least try to onboard between 6 and 8 or 6 and 10, depending on what the size of the center that applies, because there's a funding methodology we apply when they do submit their applications.
Great, thank you. Looking forward to that.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Hi, my question is, what process are you guys using? What's in place to determine that these FECs are actually parent-run?
They're all nonprofit centers. So for example, when they applied, so the first 12 that have been on board have gone through the request for application process, and that was one of the requirements, that they had to be a nonprofit and had to have a certain percentage amount of parents running the center. And we also go out and do site visitations. Previously, we did all virtual visitations to the sites the last year. So we continue to verify those pieces of information. And the new ones that we will be onboarding also have, the request for application, we will have the same kind of requirements, basic requirements that we have had with the last 2 RFAs that were issued in the last few years.
Got it. Thank you so much, Noelia.
You're welcome.
And Commissioner Oyakawa.
Thank you. I love the FEC, so I think anything we can do to support, I'm always excited to get on board. But I guess I'm confused as to what exactly, and I think you tried to answer, but what are we giving feedback on in these surveys? Is it the application itself or the priorities that you had identified?
We have priorities, but there's different sections of the application that'll require a little bit more feedback from the different groups. So I think Patrick named them, but I don't think we had them on the slide. I'm not sure if I saw them, but there's 5 different areas in the survey. It's short, but then, it just sort of asks you those anecdotal questions so that we can use that information to shape those areas of the RFA that we need that input from.
Okay. And then I think the last slide you gave the links on the different resources for the families. Is it possible to put that map, which I love to see maps, on your CDE page instead of having families have to go find the other link?
We have tried, and I think we're going to try again this year because there's an old map that was grandfathered, but we have very strict web standards. And so our contractor, Seeds of Partnership through the Sacramento County Office of Ed, has that map, and they have it 508 compliant. We're trying to see if we can get a 508 compliant map on our website, and it just hasn't happened. But now that you asked, Commissioner, it does make sense to have one. We do have a web page that lists all of them by county, but we don't have a map. And us people that are visual, right? Like, I like seeing that visual too. I like seeing that visual, and it was important for us to present it to you in those slides so that we can actually convey and you could see, look, there's a lot of gaps throughout the state. This is all they're doing, because a lot of people sometimes, why don't we have a center here? Where are they at? How do I reach them? And it's important to see what they look like in the map. But duly noted, I think Patrick and I are going to try to make sure that we can see if we can have a map on our website too.
Yeah, thank you. Because I live in one of those gray zones. And I remember when my daughter was an infant, I somehow ended up at one of the FECs. And back, pre-pandemic, I drove to wherever it was, which was very far away. But it would be helpful to know where everything is located and where you are in relation to that. But I think also, I don't know if they made some exception, but if this is just the normal practice for FECs to support families that are not within their zone because they live in a gray area. If it is something that's possible, can you mention that on the website as well? Because I can imagine myself from 10 years ago looking on the website and saying my county's not in here. I guess I don't have anything to do. I can't go anywhere for support. So if it can be noted that families are able to reach out to centers nearby if they don't have their own, that would be very helpful for families who are first, putting their toes into all this.
No, absolutely. We do have on our website so some of these FECs have different designations. For example, there's 5 of them that are also parent training and information centers, which means they get their funds directly from the Fed, but they are also able to provide services to adjacent counties, or it's a more of a grade band from birth to age 22 rather than just age 3 to 22. And so they're able to provide more services with that funding they receive directly from the Fed. And you're right, there's some folks that are in that gray area do reach out to some of those PTICs. And then there's also different types of centers. We try to include them in our website, even though they're not receiving monies, let's say from CDE, only because I agree, if I, as a parent too of a child with disabilities, have used my local PTIC, and I've always been forever grateful that they have these amazing workbooks to help you stay organized with all your IEP meetings and what to ask, what to do, and how to do all the follow-ups. And in these areas that there is nothing, we try to incorporate them. I think Patrick has done an amazing job this last year to look for some centers because there's that gray area in the Central Valley. I think Fresno, Madera, that area there doesn't have an FEC. And so he has found some centers out there. And we also have different centers reaching out to us. So we're hoping that with this RFA, we attract different centers, obviously that meet the criteria, so that we can actually have centers in parts of the state where there is none for parents that really do need some explanations of this complex system, right?
Great, thank you so much. I'm all for expanding and supporting the FECs, and I love that you're adding it to the rights and responsibilities page for the parents. Information there is also very helpful. So thank you both.
Mm-hmm. That's the last commissioner comment.
Michelle, are there any public comments in the queue?
We do not have any public comments in the queue.
Thank you, Noella and Patrick, for your time. We are going to participate in your survey. Commissioners, please make sure you participate on or before November 5. All right. We are now going to move into item number 7, Commissioner updates and reports. I have 2 updates, and then I'm going to circle back to the Mental Health Committee and any other folks who would like to share an update. So my first update is thank you, commissioners, for submitting your autobiographies. We were able to collect everyone's document, and I believe we will be able to have CDE revise our website before our next meeting in February. So I look forward to that. So that request has been completed. Thank you. And my next update is the Goal Award Committee. Commissioner Andrus has requested to step down as the chair of the Goal Award Committee, and Commissioner Oyakawa has agreed to serve in the new role. So I would like for us to thank Commissioner Andrus for her work. She has served as the chair of the Goal Award for a couple of years. Although she is stepping down from the role, she has expressed her desire to continue into the committee. So I'm sure that we will be able to provide Commissioner Oyakawa with all she needs to transition in the role. Either Commissioner Andrus or Oyakawa would like to comment? Okay, seeing none at this time, thank you both for your continued work. And now I will transition over to the Mental Health Committee members. Commissioner Andrus and Topalian, would you like to provide an update?
Elizabeth Estes, right? So thank you. So we met this morning. It feels like it was such a long time ago. And yeah, time is just going by. So we discussed just about our current state. I know all this money is coming down, but again, like, what do we do? I mean, we need it in the schools. We need to see more of the money being brought in, but also, you know, the implementation is going to be very important of how we play, how it's all played out. Elizabeth, you want to jump in at any point? And then we talked about, go ahead.
It does seem like a long time ago, and I realize that we're running late. So we actually really circled back to something that was mentioned in the last commission meeting, which was a question as to how the current allocations for community schools and the behavioral health initiative are considering students with disabilities and the service of students with disabilities, both in the confines of prevention work and within the confines of our students who are who have more involved needs, including those who are placed in residential treatment centers or NPSs. So we were going to, that we have to present that as we are great system for them with the allocations that have been made.
Commissioner Estes, can you repeat that? You got kind of glitchy there. What kind of presentation would y'all like?
We were thinking that it would be good for the commission to hear about the community schools, the plans for the community schools implementation and behavioral health, youth behavioral health implementation as it pertains to students with disabilities and how students with disabilities have been included within the planning regarding the rollout of those bodies of work in coming months. The other related topic is SB 75, which is a Medi-Cal expansion work group that just came out with recommendations. And I think that we did discuss how that may relate to students with disabilities. And I think we were going to make a recommendation to have a presentation with relation to that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Estes and Topalian. Commissioners, are there any other updates you would like to share? Seeing none. Michelle, can you please put up the public comment slide?
One second.
Thank you. Public, if you would like to make a comment, please dial in at the number presented on the slide. I will pause for a couple moments to allow an opportunity for folks to dial in if they would like to do so. Are there any public commenters at this time?
No, we have no callers at this time.
Thank you. We are now ready to move into item number 8, agenda building. Commissioners, this is your time to make potential suggestions for agenda items for our next meeting and beyond. I know Commissioner Estes just stated her request. Can you please do so again so we can have it on record for this item?
Sure. So a presentation on the current community schools allocations and plans for implementation as they relate to students with disabilities, particularly students with mental health needs. The same for the behavioral health initiative that is launching, and the SB 75 work group recommendations regarding Medi-Cal maximization.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. Can you do the call?
Yes, Commissioner Tostin.
Two items for me. I would recommend for our next meeting, given the focus on literacy, that we invite the lead agency for the special education workforce investment grant because of their work related to literacy, focusing on students with disabilities. And I'd also like to circle back to the conversation that we had in August about developing of our annual report as we go through the year. And so I just wanted to highlight that we took action on item 2 related to the state performance indicators. And so currently that is an item on the list for the annual report at the end of the year. And so if there are other items that commissioners would like to solicit thoughts around, I ask you to just keep your notes and we'll have more information as the year develops related to the annual report. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ruiz.
Hi, I'd like to see if we can have a presentation done from the self-administration of California, just to hear their side, or just to give them an opportunity to speak, like on the letter that we received, but to hear that in a presentation form to us.
Thank you. Commissioner Andrus.
It might be scary, but I'm a little concerned about how vaccine mandates will impact some of our students with IEPs. I've already had a number of parents of students with IEPs report they want to go to online schooling to avoid vaccination. And so I know we heard earlier that the state is working really hard to come up with some supports for students in that situation. And I think it would be very helpful for all special ed service providers to hear more about that, because I'm concerned about how this might impact our kids with learning needs. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Gill?
I want to second the presentation of the vaccine mandate. Thank you, Commissioner Andrus. That was top of mind for me as well. The other idea that I had was potentially having a presentation from a long-running, successful Family Empowerment Center to give us information about their services and some data around how they have taken lessons learned to improve their services, perhaps to enhance this process of requests for proposals.
Thank you. And Commissioner Oyakawa?
I'm going to third the vaccine question. I think that's going to be in the front of everyone's mind. So I would like to have more information about that. That would be great. The other thing is I would like to hear from the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. I was part of a work group that's working on the education specialists preparation for California and working on the Cal TPAs, the teacher performance assessments. And they're really working on getting our teachers working in special ed, as well as also getting gen ed teachers more support. And I think this is a big part of a bigger picture that we've been talking about all today about preparing everyone to support our students in whatever setting they're in. And I think they can share a lot of information. I hope they're not angry at me for giving them another and something else to do. But I think it would be great for the other commissioners to hear what they're doing and learn about what's going on with the CTC. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all.
I see one more.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Salmonson.
I just slid it under there right at the last minute. I apologize. I was wondering if maybe somebody from the Department of Rehab might want to come and talk just a little bit about SB 639 and the potential, we'll see how it goes, but phasing out really the discriminatory act of being able to pay individuals with disabilities sometimes, pennies on the dollar and not having to meet that minimum wage requirement. So I think it's timely and it would be informational to know how that's going to impact the Department of Rehab and to know that that's how, we're trying to backwards map to that livable wage and what that might look like for us in our planning. So I'd be interested to know some thoughts on that from the Department of Rehab.
All right, commissioners, any further comments at this time? Seeing none. Public, if you would like to make a comment regarding this item, please dial in now. I will pause for a couple more moments to allow folks an opportunity to dial in. Are there any public commenters at this time?
We have none.
All right, hearing none, we are moving into item number 9. We're almost there, guys. At this time, public commenters are invited to comment on any matter of their choice, including items not on the agenda. Commissioners are precluded from discussing matters not on the agenda. However, questions may be asked by commissioners for clarification purposes. At this time, the commission would like to acknowledge receipt of all the public commenters' comments submitted via email. Issues raised by the public may be referred to a future meeting agenda. Public comments are limited to 1 minute. I will pause to allow an opportunity for public commenters to dial in. If you would like to make a comment at this time, please do so.
We have one caller.
Hi, caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Rita Loof, and I'm a parent of children with disabilities. The ACSE webpage indicates that this committee is involved with interagency agreements, and my comments are regarding the interagency agreement between CDE and the Office of Administrative Hearings. ACSE should request that CDE ensure proper oversight over litigious districts like Upland Unified who are suing children with disabilities without the knowledge of their school board, which is a violation of the Brown Act. These for-profit law firms have hijacked special education and are enriching themselves by denying special education services to children. So we would very much welcome your help. Thank you so much.
Caller, thank you for your time.
Are there any other callers at this time?
Yes, we have one more.
Hi, caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabel Huber. I'm from the San Gabriel Valley, and I'm a parent of a son with a disability. I just had, I would like some clarity on what was mentioned on number 5. It was mentioned that there would, within the LEAs, there would not be an oversight to the actual allocation and usage of the leveled funding. That concerns me because if we are going to allocate based on the level funding, I would think that there would be some type of oversight to make sure that it's being properly distributed. Thank you.
Thank you, caller, for your input. Are there any other callers?
Next caller, please. You have 1 minute.
Hello, I'm Debbie Cam. I'm the parent of 2 special needs children. I'm asking this commission to recommend that the CDE investigate how school districts and their law firms are misusing state and federal funds against children with disabilities. Law firms have completely hijacked the special education system. Since they are paid by the hour, they are initiating and extending litigation completely unnecessarily. And they do this because the more they litigate, the more money they make. This perverse incentive is absolutely counter to the IDEA. It's discriminatory under Section 504 as well as the Americans with Disabilities Act. And yet children with disabilities are being targeted as pawns in this money-making scheme for these private law firms. And this is being enabled and encouraged by school districts. This essential funding is being diverted away from children who desperately need the services to these private law firms. Please investigate the gross misuse of funds.
Caller, that is time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other callers at this time?
We have no more callers.
Thank you, public, for your feedback and participation today. And thank you, commissioners, for your participation today and staying with us beyond our 4:30 adjournment time. I see no further business at this time, so I am going to adjourn our October 27th, 2021 meeting at 4:50 p.m. I'll see you guys back here in February.